The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 10th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable David G. Valedictory to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the winners of our first ever congressional writing competition. I asked students from around Iowa's 1st Congressional District in elementary, middle, and high school to submit an essay about what makes Iowa special. And given that the University of Iowa has the Writers' Workshop, writing in Iowa is a known quantity. I was moved by the quality of writing of our students that Iowa possess and their unwavering love for Iowa. The winners are Caitlin Cope, 6th grader from Newton, Adele Decker, 6th grader from Newton, Sawyer Rhodes, 6th grader from Keokuk, Georgia Clark, 8th grader from West Liberty, Guinevere Spalding, 8th grader from West Liberty, Caden Wary, 9th grader from Anamosa, Yu Ching Gong, 11th grader from Iowa City, Justin Chapman, 12th grader from Williamsburg. The winners will receive a certificate of achievement as well as a flag flown over the Capitol building. Congratulations to these dedicated students. I look forward to seeing all of their contributions in Iowa in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Iowa Hawkeyes football team on another winning season. Led by the breakout running back, Caleb Johnson, who finished the regular season with 1,537 yards and 21 touchdowns, the Hawkeyes finished 8-4 with key wins coming against Washington, Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. This season was a historical one for our longtime coach, Kirk Ferentz. Coach Ferentz clinched his 204th career win on November 29th and is now only one win away from the all-time record for wins in the Big Ten. While the regular season may be over, there is still more football to be played. On December 30th, the Iowa Hawkeyes will be taking on number 19 team in the country, the Missouri Tigers, in the Music City Bowl in Nashville. I once again congratulate the Hawkeyes on a great season and wish them all the best in their bowl game. Go Hawks! Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Veterans Sport Act legislation I introduced to ensure that our nation's veterans have access to adaptive prostheses and terminal devices for sports and recreational activities as part of their medical benefit. Currently, veterans eligible for VA medical services can receive artificial limbs, but those wishing to engage in sports and recreation lack access to specialized equipment. This bill amends Title 38 of the United States Code to include these critical devices, allowing veterans to pursue activities that support their physical and mental well-being. Sports and recreation are vital components to rehabilitation, promoting fitness, social interaction, a sense of accomplishment, and a sense of being a whole person once again. The Veterans Sports Act empowers veterans to regain independence and participate fully in activities they love. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and ensure our veterans have the tools they need to thrive. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of President Trump's commitment to ending the misguided EV mandates set by the Biden-Harris administration. While our country and our automakers need to make EVs to combat the Chinese Communist Party, the electrical vehicles have their place in the market, but the American people should not be forced into adopting them. Hundreds of millions of Americans rely on combustion engine vehicles for their daily lives, and these mandates are driving up the cost for families who can least afford it. In just 2 years, the Biden administration allocated $7.5 billion in taxpayer fund for EV chargers, yet only 8 stations have been completed. This failure highlights the need for a more thoughtful approach, one that assesses cost and benefit, and one that respects consumer choice and avoids unnecessary government intervention. President Trump understands that a thriving economy is built on freedom and choice, not top-down mandates. Under his leadership, the American people will have the freedom to make their own decisions without the overreach of Washington. Mr. Speaker, Merriam-Webster has named polarization the word of the year. And while that may reflect current times, it should also serve as a reminder that we must work harder to bridge the growing divide in our nation. Too often, political discourse has become hostile, with one side labeling their opponents as extremists for advocating common sense solutions, like securing our borders, lowering cost, or common sense solutions that are helping hardworking families and ensuring fairness in women's sports. I'm optimistic that we can begin to heal these divisions and put America back on track. We must come together to prioritize policies that promote economic growth, strengthen national security, and restore the American dream. As we move into a new year, let us focus on the values that unite us and work for the betterment of all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep gratitude for the people of North Carolina's 6th Congressional District for trusting me to represent them in the U.S. House of Representatives. I've been proud to stand with House Democrats to pass historic legislation to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, lower the cost of prescription drugs, strengthen domestic manufacturing, protect our future with the development of clean energy, address gun violence, and provide vital support for our veterans. Thanks to these efforts, 80,000 households in my district have gained access to affordable, high-speed internet. 39,000 residents are saving hundreds of dollars annually on their prescription drugs, and more than 4,700 veterans exposed to toxins during their service have filed claims to access benefits they've earned. I've also been proud to secure nearly $60 million in federal funding for community projects across the 6th District, from improved transportation to new equipment for our police and firefighters, to public safety initiatives, to expanding education and job training, incentivizing economic development and public health. These projects are making a real difference. I've also been proud to fight against the terrible loss of women's rights. 2 years ago, the Supreme Court overturned 50 years of judicial precedent with its decision to strike down Roe versus Wade. This terrible ruling stripped millions of women of their right to obtain an abortion, has placed devastating hurdles in obtaining care for miscarriages, and has unleashed a wave of right-wing attacks on the full range of women's reproductive health care, including birth control. That's why I introduced my Right to Contraception Act to protect access to all FDA-approved birth control, which passed through the House in the last Congress. Sadly, my bill was blocked by Republicans, first in the Senate, and again this term by Republicans in the House. It's shameful. As policy co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I've been proud to fight for all women to make decisions about their own bodies and to have the ability to succeed in the workplace while still caring for their children and their family members. In addition to fighting for North Carolinians' basic freedoms, I've worked to advance America's values and interests on the world stage. As the vice-ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I've advocated for rebuilding and expanding strong relationships with our allies, including unwavering support for Ukraine and Israel in the face of unprecedented attacks. After Hamas's brutal October 7th invasion of Israel, I've stood up against the alarming rise in anti-Semitism here at home and around the globe as the co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism. This includes introducing my Countering Anti-Semitism Act, the most comprehensive legislation aimed at addressing the disturbing increase in anti-Semitism in our country's history. This bill must be passed if we are serious about eradicating the scourge of the world's oldest hatred and protecting the fundamentals of our democracy. What begins with hatred against the Jews never ends there, but spreads to other vulnerable groups. As a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, I've championed investments in our students and schools and worked to address the youth mental health crisis, introducing the Improving Mental Health and Wellness in Schools Act to expand resources for our students. As chair of the new Democratic Coalition Workforce Development Task Force, I've fought to address ongoing labor shortages and prepare workers for the jobs of the future. While I would love to continue this important work on behalf of my constituents, the blatantly gerrymandered congressional districts passed by the Republican-led North Carolina General Assembly make it impossible for me to do so. These maps are a deliberate distortion of the will of the people, designed with surgical precision to split communities of interest and deny real representation to North Carolinians. These maps force me to depart Congress, but I recognize that I am doing so at a time of great division within our country. Now, more than ever, it's our duty in this chamber to reaffirm the fundamental values that unite us as Americans: freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and the belief that all people are created equal. While I will not be here to witness the next chapters of history written in this chamber, I will keep using my voice to defend these values and trust in their enduring power to make our union more perfect. I'd like to close by thanking my extraordinary staff members who work every day to get things done for the people we represent. I'd like to thank everyone who supported me in getting to Congress and all the colleagues with whom I've worked to develop friendships on both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize our nation's hardworking, dedicated farmers, ranchers, and other producers. In 1978, radio broadcaster Paul Harvey addressed the future farmers of America at their annual convention and delivered a powerful message that highlighted the importance of our nation's farmers. And he said, quote, "And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, 'I need a caretaker.' So God made a farmer. God said, 'I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go to town and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board.' So God made a farmer. I need somebody with arms strong enough to rustle a calf and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to call hogs, name cantankerous machinery, come home hungry, have to wait lunch until his wife's done feeding the visiting ladies, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon and mean it. So God made a farmer. God said, 'I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die, then dry his eyes and say, maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe handle from a persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car wire, then who can make harness out of hay wire, feed sacks and shoe scraps, who planting time and harvest season will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday at noon, and then painting from the tractor back, put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. God had to have somebody willing to ride the nuts at double speed to get the hay ahead of the rain clouds, and yet stop in midfield and race to help when he sees the first smoke from a neighbor's place. So God made a farmer. God said, 'I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to tame lambs and wean pigs, and tend the pink-combed pullets, who will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark.' It had to be somebody who'd plow deep and straight and not cut corners, somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and make and disc and plow and plant and tie and fleece and strain the milk and replenish the self-feeders, finish a hard week's work with a 5-mile drive to church. Somebody who would bail a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing, who would laugh and then sigh, and then simply with smiling eyes when his son says that he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer. As chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, it's my honor to advocate for their interests and ensure that they have certainty and stability for generations to come. And even though Paul Harvey wrote these remarks about our nation's farmers, it encompasses so much more than that. Our farmers, ranchers, foresters, and producers are essential in providing food, fiber, and fuel, not only to our nation and the world. Mr. Speaker, food security is national security, and as we head into the holiday season, I want to recognize and thank our nation's producers for their contributions to our everyday lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lee Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the rich legacy of Houston's immigrant communities and the contributions they have made to improve the lives of all Houstonians and the United States of America. Houston is a city built by dreamers, a vibrant metropolis where nearly a quarter of our population is comprised of immigrants. I will highlight members of Houston's immigrant community that are as diverse as they are inspiring. From Eugene Pilot, who opened one of the city's first opera houses, to Ninfa Lorenzo, whose modest restaurant blossomed into a multi-million-dollar empire featuring Tex-Mex classics. In these times where some would demonize immigrants, who have always been an important part of America's fabric, I choose to lift them up. In Houston, foreign-born Latinos make up 20% of our population, and they include persons like Renaissance man Felix Tijerina, a restaurateur, philanthropist, and the 25th president of the League of United Latin American Citizens, and Ellen Ochoa, the first Latina in space and a former director at the Johnson Space Center, which is in the Houston area. They remind me of the limitless potential immigrants bring to our society. Houston is also home to the nation's largest Nigerian population outside of Nigeria. Nigerian Americans, nearly 57,000 Nigerian Americans call Houston home. The legendary athlete Hakeem Olajuwon is a proud Nigerian American, and he dominated at the University of Houston and became the #1 draft pick in 1984, where he played for the Houston Rockets and went to a pair of championships and led us to a pair of championships. And I was proud to be at those games to cheer him on. But immigrant contributions go beyond culture and commerce. Immigrants are vital to Houston's economy, especially in industries like healthcare and education and construction. Our educational institutions have also prospered from immigrant leadership, like Dr. Renu Katur, an immigrant from India and the chancellor of the University of Houston. She was the first Indian immigrant to head a comprehensive research institution in the United States. She has raised a record number of research dollars and overseen unprecedented growth, and her story remains a testament to the transformative power of immigration and education and innovation. Yet challenges still persist. Around 67,000 college-educated immigrants in Houston are underemployed and not living to their full potential, which is sometimes called brain waste. We must address this by reducing licensing barriers and improving English proficiency programs. We must create real immigration reform that solidifies pathways to citizenship and reduces the backlog. Also, nearly half of all children in Houston live in a household where at least one parent immigrated to the United States. And these parents are shaping the next generation of Houstonians that will be leaders, innovators, and change makers. However, they face extreme challenges, specifically those with temporary or undocumented status. Barriers to naturalization and access to public services create uncertainty for many, despite their immense contributions to our city. In my home state of Texas, state leadership is fighting to keep DACA recipients, our dreamers, from being able to pay for Affordable Care Act insurance under the Biden rule. They should not deny access to those brought here by children to health care and health insurance. Houston's immigrant communities are not just part of our city. They are a key part of what has made our city and nation truly great. Let us honor their contributions, celebrate their achievements, and continue to build a city and a nation where everyone, regardless of origin, has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our country is in dire fiscal straits. Years of profligacy under both parties are now crushing our economy under the heaviest debt in our long history. Just paying the interest on that debt now exceeds what we spend on our nation's entire defense. History warns us that nations that bankrupt themselves aren't around very long. Now, many people find hope in President Trump's creation of an unofficial Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Others propose a bipartisan fiscal commission. But in our haste to pass the buck, let us all remember that it is Congress alone that holds the purse strings. Try as we may, we cannot escape our responsibility. Congress is the ultimate bipartisan fiscal commission because, in a very real sense, the buck starts here. The federal government cannot raise or spend a single dollar unless and until the House says that it can. Ultimately, this responsibility rests with us. It cannot be dodged and it cannot be dodged. Fortunately, we have the ideal tools in our possession to bring spending in line with revenues if we choose to use them properly. The budget resolution and the accompanying Reconciliation Act. Here's how it works. Both houses agree on a spending ceiling by simple majority resolution. Reconciliation instructions are then sent to every House committee with the mandate to report out statutory changes to bring spending within these limits. If they fail to act, the House Budget Committee acts in their place, and a single comprehensive bill goes to the floor for an up or down vote. The bill gets expedited consideration in the Senate, and when signed by the President, all the laws necessary to balance the budget are enacted together. There is one catch. It can only be used to enact the fiscal reforms necessary to implement the budget. It cannot be used for general policy making beyond these fiscal confines. Now, the last time this process was used as it was designed and intended was during the Republican majority led by Speaker Newt Gingrich in 1995. The result was 4 balanced budgets in a row that produced one of the greatest waves of prosperity our nation has ever seen. Tragically, in 2017, the Republican majority under Paul Ryan utterly squandered this authority. Instead of using the reconciliation process to bring mandatory spending to heel, it was abused to achieve pet political projects, first repealing Obamacare and next for tax cuts. Well, the first attempt resulted in a mangled mess of incomplete fiscal measures that collapsed in the Senate. The next budget year, the object was tax reform, but since it had to fall within the narrow fiscal parameters of reconciliation, most of the tax cuts could only be temporary and will soon expire. The result was no health care reform and only temporary tax relief. The opportunity cost was to squander our last chance to prevent the fiscal debacle that our country now faces. Now, last month, the American people gave Republicans a rare second chance to save our country from insolvency. We must not repeat the mistakes that have brought us here. Republican leaders in the House and Senate are once again proposing to use the budget and reconciliation process not as it was designed, to set spending limits and adhere to those limits, but rather to chase a variety of shiny objects, including tax reform, energy development, and border security. Well, these are all vital reforms, and they need to be enacted. Indeed, some aspects of them can be realized as a byproduct of the reconciliation process, but that process cannot produce comprehensive policy reform. It can produce comprehensive fiscal reform at a moment when our nation faces its greatest fiscal threat in its history. I appeal to the Speaker to follow the success of the Gingrich majority. If we repeat the mistakes of the past, we will lose the future. We are on the threshold of a sovereign debt crisis, the likes of which this nation has never seen and that few nations have ever survived. Let us not throw away this, the last fleeting chance to avert fiscal disaster. The American people didn't save our country last month. They gave us the tools and the trust to save our country. Let us use the tools that they have given us, and let us be worthy of the trust that they have placed in us. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I come to the floor the last time I will address this chamber after 28 years in Congress. My goal as a member of Congress was to leave this place a little better than I found it. And I am proud of what we have done They are things that you're not going to see on Fox or MSNBC News. It's not going to rocket around the internet, but they are simple, common sense efforts to bring people together to solve problems. At the beginning of each Congress for the last dozen years, I've given each new member, hand-delivered, my thoughts about what they need to know to be able to navigate these strange waters in Congress. Together, we've been able to achieve some interesting things. As I say, items you don't see in the news necessarily, but made a huge difference. I'm proud of the work we've done with international water and sanitation that has resulted in millions of people having their lives saved and reducing the burdens on 140 million women who struggle to get water, often dirty water, for their families every day. I'm proud of the work I've done in terms of agricultural reform, because it's past time that we stop subsidizing a diet that makes Americans sick. I'm proud of the work we did in the midst of the pandemic to create the Restaurants Rescue Plan, 100,000 grants that's resulted in many independent restaurants that were able to stay in business. I'm proud of the work we've done with transportation and infrastructure to rebuild and renew America. Instead of having Infrastructure Week be a joke, we're actually doing it. I'm proud of work that I've done, for example, in terms of bicycling, symbolized by the bike lanes in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue, making it easier for people to burn calories instead of fossil fuel and transform the face of our communities. I'm proud of the work that we have done dealing in terms of saving the lives of Iraqis and Afghans who put their trust in us when they were helping our people in those troubled countries. You don't have to believe in the wars. I didn't. But I worked to make sure that the men and women who were the drivers, the guides, the interpreters, were not left to the tender mercies of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And together we were able, with Senator McCain, Senator Kennedy, to pass a special immigrant visa that has resulted in thousands of these people who worked with us to be able to live, and in many cases, be able to seek safety in the United States. As I say, these are not things that people necessarily see in the news or on the internet. They're not going to raise campaign money for their goals using them, but they are the things that make the difference. And I guess my last piece of advice that I leave to the people that are coming in the next Congress is to focus on things that bring people together rather than divides them. Look for ways to solve problems rather than create new ones. Over the course of the last 28 years, I've seen this formula work, and I hope in the new Congress, people will employ it in ways that will make a difference. Heaven knows we need to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the last speaker, my friend Earl Blumenauer. And it was a source of pride for me to be here on the floor this morning and see your last speech on the floor of the House of Representatives. Though we may disagree on policy, and we have many times, I count you as a dear friend and colleague, and it's been a great honor to serve with you, Earl. And this place is going to miss you. You have made me a better congressman, and you've made me a better person. So congratulations and best wishes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Arkansas's 6A state football champions, the Greenwood Bulldogs, after a convincing 61-35 victory over Shiloh Christian Saturday at Little Rock's War Memorial Stadium. The Bulldogs went back-to-back in winning their 12th overall state title. I commend head coach Chris Young and his staff and his players for another thrilling chapter in Greenwood football with this perfect and magical 13-0 season. But, Mr. Speaker, this title is not without tragedy. Earlier in the season, a house fire took the life of one of Greenwood's finest athletes, 18-year-old Isaiah Ike Arrington, his 46-year-old mother, Wendy Medrano, and his 5-year-old sister, Vivian. This season was dedicated to the memory of Ike and his family. The motivation to make this a season to remember helped Greenwood not only bring home the trophy, but in the process record its 70th, that's 70th consecutive home win. Congratulations, Greenwood. Your Bulldog pride is showing today, and you've made all of us, Arkansas, proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Albany Park Theater Project, a gem of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, and to recognize their production, Port of Entry, which reminds us all of an important lesson. The story of our nation wouldn't be complete without the sweat, without the tears, without the joy, without the dreams, and the hopes of so many immigrants and children of immigrants. The same stories that brought so many of us here to Congress. Located in the heart of Albany Park, one of the most diverse immigrant communities in the nation, the Albany Park Theater Project has long been a beacon of creativity, of resilience, and of hope. Through the power of storytelling and theater, this organization prepares and propels young people in Illinois 3 to lead civically engaged and choice-filled lives. Together, their teen ensemble members and adult artists make world-class, award-winning original theater that amplifies and illuminates the voices of immigrants and refugees, showcasing their struggles, their triumphs, their pains, and enduring humanity. My husband Boris and I were fortunate to experience the production of Port of Entry together, and it was more than a performance. It was a profound journey in the daily lives of immigrant families from all over the world living in Albany Park. As a proud, orgullosa daughter of Guatemalan immigrants, I know firsthand how important it is for immigrant stories to be told authentically and celebrated unapologetically. Port of Entry, a collaboration with Third Rail Projects, takes audiences into a theater production set in a typical Chicago apartment building. As audience members, you experience Port of Entry because you are part of an immerse in the experience in the intimate lives of neighbors from Mexico, from the Philippines, from Russia, and beyond. Audience members share in their lived experiences and story of immigrant families, celebrating their resilience, amplifying their voices, and showcasing the invaluable contributions they make to our communities. The cast is made up of talented young people from our community who brilliantly invite us to reflect on what it means to call a place home, what it means to find belonging, and to build a future in the face of challenge. It invites us to wonder what makes the United States of America. The production is a combination of years of work involving over 300 collaborators, including youth performers, storytellers, and creators. It's a testament to the theater company's 27-year-old commitment using the arts to empower young people and bringing our community together. Albany Park and our nation have always been a port of entry for many families seeking new beginnings, whether through the southern border, like my mom, or welcomed by the mother of exiles, the Statue of Liberty, like many of the ancestors of the members of this very same body. Today, at a time when members of this chamber and the incoming administration are threatening to tear our communities apart and would question who gets to be American and who doesn't, this play feels so timely and vital. So to the Albany Park Theater Project, to Debbie Resnick, one of the founding directors, thank you for reminding us of the power of storytelling to inspire empathy and connection. Thank you for showing us that theater is not just for entertainment. It is a vehicle for change, and it's a celebration of the human spirit. I am so proud to represent this community. I am even prouder to be the daughter of immigrants. Their work reflects the very best of our district and our nation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbaugh, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to honor two men who have given a combined 74 years of service to the House of Representatives, Wade Ballou and Ralph Seep. Both of these gentlemen are retiring and have made important contributions in the way the House functions. In November, Wade Ballou retired after 41 years of service in the Office of Legislative Counsel, including the past years as head of OLC. Over his years, he provided clear, coherent, and high-quality legal analysis and built a reputation for being warm, engaging, and attentive to the needs of members of Congress and staff. No matter how complicated or time-sensitive the project was, Wade was warm, engaging, and attentive to the needs of the members of Congress and our staff. We are all grateful for his care and for his work. Ralph Seep spent the past 33 years in the Office of the Law Revision Council, including the past 13 as head of the office. After a long career helping to oversee and maintain the publication of the United States Code, Wade retired on October 1st. While the members of Congress write the laws, Ralph is the one who ensured that they were literally published in black and white and placed into the United States Code. Ralph's leadership, high standards of excellence, calm demeanor, and generous spirit have made him a trusted leader and colleague and earned him the respect of his staff and colleagues. On behalf of the entire House of Representatives, I want to thank Wade and Ralph for their service to this chamber, and we wish them all the best in the next stages of life. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the only meteorologist in Congress, I rise today to honor one of the best in the career field of atmospheric science, Mike Nelson of Denver's Channel 7, on a remarkable 40-year career. For decades, Mike was the trusted voice that families turn to prepare them for what's ahead. Blizzards, tornadoes, devastating wildfires. Mike tracked them all. But his impact did not stop there. Early on, Mike took the initiative to communicate how our climate was changing. In addition to those watching his broadcasts, more than 1 million school-age students learned from him. A 20-time Emmy winner, a member of the Emmy's Silver Circle, and a fellow of the American Meteorological Society, Mike's contributions are extraordinary. With many thanks, he signs off from Denver's 7 News this week. From Capitol Hill, I'm forecasting a sunny and well-deserved retirement ahead. Congratulations, Mike, on a job well done. And now I yield the floor to the distinguished Congresswoman from Colorado, Ms. Caraveo.
Thank you, Representative Sorensen, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the remarkable career and contributions of Denver 7 Chief Meteorologist Mike Nelson, who will deliver his final weathercast this week. With 40 years of forecasting and 25 of those dedicated to Colorado, Mike Nelson has become a familiar face and trusted voice for weather in our state, and his impact goes far beyond the screen. From his early days at Weather Central to pioneering the use of computer weather graphics, Mike has been a trailblazer in his field. Over his career, Mike has shared his love of weather with more than 750,000 students across the state, inspiring young minds with his trademark tornado dance. Mike, your decades of dedication, innovation, and community service have made Colorado a better place. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, and here's to clear skies and sunny days ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
Finally, a last word of advice for our friend Mike Nelson. On your last broadcast day, when your executive producer gets into your ear and says, "You've gone over in time, finish your work," and then say, "I yield back."
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to address a crucial and escalating situation facing Israel, our close ally. They've been under attack, not just from isolated factions, but from a coordinated effort orchestrated by Iran. Rockets have rained down on Israel from Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, and Yemen, forcing Israel to defend its citizens and its sovereignty from these relentless threats. It's crucial to understand that these attacks are not random acts of violence, but part of a larger, more sinister and coordinated plan. In each of these regions, there exists a militia backed by Iran. In the Gaza Strip, it's Hamas. In Yemen, the Houthis. In Lebanon, it's Hezbollah. Now, recently, with the fall of Assad and the regime in Syria, this very much will disrupt some of those efforts that Iran and some of their backers in Russia have been able to do in there. But the United States and our diplomacy must pay very, very close attention to how this is handled, because many times when there's a vacuum like this, you can get even worse results coming in, such as what happened in Libya and in other places, that, such as Iraq too. So we'll have to grade this by what we see as possible new leadership coming in, but indeed be on top of that so that Iran doesn't again get a stronger foothold in Syria. So it's exacerbated by the policies of U.S. administrations previously because of the overall outcome we're seeing. These people are funded and supplied and directed by Iran as part of a calculated strategy to encircle and weaken Israel. Indeed, they do not want Israel to exist. And it's pretty hard to sit down at a negotiation table to come up with peace when they don't even acknowledge that you're a right to exist as a nation. Unfortunately, the lenient stances taken by Presidents Obama and Biden have only encouraged Iran and others in the Middle East to keep Israel fairly in the target sites. Secretary Blinken recently warned that Iran is potentially within weeks of nuclear capabilities. That is not a hyperbole, it is direct reality. Now, we've been hearing that for some time, so we don't know what that really means, but Iran has been working ever since the JCPOA to become a nuclear nation. We're witnessing a comprehensive and coordinated assault by Iranian militias aimed at Israel. The intent is to strain Israel's defenses from every direction. We must recognize and respond to the true nature of this threat. The National Defense Authorization Act, being brought to the floor this week in the House, takes decisive steps to strengthen our partnership with Israel in the face of these ongoing threats. Our partnership with Israel is critical for their existence, but also for us as a great partner they've been in the Mideast, and there's so many innovations and things that we do together as countries. The NDA authorizes full funding for joint U.S.-Israel missile defense programs like the Iron Dome, a defensive mechanism, which allocates $47 million for cutting-edge technologies like anti-missile laser defenses, and commits $30 million to dismantling Hamas tunnel networks. As Iran continues its aggression against Israel, these measures reaffirm our unwavering support for Israel's right to defend itself and its future and to exist. Together, we must ensure that Israel has the tools it needs to stand strong. Our partnership is ironclad, It's important to both of us. It's important to the Israeli existence, and even other Arab countries nearby have acknowledged that Israel is an important partner due to the success of the Abraham Accords. And ask Arab Israelis that live in the country, do you like it better here, or would you rather go back to something else? They like it better in Israel. So there's a lot of good that comes from that nation being able to stand on its own, as it's always been a beacon of light and of opportunity for people that just want to play by a good set of rules. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the people of North Texas for trusting me with the sacred responsibility and opportunity to represent them for the last 6 years. It's been the honor of my life to serve the great people of North Texas, who I was born and raised among, and to have done it with so many great colleagues. I was born and raised in Dallas by a single mom who was a public school teacher. It wasn't always easy for us, but because of our community, because of my family, because of my teachers and my coaches, the good folks at the YMCA, I was able to make it. I played Division I football at Baylor University. Afterwards, I made the team and spent 5 years as a linebacker for the Tennessee Titans. Eventually went to law school and became a voting rights attorney, and proudly served in the Obama administration at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And for the last 6 years, it's been my greatest honor to represent my hometown of Dallas and all the communities across the 32nd District, from Dallas to Richardson, to Addison, to Mesquite, to Garland, communities big and small across the DFW area. The folks in North Texas have always been my inspiration to get things done. And I'm so proud of all the things that we have done together. Working with folks in both parties, we secured the Garland VA Medical Center. It took over a year, but after countless meetings and phone calls, letters, and false starts and stops, we got it done. Together, we created thousands of good-paying jobs in North Texas and are helping to better serve our veterans and give them the care that they've earned. It's one of my proudest accomplishments. I'll continue to support local efforts to invest in and expand the facility. We passed a historic legislation that will help North Texas and the country for years to come, from the CHIPS Act to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to the Inflation Reduction Act and the pandemic relief legislation that helps save our economy in a time of deep crisis. We lowered the cost of health care and capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month. We invested in high-tech manufacturing, job training, and clean energy. It's helping Texas create thousands upon thousands of jobs. Because of our efforts, more Texans will have access to economic opportunity and to enter the middle class and to live their version of the American dream. And during my time in office, I've made a point to introduce legislation that was focused on helping people, from voting rights to ensuring veterans can access their benefits, to cutting red tape and helping government work for people. I'm so proud that together we worked to pass 50 of the bills that I co-sponsored into law. And that doesn't include the dozens of amendments, committee work, or administrative actions that we had a hand in helping get done. We ran a constituent-focused office that was focused on cutting red tape for people and helping them get the services and the help they needed from their government, from helping folks with Social Security, to assisting veterans, to helping our businesses, big and small, keep people employed. I am proud that we closed over 4,300 cases and saved Texans more than $57 million. I'm also personally proud to be the first member of Congress to ever take paternity leave and to hopefully set an example for all new dads who will follow me. Though this is the end of a chapter for me, I'm reminded that our democracy is great because it doesn't begin or end with one elected official. It's not about one person. It never has been. We are caretakers, guardians of the great American experiment, protectors of this democracy. I know that Congresswoman-elect Julie Johnson will serve the people of the 32nd District with honor. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who've worked with me over the years, people who I know will keep working in a bipartisan way to represent and deliver for their constituents, the legends and icons that I've had a chance to serve with, from folks like Eddie Bernice Johnson to John Lewis. I also could not have done this without my family, without my wife, Allie, my two boys, Jordan and Cameron, who've helped me every step of the way. I want to thank my staff, who've been on my team and on my side since the very beginning. I'm so proud that we've had one of the lowest turnover rates of any office in Congress. My dedicated staff are public servants who've helped us serve people here in Washington and in Dallas. This was always personal for me, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't just another district. It's the place where I was born and raised, where I went to high school, where my family lives. We've served during a time of great uncertainty, a pandemic, an insurrection. There's more uncertainty to come. But I believe in this country. I believe in the people of North Texas. I know that God will continue to bless Texas and our great country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Wow, this is tall. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Kathy McMorris Rogers for her 20 years of public service in the U.S. House of Representatives. Not only is Kathy the first woman Congress member in history to give birth 3 times while in office, she is the first woman in history to become chairwoman of the powerful and influential Energy and Commerce Committee. In addition, Kathy served 6 years in leadership as the Republican Conference Chair. Kathy and her husband Brian and their 3 children attended the same D.C. church that Joe and I attended. I remember going out to lunch after church with them and having fun throwing snowballs with their kids. I will always remember Kathy giving Bibles to every member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, inviting me and others to Bible studies, and walking around the U.S. Capitol after votes praying with other Congress members. Kathy, you have made a difference in this world and in the people you have touched. Kathy, may God continue to bless you and your family. You will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Lou Herkman, for his dedication and service to me and the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Lou joined my staff as my energy policy advisor and brought with him decades of experience in the energy space, including experience on the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis and at the Department of Energy under President Trump. Lou's expertise was key to my work on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and his commitment to advancing sound energy policy was critical in the passage of my legislation, Hands Off Our Home Appliances and Save Our Gas Stoves Act, this Congress. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Lou will go on to do great things as he continues his public service. I wish him nothing but the best in all of his endeavors. I appreciate you, Lou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Daniel Stefanski, for his dedication and service to the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. As members of Congress, we know the importance of communicating our work to our constituents, and communications staffers are essential to this endeavor. Daniel joined my communications team after a career that included service to other members of the U.S. House of Representatives and the former Attorney General of Arizona. He is a dedicated professional who is committed to helping conservatives effectively communicate their policy priorities to the American people. I thank Daniel for his hard work and dedication to me and to our team. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Daniel will go on to do great things. I wish him nothing but the best in all of his future endeavors. I greatly appreciate you, Daniel. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize someone whose service and dedication to both myself and the state of Arizona are unmatched, Bobby Bravo. Bobby first came to work for me when I was serving in the Arizona State Legislature, and I was honored when he joined me on my congressional staff in Washington, D.C. My longest-serving aide, Bobby is a hard worker with a commitment to advancing the policies and priorities that make our nation and state great. A native of Mesa, Arizona, and a graduate of Arizona State University, Bobby never meets a stranger. Bobby is kind to everyone and treats everyone with dignity and respect, regardless of their position or party affiliation. He always has a smile for anyone he comes in contact with. When I look back at my time in elected office, Bobby was such an important part of my journey. And I thank you, Bobby, for your service and commitment to me, our state, and our nation. I greatly appreciate you, Bobby. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to state my opposition to the National Defense Authorization Act. First, let me be clear. I support any funding to keep Americans safe, to protect and fairly compensate our troops for their sacrifices, and to improve our national security. I also support some of what's included in this act. Pay raises for our service members, expanding access to contraceptives for female service members under TRICARE, and properly funding the replacement of poor and failing military housing and barracks. But it's simply irresponsible to give more money to an agency that accounts for half of our discretionary spending, but can't pass an audit. This is an agency that spends over half its budget on defense contractors who have no incentive against price gouging, some who overcharge the Department of Defense by 40 to 50% with no accountability and no consequences. Year after year, we dump money into defense contractors that grow fatter while our service members and their families struggle to scrape by. Since the election, we've heard a lot of talk about improving government efficiency and cutting waste, and I agree. It is incumbent upon us to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. But instead of proposing cuts to Social Security benefits for seniors or cutting veterans' benefits to our service members, benefits that they have earned, let's start where there are clear savings to be had. In this NDAA, the Pentagon would get $10 billion more than last year. Simply put, the Pentagon just failed its 7th audit. And it's getting nearly $900 billion already. $900 billion. Why should we keep writing blank checks and expecting things to change when there is no incentive to do so? Without robust accountability, all this is a transfer of wealth from hardworking American taxpayers to private defense contractors in the military-industrial complex. And without meaningful oversight for how my constituent taxpayer dollars are spent, I plan on voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently in the United States, some municipalities have zip codes that don't match the municipal boundaries, and it's a real problem. Communities across southeast Wisconsin, including Summers, Mount Pleasant, Caledonia, and Franklin, have dealt with this unnecessary difficulty as a result. So I rise in support of H.R. 8753 to fix this problem. H.R. 8753 will direct the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for certain communities. When physical mailing addresses differ because multiple zip codes converge within one municipality, it causes real confusion. Besides mail delivery issues, inaccurate address listings can cause delays in service response times, higher insurance rates, problems with tax rebates, confusion over polling places, and incorrect jury summonses. Zip codes play an important role in community identity. The consequences of inaccurate address listings have been a constant frustration for many local officials and the people that they serve. In fact, Dave DeGroot, the village president of Mount Pleasant, was the one that brought this to my attention. This bill directs USPS to create zip codes that align with municipal boundaries. It's a common sense solution, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree foreign funding has no place in American elections. Over the past year, my Committee on House Administration has investigated multiple situations of this, in particular, the Democratic online fundraising platform of ActBlue, identifying and showing the vulnerabilities that exist that could be exploited by foreign actors. We've uncovered the platform previously wasn't requiring the use of a CVV code. That's the 3 or 4-digit number on the back of your credit card. It's a simple financial safeguard most online companies use to deter bad actors. The Committee on House Administration has recently subpoenaed ActBlue for documents related to potential foreign influence in campaign funding. As chairman, I've introduced legislation to require the CVV number and prohibit prepaid cards from being used to make contributions, a pathway for foreign entities, including drug cartels, to launder money. The SHIELD Act would prohibit political committees from accepting online contributions unless the contributor provides the CVV number and the billing address associated with the card, and prohibit from accepting online contributions from prepaid cards. It's imperative that we're increasing trust and transparency in our elections. All parties should be complying with federal election law, including campaign finance laws. Foreign actors have no place contributing in American elections, no place in contributing to American political campaigns. And I'll continue working to prevent foreign funding in our elections. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, across our land, there is outrage at national health insurance companies, private health insurance companies that are denying claims for heart disease, denying claims for cancer, denying claims for diabetes. Mr. Speaker, the average cancer patient in America will lose their entire life savings in 2 years. 42% of Americans who have cancer lose their life savings in 2 years. Mr. Speaker, 18% of Americans have had their health care claims denied. Over 3.4 million Americans. On a very small matter, I had my health care claim denied by United Healthcare when I wanted to get a $100 nasal pump for allergies. Back it came denied, and I couldn't get that reversed. Imagine people with more serious problems. One of the people who died in my district, Sarah Boughton, she died of a sinus infection because her health insurance companies denied her claims for basic health care. As Americans face denial after denial after denial, what is happening with these private insurance companies? Let me tell you, $1.4 trillion in revenue, $70 billion in profits for the top 7 private insurance companies. Now they say, oh, it's only 5% profit, but it's $1.4 trillion sucked out of our economy while basic Americans are denied health care. And what is this money going to? It's going to administrative costs. It's going to advertising. It's going to bloated executive pay salaries. While we can't give people treatment for cancer, for diabetes, for basic health issues, the American people are outraged, and they're rising up across our country demanding fundamental change to a broken healthcare system. Enough. Here are 3 things that we could do. First, if a doctor prescribes a medicine, the private insurance company must cover it if Medicare covers it. That is common sense. Second, let us cap out-of-pocket costs so you don't have someone who has cancer depleting their entire life savings. Cap those costs at $2,000 a year. Third, let us make sure that these private insurance companies can't rely on AI to have AI-generated algorithms that deny claims. No AI used to deny Americans' claims. But really what we need, Mr. Speaker, is what so many other democracies have. We need Medicare for all. The reality is the average American is paying more than $6,000 a year on health care costs. And those premiums are up 7% from last year. We're not going to get those premiums down. We're not going to get those health care costs down unless we have Medicare for all. When we have Medicare for all, we will have 2% administrative fees. Medicare will be able to negotiate with the hospitals, negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies to lower costs for all Americans and provide care. And guess what? If we have Medicare for all, every doctor and every hospital will be in-network. No more of these denied claims that are bankrupting Americans and taking people's lives. Mr. Speaker, I represent a district in Silicon Valley that has $12 trillion of value. Apple, Google, NVIDIA, Tesla. We're producing more wealth in my zip code than any place in human history. How is it that in the wealthiest nation in the world, when we're producing more wealth than ever before, Americans can't get basic health care? Health care is a human right. We have the money to make sure every American is covered and not denied. It is time for change. It is time to hold private health insurance companies accountable. It is time to fight and pass Medicare for all.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Micah Mountain High School, their varsity football team, for winning the 4A state championship, the first title in the school's history. The fourth seed Micah Mountain Thunderbolts overcame the odds and beat second seed Arizona College Prep by a resounding score of 42-13 and capped their perfect 14-0 season with a majestic trophy. The Thunderbolts attacked early and quickly, scoring on each of their opening 4 drives and leading by a score of 28-7 in halftime. They were led by star running back Josiah Thornwell, who finished the night with 182 yards and 4 touchdowns. Considering that Micah Mountain only became a school 4.5 years ago, it's remarkable to see how much the students and staff have accomplished in such a short time, setting a strong foundation for future classes to build upon. Moreover, this was Coach Nugent's first championship in his 34 years of coaching. Great job right there, Coach. Now, to Coach Nugent, all the coaching staff, the players, the administration, the school, the students, and everyone who had their hand in this special season, you made your school and our community extremely proud. This is your victory. You earned it, so go on and enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Micah Powell for an outstanding tenure as mayor of Eloy. Since the day he took office 4 years ago, Micah has been a devoted public servant who cared deeply for the residents of Eloy and dedicated himself to serving his community with genuine passion and a tireless work ethic. During his tenure, Micah focused on bringing more jobs and housing opportunities for the residents and promoting businesses and economic growth. In my time in Congress, I am deeply proud of the strong federal-local partnership Micah and I forged to benefit our constituents. In FY25, we worked together to initially secure $1 million to repair and revitalize the historic Frontier Street, which serves as the main gateway to downtown Eloy. While Micah's leadership will be missed, his public service will continue to be felt in his community long after his tenure and far into the future. I would also like to congratulate the outgoing and incoming leadership of Eloy. I look forward to working with all of you in advance and our district to continue to look forward and advance our community always. Again, Micah, my friend, congratulations, sir. You deserve it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's that time of year. Everyone is talking about who has the best recipes for pies or who has the best recipes for cookies. I don't know about those, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you who's got the best recipe for an amazing elementary school environment: Patterson Elementary in Clay County, Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of the best schools in the nation. The Florida Department of Education recently released their elementary school rankings for the 23-24 school year, and out of 411 in the Sunshine State, Clay County's very own Patterson Elementary placed in the top 10. 86% of the 4th and 5th graders showed massive learning gains in math last year. Not to mention 98% of 6th graders. Talk about an A+ in learning momentum. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I am putting their report card on my refrigerator. Abby and I recently visited the campus and saw firsthand how educators at Patterson Elementary cultivate truly exceptional students by doing their job with hard work, love, and care. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing everyone at Patterson Elementary for their incredible recipe for success. Keep up the great work, Patterson, and let's go get them. Mr. Speaker, it's that time of year. Everybody's debating on school rankings. Where does your school rank? Are you in the top 12? Mr. Speaker, I can tell you who is number 1. It's Orange Park Elementary in Orange Park, Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Orange Park Elementary School's rise to the top. The Department of Education recently released their rankings for the 23-24 school year, and out of 411 schools statewide, Clay County's very own Orange Park Elementary was ranked number 1. 93% of 4th graders showed impressive learning grades in math last year, as well as 91% of 5th graders, 95% of 6th graders saw the same results. How's that for a report card? And yes, Mr. Speaker, I am putting their report card on my refrigerator. I commend all of the teachers and administrators at Orange Park Elementary for their passion and hard work in shaping the future of our great state, our kids. Mr. Speaker, I ask you and my colleagues to join me in recognizing Orange Park Elementary for the incredible example they set for schools around the country. It's not easy being number 1. Keep up the great work, Orange Park, and let's go get them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, the source of light in our darkness and the hope of our world in these days and always, help us in opening our eyes to and rejoice in the hope that is ours on this day. Teach us how to be patient in tribulation, to refrain from getting caught up in the arguments that pit one side against another, to avoid fueling the fires of discord and division. But show us instead how to reach within our souls and draw from your deep well of mercy and your steadfast loving kindness, that the urgency and sense of instancy to react would dissolve into forbearance with one another and a calm that will enable us to see your will. And even as we pause to bow our heads in this moment, may we be inspired to be constant in prayer, to realize that you walk with us throughout the day, ever available to receive our petitions, to hear our pleadings, and to respond to our deepest needs. Reveal your divine spirit among us today as we claim your name in prayer. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes, gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to demand that Texas be sent back to the Big 12 and to congratulate the 2024 SEC champions, the Georgia Bulldogs. After the Dogs' historic win over the Longhorns, the SEC's championships over the weekend, which, by the way, was the second time Georgia has beat Texas this season, the Dogs have proved without a doubt that Texas just ain't ready for SEC ball. What an incredible win, Mr. Speaker. Not only did the Dogs absolutely smoke Texas in overtime, but they did it with class, style, and a backup quarterback. This is the 15th SEC championship in Georgia history, and the Dogs aren't done yet. As we move into the playoffs, don't let off the gas. You've got a national championship to bring back to Athens, and don't let anyone stop you. Mr. Speaker, go Dogs! And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge International Human Rights Day, observed annually on December 10th to commemorate the anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This landmark document was signed by the United Nations General Assembly in December 10th of 1948, with contributions of representatives from all regions, different legal and cultural backgrounds, to create a universal structure and standard of fundamental human rights. This year's themes, Our Rights, Our Future, Our Now, is a call to address the formidable year of human rights suppression, wartime atrocities, and transactional diplomacy, including renewed hostilities between Israel and Hamas, the ongoing crisis in Haiti, backsliding democracies in the Sahel region of Africa. Millions worldwide face violations of their basic rights, and the very system we rely upon is under threat. Today and every day, let us renew our commitment to the universal protection of human rights. All people entitled to live with dignity, respect, and equality. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose? Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Computer Science Education Week. Computer Science Education Week is a chance for students of all ages to learning about the importance and benefits of computer science and the endless professional opportunities that abound with a skills-based education. In today's world, technology influences every sector: healthcare, agriculture, transportation, entertainment, and beyond. Yes, many students are growing up without exposure to the foundational skills that power this innovation. Only about half the schools in the United States offer any kind of computer science coursework. That's a gap we cannot afford to ignore. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, I've been proud to work across the aisle to invest in cutting-edge CT programming that in many cases now incorporates computer science courses. Our nation desperately needs skilled workers, and career and technical education is a win-win. It can offer rewarding professional futures for learners of all ages while closing the nation's skill gap. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Computer Science Education Week, we recognize the importance of equipping our young people with the skills they need to navigate and contribute to an increasingly digital world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate our 2024 Congressional App Challenge winners during Computer Science Education Week. Lydia Denton, an 11th grader, and Bethany Denton, a 9th grader from Wilson Early College Academy, were inspired to create Bites Bento Box after seeing a friend with diabetes struggle to track blood sugar and accurately dose insulin levels. The Bites Bento app pairs a hardware bento box with an app to dynamically calculate the macros consumed in food. Using the bento box to get the most accurate information, the user can weigh food before and after eating. Our winners, who are also sisters, demonstrated great application and innovation. Congrats, Lydia and Bethany, on this fantastic accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the National Defense Authorization Act is more than just a defense bill. It's a safeguard for free speech. How could that be? Because within its pages, Congress took an important step to protect the First Amendment by prohibiting the Department of Defense from partnering with advertising firms such as NewsGuard, which unfairly targets conservative news sources as untrustworthy. Stopping censorship and ensuring the government isn't using taxpayer dollars to silence viewpoints it doesn't like under the pretense of misinformation, it's essential to a free press. By including this provision, the NDA ensures that federal agents can't act as gatekeepers for acceptable speech or manipulate the flow of information. At a time when cancel culture seems to have no boundaries, this is a much-needed step to keep the government out of the business of picking winners and losers in the marketplace of ideas, especially information that needs to get out to the public. The NDA sends a clear message: free speech isn't a privilege, it's a right for us to know. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Suzanne Murray, a humanitarian and philanthropist who made it her life's work to advocate for women's education. Born in Providence, Sue was an accomplished student who attended Henry Barnard School, the Lincoln School, and Radcliffe College, where she discovered a passion for education and found the love of her life, Terry Murray. The Murrays settled in Warwick and later Narragansett, raising 5 children. Sue devoted her time giving back to her alma maters, serving as chair of the board of the Lincoln School and a trustee at Radcliffe, among many other leadership positions. In 2003, Lincoln named its middle school the Murray Middle School in her honor. In 1997, Sue and Terry co-founded the Murray Family Charitable Foundation to support education, healthcare, and the arts in southern New England. She assisted in the founding of Sophia Academy, a middle school in Providence for girls. Her work to expand access to education, particularly for young women, has made a difference in countless lives across Rhode Island and beyond. I join Sue's family and loved ones in celebrating her remarkable life, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? Gentlewoman from Washington State. Seek recognition.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize my trusted advisor and friend, Peter Kelty, who's retiring at the end of this year. Peter has served the House Energy and Commerce Committee with distinction for 25 years, including currently as General Counsel. Former Chair Fred Upton said Peter worked as hard as the day is long and is a part of the legacy of its success. Former Chair Greg Walden said, in a town filled with attention seekers, Peter worked harder than anyone I know to put the committee and its members in the spotlight and never himself. The committee, the Congress, and the country are better off because of Peter Kelty. I echo those sentiments, but to me it's his charm, wit, and relentless kindness that will be his lasting legacy at the committee. I thank Peter for his public service, and I wish him and his wife Mary nothing but the best in the next chapter of their lives. God bless you, Peter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose? Gentleman from Massachusetts seeks recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, before Thanksgiving, I joined the 15th Annual March for the Food Bank, a 43-mile journey through western Massachusetts, led by the incredible Monty Belmonte, along with Andrew Morehouse, the director of the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts, and his amazing team, countless advocates, students, and local elected officials. Together, we broke records, raising over $600,000, equivalent to 1.7 meals for families in need. I'm inspired every year by the resilience of the walkers and the generosity of the community. I also want to recognize New England Public Media and 93.9 The River for amplifying this cause and inspiring others to join the fight. But let's be clear, charity alone cannot end hunger. Congress must do its part by further improving our anti-hunger safety net and supporting programs like SNAP, WIC, TFAP, and universal school meals nationwide. The March for the Food Bank is one step we are taking in Massachusetts to improve food security. Hunger is solvable, and it's time for us to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what does the purpose of the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revising and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The military protects freedom of all American families, and we must provide adequate support to retain our ability to have peace through strength. Tomorrow, the House will consider the Service Member Quality of Life and National Defense Authorization Act to improve the lives of service members and their families and strengthen national security with the energetic leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers. This bill supports the deployment of the National Guard to the southern border, deters the Chinese Communist Party, combats anti-Semitism, blocks war criminal Putin, supports Israel, cuts inefficient programs, and guts woke programs at the Department of Defense. The legislation improves the quality of life of service members with housing upgrades, pay raises, lower health care wait times, better access to child care, employment, support for spouses, and more. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all American families at risk of 9/11 attacks, as warned eminently by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Congratulations, Chairman-elect.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
To honor a team from my district, a team that is a Cinderella story for all ages, the Arizona State University football team. A couple years ago, the team was in bad shape. The team this year was coming off 2 straight seasons of only 3 wins, their worst stretch since the 1940s. Coach Kenny Dillingham was hired a couple years ago, the youngest head coach in Division I college football. He grew up in Phoenix. He worked hard at rebuilding this program. Their star player Running back Cam Scattaboo had only one college scholarship coming out of high school. Analysts predicted that ASU would finish dead last in their first season in the Big 12, 16th out of 16 teams. No one believed in them, but they believed in themselves. They're a testament to what anyone can achieve when they show up and work hard and are good teammates. They won 11-2 this season, undefeated at home for the first time in 20 years. And just this past Saturday, they had a massive victory over Iowa State and won the Big 12 championship, solidifying their place as one of the best comeback stories in Arizona history. They're now one of the best teams in the United States. No one is underestimating them now. Coach Dillingham and the People's Heisman winner, Cam Scattaboo, and this team are easy to root for. They've activated our valley like never before. Onward to victory and forks up. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Colonel Robert Bartran for his remarkable 36 years of dedicated service to the Mississippi Army National Guard. Over the course of his distinguished career, Colonel Bartran has exemplified what it means to be a true leader, selfless, committed, and always ready to serve. His service has not only protected our nation, but also strengthened our state and enriched the communities that he has sworn to defend. He has answered the call of duty with distinction, representing the state of Mississippi with pride and honor. In his role as Director of Counter-Drug Program for the Mississippi National Guard and as Commandant of the Regional Counter-Drug Training Academy at Naval Air Station Meridian, Colonel Bartran has made an incredible mark on the battle against illegal drugs and organized crime. His leadership has not only advanced the mission, but has also guided countless service members, empowering them to make a difference in their own communities. His vision and dedication remain a steady force, driving success of future generation of guardsmen and women. On behalf of all Mississippians, we are deeply grateful for Colonel Bartran's extraordinary contributions to our state, nation, to our military. Colonel Bartran, thank you for your tireless commitment, your leadership, and your unwavering service. And as you enter this new chapter of your life, we wish you nothing but success, happiness, and fulfillment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1612 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 99, House Resolution 1612. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7673, to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 4199, to authorize additional district judges for the district courts and convert temporary judgeships. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill, H.R. 5009, to reauthorize wildlife habitat and conservation programs and for other purposes. With the Senate amendment thereto and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-52. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. Section 4. The chair of the Committee on Armed Services may insert in the congressional record not later than December 10, 2024, such material as he may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in Section 3 of this resolution.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During the consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1612, providing for consideration of 3 measures. The Senate amendment to H.R. 5009, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services and his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-52. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Armed Services Committee or their respective designees. The rule also provides that the Chair of the Armed Services Committee may insert into the congressional record, not later than December 10, 2024, such material as he may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in Section 3. Additionally, the rule provides for the consideration of H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Further, the rule provides for consideration of Senate 4199, the Judicial Understaffing Delays Getting Emergency Solved Act of 2024 under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate equally controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designee and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the rule and the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Mike Johnson, Chairman Mike Rogers, Ranking Member Adam Smith, and additional colleagues in the House and Senate, the fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act represents the result of months of bipartisan and bicameral collaboration. It is a bill that balances the needs of our service members and women, servicemen and women, and the fiscal challenges facing our nation. The NDAA significantly improves the quality of life for our service members, deters our adversaries, supports our allies, and focuses our military readiness and our national security. Our country is facing serious threats to our security and freedom at levels that we have not seen since World War II. It is imperative for our national security that our service members and their families are supported so that they can focus on their mission. Ahead of the NDAA, Chairman Rogers established a panel to evaluate the quality of life for our service members and found that service members' standards of living are a major cause of low morale and family stress. This undermines our recruitment, retention, and military readiness. The NDAA puts our service members and their families first and addresses many of the issues found by the Quality of Life panel. This legislation boosts compensation, improves housing, expands access to medical care, increases access to child care, and provides support for the spouses of service members. Through the tireless work of the House Armed Services Committee and Rules Committee staff, the NDAA advances important policies to support our warfighters at home and abroad and deters our adversaries. The National Defense Authorization Act ensures that our nation's military is organized, trained, and equipped to deter our adversaries, Communist China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and any other nation or terrorist group must know that they will never succeed in a war with the United States of America. To strengthen our defense, the NDAA supports the continued modernization of our nuclear deterrent. It invests in our naval fleet, increases innovation, and revitalizes our defense industrial base to ensure our warfighters have the capabilities they need to win on future battlefields. The NDAA restores America's deterrence by restoring lethality, defending Israel, securing our southern border, and providing oversight and accountability. We must continue to modernize our military. The NDAA fosters innovation by providing for the development and fielding of artificial intelligence, hypersonics, quantum computing, and autonomous systems. The NDAA builds and maintains the overmatch we need to deter China. This legislation counters Communist China's malign global influence in Africa, South America, and Central America. The NDAA removes Communist China from our supply chains and prevents CCP spies from infiltrating our research institutions. The NDAA bolsters Taiwan's defense and support of our Indo-Pacific allies as they work to deter our shared adversaries. This legislation also supports our ally Israel as they defend themselves from Hamas terrorists by fully funding cooperative missile defense programs and expanding emerging technology research and development efforts. The NDAA reforms and improves the acquisition process by streamlining the budgeting, milestone, and contracting processes, making them more efficient, user-friendly, and less costly. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the NDAA includes language that saves our taxpayers over $31 billion by cutting inefficient programs, obsolete weapons, and Pentagon bureaucracy. We live in the greatest nation on earth, and it's imperative that we support those who protect our freedoms. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 25 NDAA is another step in that direction. Now, moving on to H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill is simple. It clarifies the intent of the Energy Policy Conservation Act of 1975 by prohibiting the Secretary of Energy from imposing new efficiency mandates or enforcing existing standards for washing machines unless these standards, 1, are cost-effective and technologically feasible, 2, save the consumers money, and 3, save a significant amount of energy. The Energy Policy Conservation Act of 1975 already requires the Department of Energy to follow specific criteria for prescribing new efficiency standards, and the DOE may only propose a new standard if the new standard results in a significant conservation of energy, is technologically feasible, and economically justified. The DOE under President Biden has consistently ignored the consumer protections built into the underlying statute and has used efficiency and appliance standards to pursue climate objectives over consumer choice. They have attempted to impose these mandates on every appliance in your home: gas stoves, clothes dryers, dishwashers, refrigerators, and air conditioners. These mandates have increased the cost of appliances, undercut appliance production quality, and jeopardized consumer choice. It's just another example of executive overreach that has made the cost of living for everyday Americans more expensive. If the Biden administration has proposed standards in accordance with the law, H.R. 7673 wouldn't be coming to the floor. Finally, we have Senate 4199, the Judges Act of 2024. It's another simple bill, Mr. Speaker. Congress last comprehensively updated judgeships for the district courts in the Judicial Improvement Act of 1990. Since then, the population of the United States has grown by nearly 100 million people, and federal caseload has increased by 40%. In the last 20 years, civil cases pending more than 3 years have increased 346%, and the average time between filing cases and trial is over 2 years, but often it is 3 to 4 years. This bill is based off the 2023 recommendations of the Judicial Conference of the United States and increases district judgeships by 66 over time, splitting the new judges into 6 tranches across at least 2 presidential administrations. Additionally, Senate 4199 amends certain districts in Utah, Texas, and California and requires a GAO report on the caseload of district courts and courts of appeals with recommendations on how to alleviate any caseload-related changes. Mr. Speaker, to simplify it further, this bill requires the President to appoint, with the advice and consent of the Senate, new judgeships for certain district courts by each of the years 2025, 2027, 2029, 2031, 2033, and 2035. That's across 6 different Congresses, across 3 different presidential terms, and at least 2 different presidential administrations. This bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent in August. I want to say that again, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent in August, and the House should now do its part to address the workload demands in the courts. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these important pieces of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman and my colleague from Rules, Mr. Scott, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Families all across the United States want Congress to help lower the cost of living. Whether it's a single mom working to put enough food on the table for her kids, or an elder who tries to stretch their Social Security as much as possible. Millions of Americans also worry about the cost of their utilities. Indeed, utility bills are at the heart of our most basic needs. They are some of the highest costs that working families have to think about each month. H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act. Yes, I know some chuckle just by hearing the title. But the Liberty and Laundry Act betrays Americans' desire for lower cost because it increases utility bills. Energy-efficient washing machines can save the average family up to $285 over the washing machine's lifetime. Republicans would take away these savings with this bill. And this isn't the first appliance where Republicans are raising costs. Republicans are making new refrigerators, dishwashers, and stoves even more expensive to operate. With these bills attacking energy efficiency, they are definitely not looking after Americans' working families. Who are they really protecting? With just 6 more days of the congressional calendar this year, we have a laundry list. Indeed, we need to talk about laundry, but it's the laundry list of unfinished business that Congress should be doing for the American people. However, my colleagues across the aisle decided that a washing machine is more important than Social Security, the Farm Bill, nutrition programs, and so much more. I need to tell you, when I'm in New Mexico, my constituents never ask me about what am I doing about washers and dryers, unless, of course, I'm lost in the hardware store. They do ask, however, about saving Social Security and lowering the cost of medicine. While Democrats have worked hard to protect Social Security and lower health care costs, what do we hear from the other side? Trump's billionaire bros were just here, and they said his plans would, and I quote, necessarily involves some temporary hardship, from billionaire bro Musk, right? Now, I need to tell you, if you're a billionaire, a little bit of hardship you're not going to face with some of the cuts they're talking. Working families will suffer. This rule also includes the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I am pleased that so much of this year's NDAA is rooted in improving the quality of life for our service members and their families. These measures, some of which were described as my colleagues, include things like the 14.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. They're going to provide our military personnel with the resources they deserve. Indeed, it is the care for our service members and shared goal of increased military readiness that typically makes the NDAA very bipartisan. That's why it is indeed disappointing that the Republican majority decided to use the NDAA to attack military families with the inclusion of a provision to attack transgender children. As Ranking Member Smith eloquently discussed at Rules last night, for the first time, the NDAA is attacking a family member's right to choose the health care they need for their kids. He pointed out that there are thousands of families who rely on medical care to improve the lives of children who suffer from gender dysphoria. Imagine, you're serving in the Marines because you and your family love your country, but your child is suffering. He comes to you, she comes to you. Their pain is so great that they tell you they are contemplating suicide. Of course, as a parent, you want to do everything you can to help your child. And the medical profession has tools that can help. They can help you treat your child, save your child, make sure your child leads a healthy, happy life. But Congress is now telling that Marine, you can't get the medical help your child needs. Congress is telling that Marine, we know better. The Committee on Armed Services did not ask for this ban on transgender health care for minors. That was explained to us last night in Rules. This did not come out of the committee whose goal is to look at armed services. No, this proposed ban was inserted by Speaker Johnson. What Republicans are doing is interfering with a parent's ability to get health care for their children. Why do Republicans keep interfering in personal health care decisions? We have Republican politicians sitting on the examination table when a parent is trying to get their children care, just like they sit on the examination table when women are trying to get reproductive health care. This mean provision is a stain on the bipartisan NDAA. I don't know why Republicans keep launching culture wars when the NDAA should focus on preventing wars. Finally, the rule also includes the Judges Act, adding federal judges to ensure we guarantee justice in America. We worked on a bipartisan bargain to do just that. Democrats and Republicans negotiated a good, fair deal to pass this bill, but the deal was to pass it before the election so we could ensure impartiality before anybody knew who had won. Republican leadership went back on that deal and refused to move the bill until Donald Trump won. That's a huge breach of trust. How are we supposed to negotiate unless the other side keeps their promise? Republicans broke their word and broke the deal. Time and again, the Republican majority shows the American people that their priorities are power and partisanship. They did it again with a closed rule for each of these bills, so Congress cannot debate any amendments that were offered. Members should have the opportunity to debate. The American people should have the opportunity to hear where their representatives stand on these issues, where they will vote on amendments, but we keep getting denied the right to have any amendments debated on this floor, the People's House. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take just a second to read to the American citizens the provision that the Democratic Party, at least some of the Democratic Party, are using as an excuse to vote against the National Defense Authorization Act. And I want to read this word for word. Medical interventions for the treatment of gender dysphoria that could result in sterilization may not be provided to a child under the age of 18. Let me read that one more time, Mr. Speaker. Medical interventions for the treatment of gender dysphoria that could result in sterilization may not be provided to a child under the age of 18. That is the provision that they are talking about that is their excuse for voting against the National Defense Authorization Act. We're talking about children under the age of 18, and we are saying that we are not going to allow a surgical procedure on them that could lead or result in sterilization. I don't understand why we're even having this discussion. It defies logic to me that it's even legal to do that to a child under the age of 18. These are permanent and irreversible procedures, and they should not be allowed. And Mr. Speaker, they certainly should not be an excuse to vote against the National Defense Authorization Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from. Does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman from Georgia reserves. Does the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out that once again, these are decisions, individual decisions, with regards to transgender care that a Marine, a naval officer, or enrolled personnel are making in consultation with their doctors and for their family. We are saying we know better. And I would like to point out what happens if your child has not gotten the care they need and have taken their life. 56% of transgender youth attempt suicide. The Republican governor of Utah, when he was vetoing a transgender ban, his words were so moving. He said, I don't really understand this, but it's not my place to understand those decisions. And this is what haunts me, is his statement, I want them to live. That is a quote. But I want them to live. We should want all of our children to live. And we should let the parents of those children take actions so that their children can live. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, and my dear friend and mentor, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized for 4.5 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I got to tell you, I feel like I'm living in an alternative reality right now. I mean, liberty in laundry. Liberty in laundry. Are you kidding me, Mr. Speaker? I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Who came up with the title? ChatGPT? I mean, what's next? Changing the national motto to lint free or die? I mean, but it's no surprise coming from the same Republican Party that gave us the Refrigerator Freedom Act and the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. I mean, is something wrong with them? I mean, I ask that seriously, Mr. Speaker. Americans voted for lower grocery prices, not whatever the hell this is. This is insane. And as I listen to the gentleman on the other side talk about lowering costs for consumers, I have to wonder, what bill is he talking about? Because it's definitely not this one. This bill gives big companies license to cut corners and make bad appliances that use more electricity and water. I mean, to put it simply, they object to appliances that save consumers money on their bills. What the hell planet are these guys living on where that saves people money? I remember, Mr. Speaker, when a washing machine used to last 30 years. People could go on their whole their whole lives without buying a new refrigerator. Now they break all the time. And why is that? It's because these big, huge companies cut corners. And because my Republican friends are letting them do it right here and right now. That's what this is all about. That's the Republican solution. Let the appliance companies cut corners so they can make a buck. Say it will lower costs, and then turn around and act surprised when everyone's crappy washing machine breaks down in 2 years. This bill is about one thing. It's about making money for big corporations at the expense of everyone else. That's all my Republican friends care about. And then we have the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I have to tell you, my friends, the military budget is out of control. We're looking at over $1 trillion. I mean, does anyone here realize how much money that is? And on an agency that cannot even pass an audit. Not once in 33 years has the DOD been able to pass an audit. Meanwhile, I hear from every one of my friends on the other side of the aisle about the deficit, the deficit, the deficit. Long diatribes about the national debt. Where is that energy and passion today as we're talking about an agency that probably wastes more money in a second than most people earn in a year? And the kicker here is that all this money we spend on the military, a huge chunk of it doesn't even go to our troops. It goes to defense contractors. It goes to their CEOs. It goes to the military-industrial complex. No discussion on that on the floor today, just more money, more money, more money for the Pentagon. When does it all end? Now, don't worry, though. The Republicans They found time to strip out language on in vitro fertilization for our service members. They found a way to deny people IVF because of their extreme views on everything under the sun, women's rights, family rights, you name it, they're against it. And they found a way to talk about transgender people, their weird obsession. They talk about transgender people and bathrooms more than they talk about jobs and the economy. They never miss an opportunity to divide people, to double down on the cruelty. And once again, the agenda of this majority is just all screwed up. And today's rule is just the latest example of how wrong their priorities are. Oh, and before I forget, one last thing, Mr. Speaker. This rule that we're debating provides for 3 more completely closed rules on legislation. This is the most closed Congress in history. This is the most authoritarian House in U.S. history. My colleagues are making Putin proud, but I'll tell you this, it's lousy for democracy. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to acknowledge that the citizens did vote for lower gas prices, grocery prices, and secure borders, and an extension of the tax code. And I again want to read the provision in the bill. Medical interventions for the treatment of gender dysphoria that could result in sterilization may not be provided to a child, Mr. Speaker, under the age of 18. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 9643, a bill to protect and expand nationwide access to fertility treatment, including in vitro fertilization. Mr. Speaker, Republicans have been relentless on their attacks against reproductive health care rights, including IVF treatments that are so important to millions of Americans hoping to start a family. Just recently, the House-passed and Senate-passed versions of the NDAA contained provisions to improve IVF access for our service members. But what did Republicans do? They stripped those provisions from the legislation we are considering today. They stripped the recommendations to allow access to IVF treatment. Simply put, that's why we must defeat the previous question and pass H.R. 9643 to ensure that IVF treatment is protected for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Ryle.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. There are only 2 weeks left of this Congress, and I, along with many of my colleagues, want to use that time to do useful things that will actually help the American people. Instead, House Republicans and Speaker Johnson have us debating the Liberty and Laundry Act. But I am here today to urge my colleagues to consider a vote on the Right to IVF bill, a bill that I've been proud to lead this Congress, which would protect the right of Americans across the country to receive fertility treatments. I wish we were not facing unprecedented times where even our most basic freedoms, including the freedom to start or grow your family, are at risk. Like so many hopeful parents, I struggled with my own fertility when having my children, and I'm so grateful that there were no government restrictions on what was available to me. That would have made an already heartbreaking situation even more heartbreaking. Unfortunately, politicians and judges across the country are now threatening to strip hopeful parents of that right. Imagine looking at a couple who has been hoping and praying for a baby for years and has struggled to conceive, or a cancer patient who has been told by their oncologist that treatment could destroy their fertility, and then telling them that they can no longer turn to IVF. Imagine a military couple in the midst of IVF treatments in one state where they are permitted, then being transferred to a new post in a state that forbids IVF. Since long before my time in Congress, I have believed that judges and politicians have no place in your bedroom or doctor's office, and that your personal medical decisions are yours alone to make. That's why I'm proud to be the House lead of the Right to IVF Act, which would ensure hopeful parents across the country have access to the fertility treatments they need and to expand insurance coverage to make those treatments more affordable. With an incoming administration that has promised to roll back reproductive rights, it is more crucial than ever that we pass the Right to IVF Act and prevent access to fertility treatments from being swept up in all the dangerous rhetoric and legislation around embryos and
The
personhood.
gentlewoman's time has expired.
Grant another 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman is granted another 30 seconds.
Instead of wasting time with messaging bills that have no chance of becoming law, Speaker Johnson and House Republicans should be taking steps that would actually solve problems for the American people. Please put the Right to IVF Act on the floor for a vote today and vote no on the previous question so that we can protect Americans' right to build their families free from government interference. I yield back.
The woman yields back. The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell you a couple of the great things the National Defense Authorization Act does. 14.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted. 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. It fixes some of the cost of living and the basic needs allowances for our soldiers. And it authorizes an additional $954 million over the President's request for housing and facility maintenance accounts. Authorizes over $569 million to build new family housing units, $1.2 billion to renovate and build new barracks. Increases access to child care. Authorizes over $176 million for the design and construction of new child care centers. Fully funds child care fee assistance programs to eliminate all fee assistance wait lists for eligible families. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of good things in this National Defense Authorization Act. It takes care of our military servicemen and women, and it makes sure that we're safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, another distinguished member of the Rules Committee, and my friend, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from New Mexico. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a rule that demonstrates much of what is wrong with the 118th Congress under this Republican majority, primarily a failure to do the people's business in a timely and serious manner. This rule has 3 bills. First, there's S 4199, which addresses serious understaffing in our federal courts, which impedes access to justice for all Americans. This carefully negotiated bipartisan bill should have passed months ago, but has been delayed in the House to seek partisan political advantage in the staffing of those new positions. Next, we have the Liberty and Laundry Act, part of the House Republicans' spin cycle to undermine energy efficiency standards for common household appliances. Like the companion bills that have been offered throughout this term, it would hamper the process of setting energy efficiency standards upon which consumers rely to save money and operate their homes more efficiently. Finally, and most distressingly, this rule puts forward a politicized version of the National Defense Authorization Act. For 60 years, Congress has worked in a bipartisan manner to draft the NDAA, coming together to put our troops, veterans, and national security above political considerations. The FY25 NDAA breaks from this tradition. I'm deeply opposed to a provision in this NDAA that will prohibit the children of U.S. service members from receiving medical treatment if they're diagnosed with gender dysphoria. This provision has no business being in an NDAA. At a time when we are struggling to recruit and retain soldiers, ensuring access to medical care for service members and their families is more important than ever. But this bill, as written, will take away medically necessary care. The evidence is clear. Gender-affirming care of various types is life-changing and life-saving for the children who need it. Our soldiers need to be able to focus on their missions, not worrying whether their children are able to get the medical treatment they need. In order to illustrate the impact of this political attack, I would like to share the following story from a military spouse whose family would be harmed by this provision of the NDAA. They write, "My spouse has proudly served in the Air Force for 22 years, dedicating their life to protecting our country. Over the years, our family has moved across the nation and the world, embracing the challenges and opportunities that military life brings. One of the greatest blessings of this life has been the assurance of quality health care for our family. It's been a cornerstone of our stability and a key reason why my spouse continues to serve. Knowing we could depend on the military healthcare system gave us the peace of mind to focus on the sacrifices required of us as a military family. However, I'm now writing to you with great concern and a heavy heart. Recent legislative efforts to restrict or eliminate access to gender-affirming care threaten not only the well-being of my trans child, but also the very values of dignity and respect that our military stands for. This care has been transformative for our child, giving them confidence, joy, and a sense of self that we had only glimpsed before. To have this vital care stripped away feels cruel and unjust. For lawmakers to target military families, families who already sacrifice so much for our nation, only compounds the pain. My spouse has given 22 years to the service of this country, and now it feels as though the country is turning its back on us. I'm thankful to this military family for sharing their story. The ability to obtain medical care for one's child, including gender-affirming care, should be between a parent, a child, and their doctor, and politicians should stay the hell out of it. So, for all of these reasons, I oppose today's rule, and I yield back.
Yields back. The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, as long as that treatment did not result in the sterilization of a child under the age of 18, then there's not a provision in this legislation that should be a problem. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 7673, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act. I'm confident that this year's NDAA will have a lasting positive impact on our national security, and I urge my colleagues to support the rule providing its consideration. The fiscal year 25 NDAA authorizes targeted, responsible investments in critical technologies and future capabilities while restoring our military's focus and lethality. I served with sailors, Marines, and Army folks from all walks of life during my time on active duty. We all bled green, we all bled red, and we're all green in heart. And we are all united in our mission to protect the United States. Putting our differences under the microscope only divides us and distracts us from our mission, so I am pleased that the NDAA gets things like DEI and critical race theory out of the military's divisive issues. I'm also glad that it reauthorizes language I put in last year's NDAA to improve the Defense Department's transparency on how it works with entities that discriminate against conservative voices by steering advertisement dollars away from them. I was also proud to champion specific provisions in this bill that will help us deter and, if necessary, defeat our allies in the future fight. Things like using drones to clear landmines, changing how we do aircraft maintenance by using AI to bring down cost and improve readiness results, and making it easier for the Marine Corps to produce critical capabilities like LPDs and CH-53 kilos as helicopters. Will all help us maintain our edge over our adversaries using these techniques. Perhaps most importantly, the NDAA will drastically improve our service members' quality of life, especially for the junior enlisted. The least we can do for our fellow Americans who take up the mantle of service is to make sure they have good housing, quality medical care, and the tools and resources to raise a family in the military if they so choose. This NDAA deters our adversaries, supports our allies, and exercises Congress' lawful oversight to mandate to cut down on waste and improve the way our military does business within the private sector. I'd like to express my sincerest thanks to Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, my fellow committee members, and all of the staff for their work on this bill. I'm honored to have helped with this bill, and I urge swift passage for the rule and swift passage of fiscal year 25 NDAA. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire if the gentlelady from New Mexico has any additional speakers.
Indeed, we do have additional speakers.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve. The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, my colleague and friend, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman from New Mexico. Mr. Speaker, this is a message to all my colleagues voting on the NDAA and to Americans who might be watching. You are being misled. Our most cynical Republican colleagues are telling you that Democrats are pushing for sterilization and surgery for kids in military families. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not true. That's not what's going on here. Here's what is true. TRICARE currently covers appropriate gender-affirming hormone therapy for all military dependents, period. The kind of care that millions of doctors support as safe and effective. Now, Republicans want to restrict this, but only for trans kids. They are targeting trans kids and their families and saying what kind of health care is appropriate for them. This is a very tiny percentage of the population, and they are using this opportunity to scapegoat them. Now, we know that appropriate and medically recommended care saves lives. We know this. It's well documented. Why wouldn't we want to do everything that we can to save the lives of children? Military families, and I am a member of a military family. I was born on an Army base in Germany when my dad served in the military. Military families carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. They shouldn't have to worry about whether their kids can receive the life-saving care that they need. And our service members have enough to worry about. Why do Republicans want to make it even more complicated for them by limiting health care options for their families? I'm here to say it absolutely loud and clear. Military families deserve the health care that they need. And this includes gender-affirming care options for their children. Service members across this country and across the world deserve so much better than what they are getting from House Republicans. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to read the provision word for word. Medical interventions for the treatment of gender dysphoria that could result in sterilization may not be provided to a child under the age of 18. That is word for word the language in the bill. With that, I reserve. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to close at this time.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close as well. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard from my Democratic colleagues as we have raised our voices in opposition to this rule. We've raised our voices in opposition to this rule for numerous reasons. One is it's not really taking care of the people's business, of their most pressing concerns. Liberty and laundry, really? Liberty and laundry when we could be addressing key things like funding the government, like protecting Social Security, passing the Farm Bill, making sure that we have the nutrition programs so children do not go to school hungry and stay hungry. We need to protect education. We need to do all of these things that the American people are asking for. And what do we get instead? We get their bills for liberty and laundry. You know, and this is a continuation of their other bills. You know, stoves, refrigerators, all kinds of things that mean nothing to the American people, but that mean a lot. That mean a lot to those big corporations and those billionaires. Time and time again, Republicans have come to this floor and told us who they stand with. They stand with the richest American. They stand with the billionaires. They stand with the wealthy corporations who do not want any regulation. When they say no regulation, what they're saying is don't pass the kinds of regulations that save lives. Don't pass the kinds of regulations that make sure that we save money. And so that's when we will constantly point out, every time they do it, who are you standing with? The wealthiest, the billionaires, and we are standing with working families. And then the NDAA, something that is usually and almost always bipartisan. You do not hear a ranking member of the armed services come before the committee and describe how these kinds of provisions are poison pills, how they are a stain on the bipartisanship. And my colleague across the aisle keeps getting up and pointing out one provision, but that provision fails to acknowledge that the lack of care leads to death, leads to suicide. So that you are standing in between a father, a mother, and their child. You are standing in between the parents, the doctors, and their child. And I think that Americans deserve more. We deserve American families, especially those who, as the story for my colleague Scanlon said, have sacrificed so much for our nation, who go and travel from one base to another base to another base, knowing that they can get care for their children. And that we have members on the other side say, no, 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 no. We know better than you. We know better than the parent and the doctor as to what care your child should get. That is insulting to our Marines, to those who serve in our Navy, to those who are deployed overseas and in our bases around our own country. They deserve better. And that's why we are calling out that provision, because it interferes with a family's ability to get care for their children. So, because of these tragic problems and the fact that you don't let us debate anything, all those amendments that were offered, no, we never got to debate any of those. So the American people doesn't know. They don't know. They can't hear us talk about these things. This is one of the only times we get to come and talk about these things. So for these reasons, we urge a no vote on the rule. And with that, I do yield back.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico yields, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think every American knows that when agencies pass rules and regulations just for the sake of passing rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations increase the cost of consumer goods, it doesn't hurt the billionaire. It hurts the working Americans. And this week we have the ability to advance significant legislation in the House of Representatives. The fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act fully authorizes our national defense and improves efficiency while eliminating wasteful spending and harmful programs. It strengthens our military and takes important steps to address the security threats Americans face from our adversaries, including China, Iran, and foreign terrorist organizations. It improves our military readiness, provides robust support to our ally Israel, and supports law enforcement operations at our southern border. And critically, Mr. Speaker, it focuses on improving the quality of life of our service members and their families who sacrifice so much to defend us. This NDAA provides a 14.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. The NDAA has been enacted into law every year for 63 years, and I encourage all members to do what is best for our military and national security and support this legislation. Additionally, H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act, pushes back on executive overreach that is increasing the cost of appliances and diminishing their quality. Again, H.R. 7673 clarifies the intent of the Energy Policy Conservation Act, prohibiting the Secretary of Energy from imposing new efficiency mandates or enforcing existing standards for washing machines unless they are cost effective and technologically feasible, not likely to result in any additional cost to Americans, and save a significant amount of energy. Now again, passing additional rules and regulations that increase the cost of people's appliances doesn't matter to the billionaire, but it does matter to the working American. And I ask my colleagues to support this bill, which supports energy efficiency standards. As long as the technology exists to meet them, they don't take more money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans than they actually save energy. Finally, Senate 4199, the Judges Act of 2024, adds 66 judgeships over 3 different presidential terms. 3 different presidential terms. And it fairly works to address the workload demands in our courts. I call on my colleagues to support this legislation, which passed out of the Senate unanimously. I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those favoring the vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4367, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1612, adoption of the House Resolution 1612 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3613. The electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4367 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4367, an act to provide for improvements to the rivers and harbors of the United States, to provide for the conservation and development of water and related resources and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 18. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1612, on which the clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 99, House Resolution 1612, resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 7673 to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill Senate 4199 to authorize additional district judges for the district courts and convert temporary judgeships, and providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5009 to reauthorize wildlife habitat and conservation programs, and for other purposes.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 210, nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, a request.
Quiet in the House. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The favoring recorded vote will rise as sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on the motion for the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3613, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3613, an act to require facility security committees to respond to security recommendations issued by the Federal Protective Service relating to facility security and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill at the members will record their votes by electronic device? This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 410, the nays are 6. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 9, 2024 at 4:35 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 1868, Senate 3606, Senate 4212. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The House will be in order. Make sure he's ready. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1612, I call up the bill H.R. 7673 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 377, H.R. 7673, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 7673.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act, and I thank Congressman Ogles for leading on this issue. You know, throughout the 118th Congress, the Energy and Commerce Committee has been on the front lines for defending the needs of everyday Americans against the radical climate agenda of the Biden administration. This administration has prioritized expensive and unreliable energy policies that have diminished the quality of life for our friends and neighbors across the country. These harmful policies have sought to direct the energy we use and even the appliances we buy. We've stood on this floor and we've talked about gas stoves, we've talked about dishwashers, talked about HVAC. In Congress, we've talked about the push to electrification and the mandates from the U.S. government to Americans to tell them what kind of cars they have to drive. Not that they want to drive, but cars they have to drive. Today, we're addressing the assault on washing machines, clothes washers. This bill protects the affordability and quality and choice for Americans to decide for themselves what suits their needs best. Thanks to radical climate policies, Americans will spend 34% more on appliances today than they did just a decade ago. These appliances are not only more expensive, they offer lesser quality, with fewer features Americans rely on and shorter lifespans. This legislation will prevent the DOE from enforcing standards for the clothes washers unless they are technologically feasible and economically justified, are not likely to result in additional cost to the consumer, and will result in significant conservation of energy. The American people have spoken. They cannot afford and they don't want more of the same. They have overwhelmingly rejected the Democrat Party and their pandering to the radical climate lobby. Everyday Americans are tired of record inflation, higher energy costs, and just the struggle they have every day to make ends meet. This legislation addresses kitchen table issues for Americans and for their families. The out-of-touch policies of the Biden administration are why the American people decided to elect President Donald J. Trump to a second term.
The gentleman is suspended. The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 119th Congress, House Republicans will continue to fight for hardworking Americans and unleash our energy to lower costs and improve the quality of life for those across the country. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act. I want to thank Representative Ogles for leading this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are quickly approaching the final days of this Congress, and after spending a year on the campaign trail promising to lower prices for working families, today House Republicans are bringing up a bill that will raise energy bills for those very same families. H.R. 7673 guts popular energy efficiency standards for laundry machines, standards that save Americans money on their utility bills and reduce dangerous greenhouse gas pollution at the same time. Now, these efficiency standards create certainty for manufacturers, and they protect consumers from rising costs. And in the case of these laundry machine standards, they also reduce water use, a benefit that could greatly aid drought-prone regions around the nation. What's more, Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's energy efficiency actions are projected to save Americans $1 trillion and reduce greenhouse gas pollution by more than 2.5 billion metric tons over the next 30 years. The laundry machine standard that this bill guts is on track to save Americans $18 billion on their utility bills over the next 30 years as well. But today's Republican Party is unpersuaded by things like facts and cost savings. With this bill, Republicans are proving that their vow to lower costs was nothing more than an empty campaign promise. This legislation actively works to raise Americans' energy bills, also they can curry favor with their special interest friends and do the bidding of their fossil fuel industry friends. Absolutely no one else stands to benefit from this legislation, proving once and for all that Republicans only pay lip service to lowering costs when it's campaign season. And that's why this bill conveniently ignores the efficiency standards setting process that already exists at the Department of Energy, which already requires that these standards result in significant savings, be technologically feasible, and economically justifiable. In fact, DOE's process works so well that the laundry machine standard targeted by this bill was actually the result of a consensus agreement between the appliance industry, efficiency advocates, and consumer advocates. They actually embrace reality. And the reality is that laundry machine standards haven't been updated in more than a decade. Many models that meet the new standard already exist, and appliance manufacturers have said they do not feel burdened by it at all. So all this begs the question, why are Republicans trying to undermine a process that brings everyone to the table to lower costs? Who exactly is asking for this bill? So, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7673 would effectively overturn the Department of Energy's recently finalized efficiency standards and prohibit the department from enforcing any standard that increases upfront costs by even a single penny, completely ignoring the massive savings Americans would enjoy on their home energy bills over the long run. So I oppose the bill because it will increase energy costs for American families, undermine our ongoing efforts to combat the worsening climate crisis. And Republicans will go out of their way to cut taxes for their wealthy business, billionaire friends, but when it comes to taking action that actually lower costs for everyday Americans, they're nowhere to be found. I urge all my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Americans that this mandate by the Biden administration on washing machines will only save them about $9 over the lifespan, $9 total over the lifespan of the unit itself, which is about 13 and a half years. $9 savings over 13 and a half years. Unbelievable. I want to yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Tennessee, my friend, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, the Liberty and Laundry Act, which defends the American people against rogue and out-of-touch D.C. bureaucrats. There might only be 41 days in the current administration, but this administration is still doing its best to make household appliances unaffordable. If he wanted to limit consumer choice, undercut quality, and raise costs for Americans, then Joe Biden couldn't have done a better job. First it was gas stoves, then it's water heaters, HVAC, you just go down the list. Now the Biden-Harris administration is going after your washing machines. When the government tries to micromanage something as basic as your laundry routine, including which washing machines you can buy and how much you'll pay for them, my Republican colleagues and I will take a stand. The Biden Energy Department doesn't even believe in the value of its own rulemaking. As the chairman said, $9 over the lifespan of this device. The upfront cost of the machine is outweighed by this so-called savings. They're imposing energy standards that often mean higher cost on the appliances themselves, longer wash cycles, and perhaps even using more water. The American people pay more for their appliances up front because of these quote-unquote energy or these efficiency standards. Worse, the Biden administration repealed better efficiency standard rules implemented by the Trump administration, with the Fifth Circuit ruling earlier this year that DOE's repeal of President Trump's efficiency rules were arbitrary and capricious. The court found that the Biden administration failed to consider, now keep in mind this is the court, failed to consider things like appliance performance and the fact that the standards were causing Americans to use more water, not less. Some Democrats may want to race down the road to serfdom, replacing the judgments of consumers with those government about what products meet their needs, but I will not allow them to drag millions of hardworking Americans like my district, like the rural parts of my district, who are going to go to their appliance store and pay more. My bill prohibits the Department of Energy from imposing or enforcing standards that would increase net costs to consumers. My bill requires them to include costs related to purchase, installation, so they have to keep this in mind, purchase, installation, maintenance, and replacement costs, forcing them to be honest about the true cost of their rule or the regulation. My bill safeguards your right to choose the appliance that fits your family's need and budget, again, without the burden of the Biden administration. Of course, we won't stop with laundry. We will continue pursuing legislation to stop bureaucrats wherever they choose to make life harder for hardworking Americans. With that, I ask adoption, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield such time as she may consume now to Ms. Kasser, who is the ranking member of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7673. It's a Republican bill that's going to raise costs on American families. Mr. Speaker, years ago, Congress directed the Department of Energy to encourage innovation and cost savings in the appliances we use by working with manufacturers and consumer advocates to routinely update energy efficiency standards. That is one of the reasons why Americans enjoy modern and cost-saving appliances when they go to replace them. And everyone knows that higher standards do not force you to go and replace your washing machine, but when that washer finally breaks, you have the choice to replace it with a better model, one that saves you money. Energy efficiency across all appliances is a huge success. It helps families save money. It improves our lives. Earlier this year, the Department of Energy updated standards for clothes washers based upon the input of a wide range of stakeholders, including the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. That's right, the manufacturers support energy efficiency standards. Also, the Consumer Federation of America and energy efficiency advocates. To them, I say great work and thank you, because over time, Americans will save big on their energy and water bills, while also reducing tons of dangerous carbon dioxide pollution. You could say that energy-efficient clothes washers will provide loads of savings as the new models speed up the cycle to aid the household bottom line. Altogether, with more efficient appliances, DOE projects that the average family could save at least $100 a year
on their utility bills. Plus, efficiency helps cut the pollution that is fueling costly extreme weather events like Hurricanes Helene and Milton that ruined homes and businesses back in my community just a few months ago. So, if the appliance industry supports efficiency standards, and consumer groups support efficiency standards, and 3 out of 5 Americans support the cost savings, why are Republicans making this a priority? Well, here's the dirty little secret. The special interests that profit off of people using as much energy as possible, and who profit when energy is wasted, like oil and gas companies and some utilities, they have a lot of influence here on Capitol Hill. So you can either side with the polluters and their profits, or you can side with the people and their pocketbooks. And I'm going to side with the people and their pocketbooks every time. Appliance efficiency standards are one of the best tools we have to lower household energy costs. So I urge my colleagues not to fall for the rinse and spin, put this bill out to dry, and vote no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this partisan energy appliance bill. Time and time again in this Congress, we keep seeing these bills brought to the floor that are partisan messaging bills meant to rile up the American people, not really get something done, while continuing to put off the work that the American people sent us here to do. H.R. 7673 isn't the first anti-efficiency bill we've seen on the House floor this year. My Republican and they're my colleagues and they're my friends, but I'm not sure what we're really getting done. The Liberty and Laundry Act, along with other anti-efficiency bills this Congress, would delay and weaken popular energy efficient standards, courting favor with polluters, not consumers. The bill attacks existing standards and sends a message to the incoming Trump administration to attack existing standards and undermine the entire program. Bills like the Liberty and the Laundry Act show that Republicans don't want to help save American consumers money on their energy bill. I wish we could work together on doing things that the American people need us to do instead of going after America's household appliances. The fear-mongering continues, and it's nothing more than politics designed to scare consumers. I'm a car girl. Hey, I'm not old, but I'm seasoned. When the administration, Republicans and Democrats, wanted to increase fuel efficiency standards, American consumers wanted it, and yet on the floor of both houses, people stood up against it. And I'll tell you what, the American consumer likes those fuel efficiency standards. It saved them money. The American people sent us here to work together in a bipartisan manner to find common sense solutions. And that's what I want to work with my colleagues on. But we don't have much time left in this Congress. So I'm just saying, can we please work together on the real issues facing the American people, instead of talking about people's dirty laundry? Let me say again, we're polarizing washing machines. Why? We have real work to do to cut costs and make life better for Americans. We need to fund the government. Attacking popular energy efficiency standards is not why our constituents sent us here, though they want us to save them money. So I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 7673. We need to work on things that will make a difference for the consumers every day in the remaining days of the 118th Congress. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point, the payback periods for many of these appliances are uneconomical. Republicans look long-term. Republicans look toward quality and value for the Americans. For example, the payback period for the Department of Energy's proposed closed washer standard for a ventless electric combination washer and dryer, are you ready for it? 46 years. 46 years. For a washing machine that, if we're lucky, will last 15 years. Americans know they have to replace a lot of appliances over a period of time. Mr. Speaker, it's sort of a bittersweet moment for me because this may be the very last time I get to speak from the House floor. And it's an honor to be here and represent the Energy and Commerce Committee, Energy Subcommittee that I chair, on this bill, but it's been an honor to work on so many other bills over time. I've enjoyed working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Ranking Member Pallone has been a phenomenal ranking member for Energy and Commerce to work with. I've enjoyed it. So many others on the other side of the aisle that are too many to name, but Henry Cuellar is a good friend. Scott Peters. Albio Sierras was a good friend of mine that is no longer in Congress. It's been an interesting ride for 14 years in the United States Congress. I've seen a lot on this House floor, from last year with the Speaker's debate, from the original Speaker election that happened in this Congress, back to John Boehner, Speaker Boehner calling me a hardhead on the floor, something I wore as a badge of courage because I was representing my constituents in the 3rd District of South Carolina, who sent me to Washington to be that hardhead because they were tired of seeing runaway government. They were tired of seeing government spending that has created a balance of about $35 trillion in debt that our nation faces today. That's a number that is unfathomable. To work on energy policy has been something I came to Washington to work on, and I was blessed with the opportunity to become the chair of the Energy Subcommittee. And we dealt with energy, grid security, and climate change in this Congress, retitled that committee, but we focused a lot on American energy independence. There's 4 words that I talked about often. That is produce, deliver, utilize, and export. We are blessed in this nation with abundant resources that we need to produce more of. Because using natural gas as an example, we have an abundance. We can't even measure the amount of natural gas that we are blessed with in this nation. And utilizing that natural gas has helped us lower our global carbon emissions. The carbon emissions in the United States have gone down because of the use of cleaner burning American-produced natural gas. But if we produce more, we're going to need to deliver those assets, whether it's liquid fuels or gas or electricity, down power lines, transmission lines. That's the delivery component. We've got to deliver that resource, whether it's electricity produced at a nuclear power plant or whether it's natural gas or fuel oil going to, or liquid fuels going to the refinery. We need to produce more. We need to deliver it to where it can be utilized. We need to utilize it to create the electricity that meets the demands of America and the globe. And energy demand in this country is, and globally, is not going down. It's only going up, and it's going up exponentially globally. And we can help so many people around the world improve their quality of life and their standard of living by exporting more United States-produced natural gas. Help them meet their global carbon emissions goals by utilizing cleaner burning U.S. gas, taking their coal-fired power plants offline and using U.S. gas to produce the electricity that makes the lives of their constituents and their citizens much better. These are things we've worked on, and I hope Congress in the future will continue to work on, yes, lowering our global carbon emissions because cleaner air is just the right thing. Whatever side you come down on the global climate change aspects, cleaner air is good. And we can do that by utilizing more U.S.-produced natural gas. So produce more, deliver more, utilize more, and export more to help our friends and allies in Eastern Europe that are facing energy security issues because they depend on Russia, They looked west to the U.S. to help them meet their energy needs. But yet we debate things like washing machines and stoves and dishwashers, but we have had the opportunity to work on real substantive issues for American energy policy under my tenure as energy chair, but also under Kathy McMorris Rogers, a great American who chaired the Energy and Commerce Committee for this Congress, has been a great leader. But she's also somebody that cares about more than just energy. She cares about the whole spectrum of energy and commerce, from children's online safety to privacy, data privacy. But she also understands the need for American energy independence. And I've been blessed with the opportunity in Congress to stand here, and I want to give a shout out to Doc Hastings, who was former chair of the Natural Resources Committee, gave me the opportunity twice back in the day when we actually did motions to recommit, and we had those speeches. Ranking Member Pallone, you remember those days, and you know, honestly, that was some of the funnest debate on the House floor. You heard cheers. Trey Gowdy was up here and others. I miss those days in the United States Congress where we interacted a little bit more. I want to thank the Energy and Commerce staff that's sitting behind me and the full committee staff that has made this job much easier, providing us the information that we need to debate properly. This is a great institution. I've been honored to be a part. I want to thank the House staff, because you guys are great. You make order out of all this chaos. And it's chaos many, many days. But we're all here elected, both a Republican and Democrat, to do what's best for the United States of America, a country that we love, every one of us. We may have differences of how to get there, but making America great, being the best nation we can be, providing for our constituents, providing for our nation, being a strong nation, that's something everybody believes in. We just have different approaches, but nobody dislikes one another. And that's what really makes the United States House of Representatives so special. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this today on the floor. I thank my Creator for giving me the opportunity to do this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yield myself the remainder of the time. Let me start by thanking Mr. Duncan for all that he's done for many years in Congress, and particularly on the Energy and Commerce Committee. We were at the Rules Committee last night, and we actually said that we enjoyed being at the Rules Committee and sparring back and forth, and I think we really meant it. Not too many people would say that when they go to Rules, to be perfectly honest. But that's because he's always been a gentleman, and he's always concerned about doing the right thing. One of the things in the Energy and Commerce Committee that we do all the time is try to come to a consensus. It's not always possible. That's certainly not possible on this bill. But we really try to get things done. We try to build a consensus and do what we think is going to make a difference to improve the lives of the American people. So I want to thank you for the comments you made. Thank you for your service, and I know we're going to see each other, after this year as well. Hopefully a lot. So thank you again. I just wanted to summarize. Maybe this bill is a good example of what I just said. I understand where the Republicans are coming from, but I just strongly disagree. Frankly, because I think for many years now, the Department of Energy has had the obligation to try to come up with better efficiency standards for appliances, and usually it's done on a consensus basis with industry, and it has to, under the current law, save money. In this case, it's not only saving money over the life of the washing machine, if you will, but also saving water, reducing the amount of greenhouse gases that go into the atmosphere. I think the one thing where we differ is, Mr. Duncan has talked about maybe that, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that maybe the price goes up $1 or a few dollars from where it is right now. But over the life of the machine, you actually are saving money. And that is exactly what the department is supposed to look at when they look at not only the energy savings, but the reduced costs to to the consumer. And that's maybe where the difference lies here. But the bottom line is that this standard doesn't go into effect until 2028. It certainly is my experience, and they've done focus groups and other things on this to show that people actually want more efficient machines, and they want the new technology that goes with it. And so I think it really makes no sense to simply say we're going to wipe away these efficiency standards for laundry machines. We've done it, we've had similar bills on refrigerators and other appliances, because what we're all about in this country is using technology to make things more efficient, make things cheaper, and make things better for the future. So that's essentially why I oppose the bill and would ask my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. With the gratitude of the House, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I think the difference between Republican administration and party and Democrats comes down to government mandating certain choices and Republicans believing in free markets and market choices, market opportunities. If Americans want to buy something in their mind is more efficient, that can save them money, maybe will last longer, that's up to the Americans. The market will step up and provide those opportunities and provide those products. If you want an electric vehicle, the market is going to provide that. Shouldn't be mandated. So I want to thank my colleague from Tennessee for approaching this bill that's dealing with washing machines. But the broader picture is the mandates from the administration to tell Americans the only choices they have aren't going to save them that much money in the long run, as we've pointed out. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor. Vote no on the motion to recommit. Vote in favor of this legislation, H.R. 7673. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Rule 1612, pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
Now the question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider.
I would ask for the yeas.
The gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Nice job. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9769.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9769, a bill to ensure the security and integrity of United States critical infrastructure by establishing an interagency task force and requiring a comprehensive report on the targeting of United States critical infrastructure by People's Republic of China state-sponsored cyber actors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 9769.
Without objection,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 9769. As we have all witnessed in recent weeks, foreign malicious cyber actors are continuously attempting to infiltrate IT environments in a wide range of U.S. critical infrastructure sectors. The DHS Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act will establish an interagency task force chaired by the CISA director to address the cybersecurity threats posed by PRC cyber actors, including Volt Typhoon. I commend my colleague, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, for her leadership in confronting these threats, and I'm proud to have joined her in introducing this legislation. I urge support, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our adversaries are growing bolder and more sophisticated in using cyber tools to gain access to government and critical infrastructure networks. As we speak, the federal government and its private sector partners are working to understand the full scope and scale of the telecommunications hacked by state-sponsored threat actors from China, known as Salt Typhoon. The Salt Typhoon telecom hack follows warnings issued earlier this year by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and its federal partners that state-sponsored threat actors from China are, quote, seeking to pre-position themselves on IT networks for disruptive or destructive attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure, end quote. H.R. 9769, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act, formalizes interagency efforts already underway to defend against state-sponsored threat activity directed by the People's Republic of China. Notably, it would establish an interagency task force and a reporting requirement to ensure Congress is informed of sector-specific cyber threat trends and additional resources or authorities the government needs to protect government and critical infrastructure networks, among other things. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9769, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party and other adversary nation states and criminal networks have been exploiting our critical infrastructure and collecting information on American officials, posing a grave threat to our national security. Malicious cyber activity by the CCP represents a calculated effort to gather intelligence on IT systems vital to U.S. national security, public safety, and economic stability. Specifically, the CCP's state-sponsored cyber actor known as Volt Typhoon has conducted a coordinated campaign to infiltrate the information technology environments of a wide range of critical infrastructure sectors of the United States, including sectors like communications, transportation, energy, and water. H.R. 9769, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act, will create an interagency task force chaired by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, director, and co-chaired by the FBI director to address the cybersecurity threat posed by CCP cyber actors. This bill will improve our defensive and offensive capabilities in cyberspace and requires the task force to provide a classified report and briefing to Congress annually for 5 years on their findings, conclusions, and recommendations relating to malicious cyber activity. Specifically, this task force will help Congress create a mitigation strategy every year to help us prevent future cyber attacks and protect our national security. It is time to mitigate this threat and secure our networks and infrastructure to protect all Americans. We must address the grave threat China and other foreign adversaries pose to our cybersecurity. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 9769. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentlewoman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9769, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9769, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9769? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9689.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9689, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a DHS cybersecurity internship program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include any extraneous material on H.R. 9689.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 9689, the DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act. I thank my colleague, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, for her work on this legislation, and I urge support and reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, according to testimony before the Homeland Security Committee earlier this year, there are approximately 2,000 cybersecurity vacancies at the Department of Homeland Security. Recent cyber intrusions like the Salt Typhoon telecom breach demonstrate the urgent need to fill those empty desks. And that's why I've introduced H.R. 9689, the DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act. This bill codifies DHS's cyber internship program, helping ensure DHS continues to expand its efforts to support individuals seeking to join the cyber workforce. Internships are particularly valuable for building the workforce because they help build the connection from school to work. For students, they provide critical work experience that can help launch their careers with the practical skills they'll need in the workforce. For the department, internships can help support the cyber mission while building a pipeline to future employment at DHS. And importantly, these internships are paid, ensuring the program is accessible to all. This summer, 85 interns participated in DHS's new cyber internship program. Enacting this legislation will ensure that DHS continues the program while adding new oversight requirements to keep Congress informed on how the department is recruiting interns, utilizing the program to support its cyber mission. Additionally, my legislation directs the department to meet cyber talent where it is, whether in high school, community, or 4-year colleges, technical schools, or graduate school. Recruiting cyber talent from a broad range of educational institutions will result in a bigger pool of applicants and reflects best practices that more employers should implement. I thank Subcommittee Chairman Garbarino for co-sponsoring this bill and my colleagues on the Homeland Security Committee for supporting it at our markup in September. I look forward to similar bipartisan support in the full House. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentlewoman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. The DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act will advance our shared goal of strengthening the American cyber workforce while supporting DHS's effort to recruit the next generation of cyber talent and to defend the homeland. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 9689, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9689, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9689? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6229.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 675, H.R. 6229, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to authorize a program to assess the threat, vulnerability, and consequences of terrorism or other security threats as appropriate to certain events and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6229.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program Act. I thank the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, for bringing this measure forward, and I urge support of the measure, and I reserve.
And reserves, the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act, sponsored by the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus. H.R. 6229 is a bipartisan bill that will help make our communities safer during large public events and mass gatherings by ensuring that our state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement have access to tools, resources, and help from the Department of Homeland Security. We all know that the United States hosts some of the world's greatest events, from professional football games to Formula One races to rodeos, state fairs, NASCAR, and so on. Every one of these events, big or small, requires security planning and management by state, local, tribal, and territorial officials. Good planning and management is what it takes to prevent threats at mass gatherings and public events, and in the event of any danger, respond quickly and effectively. H.R. 6229 is an opportunity for Congress to provide our communities with planning and management resources by authorizing the Special Event Assessment Rating Program, known as the SEER program within DHS. The SEER program has had great success in every one of the states we represent, helping us ensure safe and enjoyable experiences at home events, big and small. What SEER does is measure the risk of a terrorist attack or other hazards as appropriate on a special event. Events are submitted by DHS by a state, local, tribal, or territorial partner for an assessment. Under the bill, DHS may provide security coordination and protection support for events with the most serious ratings. Earlier this year, in a hearing during Police Week, former Atlanta Chief of Police Rodney Bryant told the Committee on Homeland Security that the SEER program and DHS resources helped him ensure a safe experience for Americans attending the Super Bowl and college football playoff championship. And looking forward, our communities are going to need even more help from DHS than the SEER program. In addition to longstanding large-scale public events like NFL games or New Year's Eve celebrations in the Times Square, the United States has a robust and growing presence on the Formula One racing circuit. And in just 2 years, we will be host to the World Cup. DHS recently informed Congress that the World Cup matches across the country in Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Los Angeles, Miami, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, and New York and New Jersey are SEER rated and will need federal help to secure their global soccer matches. Mr. Speaker, it is time we authorize this critical program and ensure that these social, sporting, and other events can be freely, safely, and without fear, can be enjoyed freely, safely, and without fear. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentlewoman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, the author of the bill.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you for yielding the time. I rise in support of H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act. Nevada's 1st District, that I'm proud to represent, hosts hundreds of high-profile events each year that require considerable security measures to keep safe the Southern Nevadans and the thousands of visitors who attend these events. While state and local law enforcement take the primary responsibility in providing support for local events, many occasions, from the Super Bowl to Formula One races, require additional federal support to ensure that security measures are hardened to prevent and protect against bad actors intending to do harm. Through October of this year, about 35 million visitors have come to Las Vegas. This includes 5 million who came for conventions, 330,000 who attended the Super Bowl, and 300,000 who were there recently for Formula One. But major events like this don't just occur in my district, they occur all around the country. Our country hosts some of the world's greatest events, as you have heard. In communities across the United States, special events routinely draw visitors from around the country and around the world, necessitating large-scale security coordination and assistance from the federal government. Our next decade will be crucial for the United States as we host several large-scale events that will draw millions of visitors. These will require enhanced security coordination. They include the World Cup, the Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games, Men and Women's Rugby World Cup, and Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, in addition, that will give our country the opportunity to show off to the rest of the world that we are the unparalleled sports, entertainment, and hospitality capital. My bill, H.R. 6229, the DHS Special Events Program and Support Act, will enable the federal government to support these local jurisdictions in safely hosting these events. The SEER program within DHS helps to provide this supplemental federal support on an ad hoc basis, but it's never been authorized into law. This legislation does just that and in turn fortifies the existing program to better equip law enforcement authorities to prevent, mitigate, and respond to threats to events that happen in all our districts. Importantly, it codifies a standardized SEER process into law, ensures DHS maintains its risk-based methodology for event review, and allows expedited consideration or reconsideration of events that receive an initial SEER designation. I want to thank Representative Richard Hudson of North Carolina for partnering with me on this legislation to codify the SEER program, as well as Representatives Rob Menendez of New Jersey, Anthony D'Esposito of New York, and Jared Moskowitz of Florida for co-sponsoring the bill. I thank the chairman and ranking member for bringing it to the floor, and I urge all members to vote in support of this bipartisan measure. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, authorizing SEER's great work will ensure that DHS may continue providing risk assessments and support to certain pre-planned special events across the United States. I thank Representatives Titus of Nevada, Hudson of North Carolina for introducing this bill, which will strengthen Homeland Security and protect our greatest community events from terrorism or other security threats. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 6229, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6229, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6229? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7365 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7365, a bill to provide pre-check to certain severely injured or disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7365.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 7365, the Vets Safe Travel Act. The bill would make the Transportation Security Administration's pre-check program available to certain disabled veterans. It is an important piece of legislation, and I thank the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for his attention to this matter. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, during this era of partisanship and discord, there's one issue on which I hope we can all agree: that veterans who are disabled while serving our country should be provided the utmost care and respect. Unfortunately, our current airport security screening systems cause unnecessary delays and intrusions for many disabled veterans. The Vets Safe Travel Act, H.R. 7365, would help address these challenges by allowing veterans with service-connected disabilities and severe injuries to enroll in the Transportation Security Administration's pre-check expedited screening program at no cost to the veteran. Doing so will allow disabled veterans to move through airport screening quickly and with minimal hassle. Importantly, such veterans will still be required to undergo the background checks required for all passengers enrolling in the pre-check program, thus maintaining the integrity and security of the program. In addition, during committee consideration of this bill, Democrats offered an amendment that will ensure the bill does not unintentionally require TSA to increase pre-check enrollment fees for all other passengers to pay for the enrollments of disabled veterans. By passing this bill, Congress will improve everyday life for disabled veterans as they travel. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank Chairman Green for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, my great state of Arizona is home to over 450,000 veterans, and nearly 30% of those veterans live with a disability. My legislation, H.R. 7365, the Veterans Expedited TSA Screening, or Vets Safe Travel Act, will provide optimized security screenings to veterans with catastrophic service-connected disabilities free of charge, connect veterans to the VA for expanded access to the benefits they deserve, and restore veterans' dignity and independence while traveling. Traveling through standard airport checkpoints with severe injuries can present significant challenges for disabled veterans. They often must wait in long, winding lines, remove their shoes, and maintain balance to stand in a security scanner. For many disabled veterans, these can be difficult tasks and can prevent a fall hazard or require special assistance. By providing TSA PreCheck free of charge, my legislation will create a more honorable travel experience for veterans with prosthetics, vision impairment, paralysis, relying on wheelchairs, and those other mobility aids. That Safe Travel Act will also help create an improved airport experience for everyone by decreasing congestion at the standard security checkpoints. To obtain the benefit, the VA will certify that a veteran has a service-connected disability and is therefore eligible to apply for the program at no cost. TSA is also required to partner with veteran services and their organizations to make veterans aware of this benefit. TSA must also submit a report to Congress about the program to ensure it's working efficiently. Importantly, my bill specifically prohibits any budget gimmick used to offset costs by increasing the fees for other TSA PreCheck enrollees. This year, the Honor Flight Network welcomed 302 veterans from my state of Arizona alone to our nation's capital. These veterans deserve the star treatment from departure to arrival and back. H.R. 7365 will ease the burden of any air travel on disabled veterans, their families, and caregivers, and pave the way for additional accessibility reforms in veterans air travel. I thank the Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security as well as the Chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs for prioritizing the quality of life for our disabled veterans. I ask my colleagues to pass this bipartisan legislation that helps disabled veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentlewoman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we owe our disabled veterans not only our gratitude for their service, but our commitment to their continued care. This is a sensible bill that would help ensure disabled veterans are provided the benefits and dignity they deserve. I urge all members to support this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to myself.
Gentleman is recognized.
I am appreciative of both Mr. Gosar as a veteran myself and Mr. Thanadar, the Democrat co-sponsor of this bill, for their hard work on it and their whipping of it and whipping me in the committee to get it done. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7365, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rule and pass the bill H.R. 7365? Those in favor say aye. Amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule is passed. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Got ahead of myself. Thanks. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9668 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9668, a bill to establish in the Department of Homeland Security a working group relating to countering terrorism, cybersecurity, border and port security, and transportation security threats posed by the United States, by the Chinese Communist Party, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 9668.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9668, the Shield Against CCP Act. Throughout the past few years, the Chinese Communist Party has increasingly threatened our security, the security of our homeland. We must begin to come up with serious solutions to this very serious problem, and this bill is an important start. This bill will require DHS to establish a working group to appropriately address and counter these threats. I commend my colleague, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for his work on this measure. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the actions of the Chinese Communist Party at home and around the world have shown us that China is intent on undermining the global standing of the United States and weakening democratic institutions and norms. According to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, China is expanding its covert influence and aims to sow doubts about the U.S. leadership and undermine democracy, including by interfering in our elections. The FBI director has stated that the CCP poses a broad and unrelenting threat to the United States' critical infrastructure. H.R. 9668 would require the Department of Homeland Security to establish a working group to coordinate its efforts to address threats that the CCP poses to the homeland. The working group would evaluate threats posed by the CCP, identify what DHS is doing to address these threats, identify what more could be done to address these threats, and then facilitate coordination across DHS to holistically address the threats from the CCP. By supporting this bill, Congress can ensure that DHS has a strong and unified response to the Chinese Communist Party provocation and aggression. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 9668, the Shield Against the Chinese Communist Party Act. We can all agree that the Chinese Communist Party poses a clear and present danger to America's democracy and homeland security. The CCP exploits every possible avenue to undermine our national security, and the Biden-Harris administration's open southern border policy and soft on China policies have only aided our adversaries' ability to harm American interests. Our immigration system is routinely exploited by the CCP through identity theft, immigrant and non-immigrant visa processes, and unlawful border crossings. According to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection data, in fiscal year 2021, there were 323 apprehensions of Chinese foreign nationals. Nearly 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration have ballooned that number to 64,000. In addition to exploiting our immigration system, the CCP also engages in theft of U.S. intellectual properties and technology, which comes at a significant cost to our economy. It is estimated that China's IP theft alone costs the average American family of four anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 annually after taxes. It is critical that DHS do more to combat these complex threats both at home and abroad. For these reasons, I introduced H.R. 9668, the Shield Against the CCP Act. This legislation will require the Department of Homeland Security to establish a dedicated work group to counter threats posed to our homeland security by the Chinese Communist Party. Specifically, it will require them to examine, assess, and report on DHS efforts to counter the threats posed by the CCP. To ensure DHS is held accountable, H.R. 9668 also requires DHS to report annually to Congress. It is our duty in Congress to ensure the safety and well-being of our great nation, and we must not ignore the increasing aggression and influence of China on the global stage. I want to thank Chairman Green and all of the members who have supported this legislation. I urge all members to join me in supporting this critically important piece of legislation to protect our national security and safeguard our interest. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, the bill's Democratic lead.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Green. Thank you, Congresswoman Clark, my good friend. I rise in support of a bill I authored with Congressman Strong, the Bipartisan Shield Against CCP Act. The Chinese Communist Party is intent on promoting authoritarianism by weakening America from within. They seek to take our greatest strengths, pluralism, diversity, free speech, capitalism, and representative government, and use them against us. China uses our freedoms, our social media, and our open society to sow chaos and division in our country. They know we cannot solve difficult problems in an environment of fear and anger, so they encourage fear and anger. They promote the most extreme sides of our thorniest debates, whether it's Black Lives Matter versus Blue Lives Matter, or transgender versus evangelicals, or Israel versus Gaza. The Chinese Communist Party promotes the most extreme positions on both sides of the debate, not with the objective of winning a debate, but fomenting dissent in America. Add to this the theft of intellectual property, threats to our critical infrastructure, and trying to intimidate U.S. citizens through transnational repression. We must act. The fact that today we are promoting bipartisan legislation is our greatest possible response. Democrats and Republicans can work together
to combat this threat. Our bipartisan bill counters the Chinese Communist Party with strength by, one, building the capacity of the Department of Homeland Security to fight predatory economic and trade practices. 2, preventing identity theft. 3, strengthening our border security. 4, providing the Department of Homeland Security with adequate resources to protect our critical infrastructure. 5, improving cybersecurity. And 6, fighting transnational repression and criminal organizations. The FBI director has stated that the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, poses a broad and unrelenting threat. The Chinese Communist Party is also engaged in a brutal campaign of transnational repression targeting democracy, advocates, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, Uyghurs, and other ethnic minority groups. The Chinese Communist Party actually targets Americans, including my constituents. Just before Thanksgiving, after years of fighting for his release, I received the incredible news that my constituent, Kai Li, was finally released to the U.S. after nearly a decade of wrongful imprisonment in China. If we're to honor the years Mr. Li spent in Chinese detention, we must remain clear-eyed about the CCP's threats and redouble our efforts to counter it. Among their provocative actions and tactics is transnational repression, which can be illustrated through the torment of Dr. Gulshan Abbas and her family. In 2018, Dr. Abbas was taken to a Uyghur forced labor camp. Her crime? Her sister, Rushan Abbas, an American, spoke out against the Uyghur genocide during a panel discussion here in America. So her sister was put in prison in China. Think about it. The CCP is not only carrying out mass detention, torture, forced sterilization, and forced labor against religious minorities within China, but also imprisoning family members of American citizens to suppress free expression here in America. Let me be clear. The United States cannot waver in the face of this unrelenting strategic adversary. Today, we must demonstrate our resolve by supporting the Shield Against CCP Act, which will help ensure that our government has a strong and unified response to the Chinese Communist Party's aggression. Working with Congressman Strong demonstrates that when we work together, we will succeed. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentlewoman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I would like to thank Representatives Strong and Swazi for leading on this bill, and I urge all members to support this legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I echo those comments. Another great bipartisan effort in the Committee on Homeland Security. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9668, and I yield the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9668 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection. Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. She's ready. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 2781.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2781, an act to promote remediation of abandoned hard rock mines and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy, and the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Utah.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on S2781.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S2781, the bipartisan and bicameral Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act. I'm the Republican sponsor of the House companion legislation. This bill is critical to removing the obstacles that are preventing the cleanup and remediation of important land and water resources in our nation. This map shows the hundreds of thousands of estimated abandoned mines sprinkled across the United States. This is not only a Western issue, but a national one. Historic mining in the U.S. predates modern environmental laws and current reclamation standards. This leads to the creation of abandoned hard rock mine lands, which can pose environmental and safety risks to surrounding areas and communities. Despite the danger, nonprofit organizations, mining companies, state agencies, and other stakeholders with the willingness and expertise to clean up these mines are deterred from taking action. Under the Clean Water Act and the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or CERCLA, Good Samaritans who wish to clean up an abandoned mine would assume liability for the pre-existing mine waste or pollution that they did not create. As a result, remediation efforts are stopped before they can even begin. This bill directs the EPA to establish a pilot permitting program for 15 low-risk projects to allow true Good Samaritans with no legal or financial responsibility or connection to an abandoned hard rock mine site to remediate and clean up sites, leading to improved environmental and safety conditions. S2781 is the right start to allow for the cleanup and remediation of these mines in Utah and across the country while providing narrowly targeted liability protections for Good Samaritan volunteers. This bill has robust bipartisan support from a significant number of stakeholders across the political spectrum. The legislation also passed out of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee by voice vote and full Senate by unanimous consent, and the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee by voice vote in September. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S2781, the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act, authored by Senator Heinrich of New Mexico. This bipartisan bill, also introduced in the House by Representative Malloy and myself, would address the significant environmental challenge posed by tens of thousands of abandoned hard rock mining sites by creating a pathway for Good Samaritan entities to receive the legal assurances they need to move ahead with remediation of historic mine pollution. I applaud the bipartisan work that's gotten the bill to this point, and I'm pleased to see that we're on the cusp of enactment. The potential harm to the environment and society caused by these abandoned mines is great. Tens of thousands of miles of streams around the nation are contaminated by acid and metals drained from these abandoned mine sites, and hundreds of thousands of acres of lakes and reservoirs are impacted by runoff from abandoned mines. The Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act of 2024 would establish a pilot program to allow EPA to continue certain permits to allow remediation of abandoned hard rock mine sites. The legislation has the support of a range of outdoor conservation groups, including American Rivers, National Parks Conservation Association, National Wildlife Federation, the Nature Conservancy, and Trout Unlimited. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Utah is recognized.
I now recognize Representative Moore of Utah for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Utah. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act, introduced by my colleague from Utah, Representative Malloy. Around the country, and particularly in the West, thousands of historic hard rock mines lay abandoned, posing risks to public health and the environment. Many of these sites sit on the same public lands on which we recreate and thoroughly enjoy. The leftover residues, chemicals, harmful contaminants affect thousands of miles of streams and waterways, endangering wildlife and fish. Clearly, there's a problem to be solved here. And too often in this body of Congress, we create more problems than actual solutions. This bill is fundamentally different for the way that it tries to approach and address this issue that exists out in our communities. This bill will accelerate remediation work by allowing Good Samaritan organizations and state agencies to voluntarily take action and clean up abandoned mines to protect water quality. With the enactment of this bill, we will help ensure that these sites are restored and no longer pose risks to the public. A key word on that is voluntarily. If we don't get in their way for these Good Samaritan and state agencies to actually solve this issue, we'll continue to have these problems going forward. In Utah, we know the importance of being good stewards to our resources, and this legislation is vital to passing on to our land and our future generations. I thank Congresswoman Malloy and her work on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to Representative Pallone.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to S2781. And to be clear, I strongly support cleaning up abandoned mines, but this bill contains language that would undermine the cleanups it aims to support. It opens the floodgates for bad actors to take advantage of Superfund liability shields and loopholes created by this legislation for the very first time. Providing broad Superfund exemptions undermines our ability to protect the communities we're elected to serve. For example, during a cleanup, a so-called Good Samaritan may do an inadequate job or make the toxic contamination at a site worse. And under this bill, they would not be held responsible for the harm that they cause. And by exempting polluters from liability, Congress would be shifting the cost of these cleanups onto the taxpayers, and I don't think that's right. I fear that Congress is opening a Pandora's box where every corporation and polluter will be asking for their own sweetheart Superfund exemption. What's more, this bill gives the incoming Trump Environmental Protection Agency administrator unilateral power to decide which entities are Good Samaritans and which are not. The Trump EPA also has sole power to choose which sites get selected for the program and to determine if a site is truly cleaned up in a reasonable amount of time under vague terms that make it difficult to ensure that adequate protection for human health and the environment takes place. Now, EPA, the agency in charge of implementing the provisions of this bill, has also expressed serious concerns. The bill opens the program to additional litigation, takes away the possibility of downstream communities holding Good Samaritans accountable in case of a spill, and leaves taxpayers on the hook to pay for cleanup pollution that's discovered after a permit expires. For decades, the Superfund program, Mr. Speaker, has worked to clean up toxic sites across the nation, particularly those contaminated with radioactive material and heavy metals. It has a strong bipartisan history of cleaning up sites, regardless of location, or regardless of who's responsible, or which political party controls Congress or the White House. And I believe allowing the Trump EPA to politicize this successful law is a mistake. Giving the Trump EPA additional tools to undermine Superfund cleanups should not be the way to close out this Congress. Now, I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I have consistently been willing to work with bill supporters to address deficiencies to recognize the critical role that Good Samaritans play in mine cleanups, while also making sure we don't create new toxic Superfund sites in the process. But unfortunately, attempts by me and others to improve this bill or alleviate those concerns has not been granted or didn't take place. So I simply cannot support the way this bill is phrased. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman reserves.
Oh, reserve. Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I now recognize Mr. Fulcher from Idaho for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my good colleague from the state of Utah, thank you for your work and leadership on this. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of S2781, the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act of 2024. According to the Government Accountability Office, there are over 140,000 abandoned hard rock mines on federal lands. At least 22,500 of these mines pose serious dangers to the communities around them. Historically, the Coeur d'Alene Mining District in Idaho stands as one of the most productive mining regions in silver and lead in the United States, with a legacy dating back to the 1890s. However, this history has resulted in thousands of abandoned hard rock mines on federal lands, and in some cases, they degrade the environment. This bill simply provides limited liability protections for groups willing to step up and help. It allows Good Samaritans, nonprofits, private organizations, and local governments to clean up and remediate these sites effectively without fear of incurring harmful liability under the framework of CERCLA and the Clean Water Act. Mr. Chairman, this is needed. Government can't and shouldn't do everything. This legislation simply encourages public-private partnerships to tackle this issue and effectively and do it in an effective and affordable way. I encourage your support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman
I reserve.
reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to Representative DeGette.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan Good Samaritan Remediation for Hard Rock Mines Act. This bill would establish a pilot program for 15 low-risk abandoned mine remediation projects to be approved by the FDA and to be conducted by qualified state agencies, local governments, and nonprofits. It does not provide unlimited protection for everybody. It's a pilot project. In Colorado and across the West, we're surrounded by the legacy of our pioneering mining industry. But with that comes the responsibility to address what's left behind at mining sites. According to the GAO, of the nearly 140 abandoned hard rock mines in the U.S., we have 23,000 of them in Colorado alone, with over 7,400 of them posing environmental risks. Under current law, groups that volunteer to clean or restore a former mining site could become liable for the site, even if the group played no role in causing the pollution before remediating the site. The Colorado Department of Natural Resources has told me that that hurdle has stopped cleanup efforts in Colorado. This bill represents a critical step forward, empowering those non-responsible parties who are ready, willing, and able to help, and to improve water quality in and around abandoned hard rock mines to obtain a permit to clean those sites. By establishing a pilot program, abandoned mines can be remediated over the next 7 years, and we will learn lessons on how to best permit and manage remediation of those sites going forward. In September of 2023, the Biden administration's recommendations to improve mining on public lands called for the establishment of a Good Samaritan remediation. The administration, quote, strongly supports the establishment of a Good Samaritan remediation program through the bill. I urge passage of this bill that will allow us to address the important environmental issues, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Utah is recognized.
I now recognize Representative Garrett Graves from Louisiana for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentlelady from Utah, Ms. Malloy, and the gentlelady from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, for coming together in this important bipartisan legislation. Look, the reality is that there are abandoned mines all over the United States. Very few in Louisiana because when you go subsurface, you hit water in most cases. But we do have some mines in the northern part of the state. But the reason I'm excited about this legislation is because it incentivizes the right type of behavior. Mr. Speaker, you got to think about the two alternatives here. One alternative is that you leave these abandoned mines and the environmental risk they pose unadulterated. You just leave it. You leave the risk there. You leave the threat there. The other is you allow, let's be clear, a good Samaritan, someone that wants to come in to help carry out remediation efforts. This can't be someone that created the mine. It can't be someone who's an RP or otherwise has liability associated with the mine. It's folks that want to come in to eliminate the risk, to reduce the risk, to clean things up. This is exactly the type of behavior that we should be incentivizing. This is exactly what we should be doing. And in fact, I would love to see us actually expand this into areas like coastal Louisiana, where we've lost 2,000 square miles of our coast, incentivizing good Samaritans to come in to carry out remediation efforts or restoration efforts. I want to thank the gentlelady from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, for taking a leadership role and working together with my good friend, Ms. Malloy from Utah, coming together in this great bipartisan legislation. And I'll say it again, this type of of pilot program is the exact thing that we should be doing on a more broad basis, on an expanded basis, because this incentivizes the right type of behavior, it eliminates risk, and it eliminates threats to the environment. And I appreciate you bringing this legislation up and urge support. Yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to Representative Susie Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ms. Peltola and Ms. Malloy for their leadership. Abandoned hard rock mines are scattered all across the American West, including in my own district, which is home to some of the oldest mines lands in Nevada. Their pollutants are poisoning our waters, threatening tribal lands and resources, and creating hazardous landscapes that have injured and killed Americans. A range of highly qualified partners from state and local agencies to the nonprofit guardians of America's great outdoors, such as Trout Unlimited, stand ready to work with the federal government to clean up these sites. In today's bipartisan, bicameral legislation that will safely and responsibly cut through red tape, currently preventing these Good Samaritans from doing so. It has taken 25 years of consensus building to craft this version of the Good Sam bill now on the floor. That's a quarter century of collaboration that has earned this version of the bill the support of every member of the U.S. State Senate, our Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, a bipartisan coalition of lawmakers, myself included, who have led the charge to get this legislation across the finish line in this Congress, and stakeholders from the Nature Conservancy to the National Congress of American Indians and the Western Governors Association. But here's a sobering reminder. Across these multiple decades of debate, abandoned hard rock mines have continued to send mercury, arsenic, lead, and other toxic materials into our rivers and our communities. Let's take a look back in history to highlight just one example. When the senator from Montana first proposed the Good Sam legislation back in 1999, officials from the state were hoping that it would provide a pathway for them to help clean up an 1800s era abandoned mine polluting Montana's Corbin Creek. 25 years later, with Good Sam bill after Good Sam bill dying here in Washington, Corbin Creek still remains on Montana's list of impaired waters to this day, and for no good reason, because Good Samaritans have been willing to actively assist. The time for talking over, it is now time for the House to act. Before Congress adjourns, we have a historic opportunity to put our nation on an accelerated path to cleaner waters and safer landscapes. This Good Sam bill is a good bill. The Clean Water Act and Superfund both aim to restore and maintain the integrity of America's waters, and this bill moves us closer to that objective. It also includes multiple protections and provisions to prevent any abuse or backsliding. I ask both my Republican and Democrat colleagues to join me in voting at long last to pass it. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, mining is a very interesting field, and a lot of modern mining is very, very environment conscious. I think it's noteworthy to recognize that all rock is between 0 to 6 or 7 stages of acid rock leaching. All that means is if you crush rock, very acid leaching rock, if you just crush it, its exposure to water and air becomes a contaminant to fish. Acid rock drainage was not very well understood in some of the early mines, and I know that there are a lot of entities who are very interested and have a lot of philanthropic money behind them to put towards remediation and reclamation. This act provides a reasonable, common sense approach to ensure that voluntary parties who had nothing to do with the causing of pollution are able to take steps to reduce the environmental, health, and safety problems associated with abandoned mine sites. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Utah is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
The Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act, the Good Samaritan Act, is the right step forward. There is a clear irony here that the Clean Water Act and CERCLA are unintentionally standing in the way of sensible, low-risk mine cleanup. I ask that my colleagues support this monumental legislation, the concepts for which have been in the works for over 2 decades. The strong bipartisan nature of this bill cannot be overstated, with senators and members of Congress working alongside stakeholders and industry leaders across the political spectrum, including the White House, to make this bill into law. Thank you to my co-lead, Congresswoman Mary Peltola, for her leadership and partnership, and for the support of the bill's bipartisan co-sponsors. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2781? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8692 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 656, H.R. 8692, a bill to require that the Amtrak Board of Directors comply with the open meetings requirements of Section 552B of Title V United States Code and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy, and the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Utah.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 8692.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The government in the Sunshine Act, or Sunshine Act, was established to increase the public's confidence in its government. Under the Sunshine Act, meetings of government agencies must be open to the public unless one of the statute's exemptions applies. The Act defines an agency as one headed by a collegial body, a majority of whose members are nominated by the President and whose appointment is subject to advice and consent of the Senate. This clearly describes Amtrak. The need for full transparency at Amtrak has never been greater. Here are just a few examples. First, last fiscal year, Amtrak reported operating losses of $757 million, losses made up for by taxpayers. Its Acela 2 train sets are more than 3 years behind schedule, and the delays have cost Amtrak more than $140 million in lost revenues. Additionally, the Northeast Corridor Commission estimates its state of good repair backlog on the Northeast Corridor exceeds $78.7 billion. Further, the Biden administration's infrastructure law provides for more than $66 billion in advanced appropriations that Amtrak can use to expand service regardless of the need to make a profit. With so much of the taxpayers' money in Amtrak's hands, there clearly needs to be more transparency and accountability for the decisions made by the Passenger Rail Services Board, and this bill provides just that. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8692. This bill requires Amtrak's Board of Directors to hold open meetings, ensures the public is notified of upcoming meetings, and allows the public to observe board meetings. The bill increases transparency and allows exceptions when certain sensitive financial and contractual obligations are discussed, including contract negotiations with Amtrak's workers. Transparency is important, and the concept of open board meetings has support from the Rail Passengers Association and the States for Passenger Rail Coalition. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Utah.
I now recognize Representative Nels of Texas for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 8692, the Amtrak Transparency and Accountability for Passengers and Taxpayers Act, is essential legislation for mandating transparency from Amtrak. This bill applies the government in the Sunshine Act of 1976 to Amtrak, requiring meetings of its board of directors to be open to public observation. Think about that. Open to public observation with certain exceptions. Amtrak's status as a governmental entity for the purposes of the Sunshine Act is beyond dispute. All its voting board members are nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate. It shares characteristics with other government-created and sponsored entities that require board of director meetings to be open. Amtrak receives substantial taxpayer support. Never in its more than 50-year history has it made a profit. 50 years. And now it has access to more than $66 billion, that's with a B, folks, for those of you upstairs, $66 billion in taxpayer support through the Biden administration's infrastructure law. How this funding will be utilized and how Amtrak is managed is of great importance to its customers, employees, and taxpayers at large. It's often said that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Opening up many of Amtrak's board of director meetings will better ensure that its decisions are made in the best interests of the public. With so much at stake, Amtrak should not be the exception to transparency. I'm grateful to Chairman Graves and the members of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for supporting H.R. 8692, and I urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. This bill will increase transparency of Amtrak decisions as Amtrak uses federal funding to improve operations. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 8692 represents an important step in providing much-needed transparency and accountability to meetings by Amtrak's Board of Directors and the decisions they make that involve billions of taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8692 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 7673 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9668. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the passage of H.R. 7673, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 377, H.R. 7673. A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 200. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on a vote of the motion from the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9668 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title.
H.R. 9668, a bill to establish in the Department of Homeland Security a working group relating to countering terrorist, cybersecurity, border and port security, and transportation security threats posed to the United States by the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 409, the nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without further objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a request. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4545, a bill originally introduced by Representative Gallagher of Wisconsin for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? George. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable Georgian.
Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent?
I do seek unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable Georgian, Mr. John W. Mixon. Mr. John has made an almost immeasurable impact on the state of Georgia. After graduating from the University of Georgia, Mr. John went to work in the timber industry with the Great Southern Paper Company. He then worked for the Georgia Forestry Commission. For the next 34 years, John Mixon played a leading role in turning Georgia into the #1 state in America for forestry. His work was both visionary and comprehensive. Starting as a technician and rising to the director of the commission, he worked tirelessly towards his goal of making the Georgia forest industry into what it is today. He started the Forestry Reforestation Commission that was responsible for planting a world record 600,000 acres of pine trees. He established Georgia's first forestry museum and educational forest, and the Georgia Tree Coalition, which planted thousands of trees in the 1996 Olympic venues throughout the state. Mr. John served and held leadership positions in numerous professional and civic organizations and received the Soil Conservationist of the Year award from the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the highest recognition of his professional contribution was receiving the Wise Owl Award from the Georgia Forestry Association. This significant achievement was well earned and deserved. As a result of Mr. John Mixon's vision and hard work, literally thousands of Georgians work in the timber industry, and the industry has massively impacted the economic well-being of our state of Georgia. Just as importantly, Georgia's environment is better off and the timber industry is environmentally sustainable. We all owe Mr. John Mixon a debt of gratitude for making our world a much better place. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today on UN Human Rights Day, we reaffirm our commitment to justice, equality, and human dignity, values that are reflected in Texas's 18th Congressional District, and I hope that we as members of Congress and Americans reflect it as well. Houston resettles over 3,000 refugees annually through the UN Refugee Agency, supported by organizations like the Alliance and YMC International, providing housing, education, and health care for refugees. With over 300,000 human trafficking victims in Texas, collaboration with the UN Office on Drugs and Crime has been vital, supporting programs like the Houston Rescue and Restore Coalition. My mother, the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, worked closely with the UN to address human rights issues. She partnered with the World Health Organization to combat public health disparities, focusing on maternal health and HIV/AIDS in underserved communities. Additionally, she supported the UN's efforts after Hurricane Harvey, helping to coordinate relief and provide essential resources to displaced families. As we honor Human Rights Day, let us remember the dignity of all who traverse this great earth we call our home, and let us continue these efforts to advance justice and equality for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate a very fine young man from Tennessee's 2nd District, young Jack Felton. Jack is a proud member of the fall 2024 pledge class of the Sigma Chi fraternity at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, where he was recently initiated. Jack graduated from the Webb School of Knoxville, where he served as captain of the baseball team and played shortstop. He thinks quickly, he's got steady hands, and he works very hard. Jack is majoring in agribusiness. I know he'll find success wherever his life takes him. I know his parents, and they raised him well. He has 4 sisters, 3 here, and 1 sweet little girl in heaven. Jack has been a lifelong Vols fan, and he's the 4th in his family to attend UT, and he truly bleeds orange, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt Jack will continue to make his family proud by attending every single class, as his father did, and not staying out late when he should be in the library. But I did want to remind the members that one of our other fraternity brothers, Scott Davis, owned a bar on the Cumberland Avenue Strip, and its name was The Library. I look forward to seeing all the great things he'll accomplish, and I expect to see his pledge class at the top of the GPA letterboard this semester. Jack, congratulations on your initiation. Go Vols, and in hoc signo win case.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday morning, a new day dawned in Syria. The world saw stunning images of liberty emerge in the world's oldest continuously inhabited capital city of Damascus. Syria was freed from the 55-year-old regime of Bashar al-Assad, who had turned it into a dictatorship. It was not totally clear who the rebel factions were that swarmed through the towns of Aleppo, Hama, and Homs, and then the capital city. As a result of the fall of Assad, the spiderweb of tyranny between Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China has been weakened. Iran and Russia could no longer prop up their puppet. The days ahead for Syria are uncertain, but the Syrian people deserve a chance to rebuild a civil nation of their choosing after decades of turmoil. Hopefully it will be a tolerant society, accepting of people from all religious confessions. Under that dictatorship, over 500,000 people suffered horror and death at the hands of Assad. Others were held warrantlessly in captivity by this ruthless dictator. My hope is that the Syrian people may have the chance to write their own intelligent chapter in human history. While the future of Syria remains uncertain, we should recognize this spirit of triumph. Millions who fled the scourge of war will have a chance to return home free of bombs. Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield back my time, and I thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ware County, Georgia, for celebrating its 200th year anniversary. Ware County was founded in 1824 and resides in Georgia's 1st Congressional District, which I have the honor and privilege of representing. Originally carved from Appling County, Ware County was named after United States Senator Nicholas Ware, who served as the mayor of Augusta, Georgia before his term in the Senate. Today, Ware County is recognized as one of the leading counties in South Georgia, as it is home to the 451st Militia District, the oldest in our entire country. The county site, Waycross, has grown from a small town with nothing more than a log courthouse to a city serving 14,000 people and large manufacturing companies such as Stewart's Candy Company. Waycross is also bordered by the beautiful Satilla River, which became a busy route in the early 1800s for transporting longleaf pine trees to sawmills on the coast. In fact, Waycross is the largest city and the largest county and the largest state east of the Mississippi. I'm proud to celebrate this anniversary with Ware County and our great state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Michael Alexander Raimondi, a remarkable young man from Westchester County who was taken tragically from us far too soon. Michael was a bright and imaginative soul who brought joy to everyone around him. A student at Somers High School and a member of the Westchester County Police Cadet Program. He had begun exploring his love for forensic science and criminal justice. His creativity knew no bounds, from crafting intricate origami designs to building automotive Lego masterpieces with his brother and grandfather. Michael's gentle and nurturing spirit shone through in his love for animals, his deep bonds with family, and his quiet yet purposeful way of expressing himself. His love for music, gaming, and endless laughter with his brother Matthew created memories that will live forever in the hearts of those who loved him. Though his time with us was far too brief, Michael's vibrant spirit and boundless imagination left an indelible mark on Somers and all of the Hudson Valley. May his memory be a blessing to his family and all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to extend heartfelt congratulations to Mayor Jim Luke on being named the recipient of prestigious 2024 Excellence in Government Award. This is a remarkable achievement, and Mayor Luke is only the second mayor in history to receive such an honor. Luke has spent his career improving the city of Picayune, Mississippi, starting his career as a police officer at the Picayune Police Department. Under Luke's leadership, the Picayune Police Department achieved significant advancement in community engagement and public safety. Luke initiated an innovative programs such as the Teen 411 program and the police camp, aimed at fostering positive relationships between law enforcement and youth. As chief, he spearheaded the partnership Pride and Progress program, which revolutionized public safety, technological capabilities without incurring additional costs to the city. Through innovative partnerships with local businesses, the program facilitated the exchange of information and resources beneficial to law enforcement and the community. His outstanding dedication, visionary leadership, and tireless commitment to improving the lives of those in Picayune have truly earned him this recognition. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a dedicated leader guiding our community. Mayor Luke, thank you for your exceptional contributions in serving the city of Picayune with unwavering distinction. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker, and I appreciate the time to come here in December. Not sure if we'll get time next week here on the floor. And as we look forward to Christmas, I think it's important to remember why we're here and why we're here in the House. Christmas 1777 was one of the lowest and most desperate points of American history. General Washington, fresh off defeats at Brandywine and Germantown, had marched the battered Continental Army to winter quarters at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Frozen rain, snow, and brutally cold temperatures tested not only the men's resolve to fight for freedom, but their bodies' ability to withstand the elements. They showed up low on provisions. It was so bad that in a letter on December 23rd, General Washington wrote to Henry Lawrence of the Continental Congress that, quote, "I am now convinced beyond a doubt that unless some great and capital change suddenly takes place, this army must inevitably be reduced to one or other of these three things: starve, dissolve, or disperse. This is not an exaggerated picture. Historians estimate that as many as a third of them didn't have boots or shoes. Washington ordered soldiers to build wooden huts for themselves to stave off the cold and to search the surrounding countryside for straw to make bedding to keep them warm. They didn't have enough blankets to go round, after all. In the same letter, Washington also noted that his army was in danger from the enemy. General Howe was nearby, and Washington needed his men ready to rock and roll, but they couldn't do it. Quote, "I ordered the troops to be in readiness for an attack, but behold," Washington wrote, "to my great mortification, the men were unable to stir on account of provision. All I could do under these circumstances was to send out a few light parties to watch and harass the enemy." His officers were resigning, leaving the camp, and he fretted that without congressional action otherwise, quote, I much doubt the practicability of holding the army together much longer. How did we get here? 12 months earlier had been one of the high points of the revolution of Washington's military career. Victories at Trenton, victories at Princeton, crossing of the Delaware, and the daring Christmas Day surprise attack on the Hessians. This year it was burnt mutton and watered-down grog for an army that was cold, starving, and on the brink. 2,500 out of 10,000 would die there from disease and exposure. We know that's not the end of the story. We know that because I'm standing here on this floor in the United States House of Representatives as a citizen of the greatest country in the world. Baron von Steuben got to camp in February of 1778 and started whipping the Continental Army into better shape. And Washington's men kept up the fight until Yorktown 3 long years later. But now, Mr. Speaker, and to my friends and colleagues that are here in the chamber, the few remaining, it's now our turn to fight. We are at a, relatively speaking, low point in our country's history due to the unbelievable, but yet completely observable, negligence, nay, I say, purposeful actions of the current administration to undermine the safety, security, prosperity, and well-being of our people and our nation. We have millions of people who have been dumped into our country illegally, including criminals. We have $36 trillion in debt, another $2 trillion a year. It's really another $1 trillion every 100 days, little over 3 months. Americans are in record levels of personal debt because of the record levels of inflation and a hamstrung economy by bureaucrats and progressive radical Democrats who want to micromanage your life, regulate your life to death, tell you what stoves you can use, what cars you can drive up the price of your cars, your houses, your schools, your health care, and then thank you for the privilege. The world around us is in chaos. We see what's happening in Syria. We saw what's happening in South Korea. We see what's happening around the globe. Ukraine, Russia, the empowerment of Iran, although thankfully the resolve of Israel standing strong while our country has walked away from that fight. And that's all due to the weakness of the Biden administration that it has shown for 4 years. Now it is our calling in this Congress to stand up alongside President Trump to stand up and fix it. But the calling for our Congress is not to simply walk back some of the failures of this administration. It is not to ask for some quick fixes. It is to fundamentally change the trajectory of our country. It is to take bold action. It is to pass serious legislation. It is to fundamentally change our reliance on debt and profligate spending that is indebting our children and driving up inflation because we're spending money we don't have. We have an obligation to fight for the American people. That is our calling. And as we wrap up this year, and we have several really important fights and debates to continue to finish, whether it's the National Defense Authorization Act, which unbelievably our Democratic colleagues are resisting and saying they're not going to support. Why? Because Republicans have taken the position that we shouldn't have taxpayer funding at the Pentagon for transgender surgeries for children. Our Democrat colleagues are so committed to the mutilation of children that they would choose not to authorize the defense of the United States. That is the world in which we are currently operating, yet it is Republicans who are standing here in defense of our children while trying to make sure our defense is strong. But the NDAA is not where it should be, let me be clear. Because of radical progressive Democrats in the Senate and the House, we have miles to go. We have an obligation to do our job. We have an obligation to not spend money we don't have. We have an obligation to pay for the disaster aid that so many of my colleagues understandably want and seek for their constituents in the wake of hurricane damage or drought or issues that are facing our people. We have an obligation to pay for these things. Else we are no better than the people we criticize. Come January, after we do whatever we're going to do here in December with respect to the funding of government, the disaster funding, the National Defense Bill, Farm Bill, all issues that are still right before us. We have a new president, we have a new Congress coming in, a new Senate, all Republican. What will we do? I'm here to suggest to you that through the reconciliation tools, we can make serious change. Now, here I want to pause for a second. I have colleagues of mine who rightly, on both sides of the aisle, will point out that reconciliation is supposed to be a budget tool for reconciling the budget and ensuring that we're frankly working to achieve balance and not spending more money than we should. And that very much should be the priority of budget reconciliation, and I will endeavor to ensure that we follow that path. But I want to remind the American people that the reason they cannot afford health care, the reason they cannot go to the doctor of their choice, the reason they are frustrated with the American healthcare system today, the reason insurance companies are making billions of dollars while you suffer, the reason for that is your federal government. It's a federal government that has overpromised, overregulated, and are now telling you precisely what kind of health care you can have while then enriching insurance companies to administer it for you. You can't go to the doctor of your choice. You can't get the health care of your choice. We don't have robust health savings accounts. We haven't empowered you. We've empowered bureaucrats. Bureaucrats in Washington and HHS, bureaucrats at CMS, managing Medicare, managing Medicaid. We've empowered insurance bureaucrats. We've empowered corporate cronies. What we have not done is empowered you. What we have not done is empowered doctors. We must do that if we're going to claim the mantle of not just healthcare freedom and making America healthy again, but if we're going to actually say that we're going to be fiscally responsible. You cannot solve our $36 trillion of debt if you don't solve the burden of healthcare. When we get to January, when we are sworn in, when we have counted the electors for President Trump, when the Senate is in session, we should act with dispatch to pass a reconciliation package right out of the gate that secures the border of the United States. It was the fundamental promise of the Trump campaign, but more importantly, what President Trump has campaigned on all the way back since 2016, what President Trump did while he was in office from 2017 to 2021, and the fundamental failure of the Biden administration to purposefully flood our country with some 10 million odd human beings, including criminals, weakening our border, fentanyl, all of the dangers that have been posed to the American people, including the murders of Americans, deaths from fentanyl poisoning, but the burden on our social welfare state and our schools and our jails and our hospitals. So obligation number one for this Republican Congress is to ensure that we secure the border, or at least take step one to secure the border. What will that mean? Well, we need to build the wall. President Trump ran on building the wall in 2016, so let's provide the funding through reconciliation to ensure that the wall is built. But number two, the wall does no good if you have policies in place that allow people to be released into the United States. So that is what the Biden administration has done. So we must fund and empower ICE to carry out the repatriation of millions of individuals who are illegally placed into the United States in violation of law, in violation of statute, in violation of parole, in the name of parole, in the name of asylum. These individuals must be removed and repatriated through funding to ICE and Border Patrol. We need to fund the migrant protection protocols that President Trump was using to ensure that Mexico is upholding its end of the bargain and not dumping people into our country. We need to pay back the states that have had to be on the front lines when the federal government failed us, like Texas, that has spent $12 billion over the last 4 years to stand in the breach. Other states, too, have a claim to having stood up to try to secure the border. We should impose fees, monthly and annual fees, on those who have been paroled into the United States and those that have been given notices to appear in court. We got to pay for all that. Impose fees. Impose fees on application of work permits. Ensure that welfare benefits only go to United States citizens and legal permanent residents, not parolees, not asylees, not people who are legally present. Currently, that is costing us upwards of $160 billion over 10 years. Yes, your tax dollars are going to fund welfare benefits for people who have been illegally placed into the United States or who illegally came here. Additionally, let's make Mexico and other bad actor states pay for the wall by imposing a tax on remittances sent by non-citizens here abroad. Impose taxes or fees on non-governmental organizations that have been taking taxpayer money just to use against us and move people here illegally into the United States. Require illegal aliens to cover the cost of background checks. Impose fees on aliens that fail to provide approved unexpired identification documents at ports of entry. Increase financial penalties for visa overstays. Increase fees on student visas to stop the foreign takeover of U.S. colleges. Beef up 287G to allow local law enforcement to collaborate with federal law enforcement to enforce our border security and immigration laws. These are just some of the things, pretty exhaustive list, that we can do, should do, and must do right out of the gate in January when we have the pen. We can do it, and by the way, we can pay for it. And we must. Let me be clear. For all manners of our choices on reconciliation, we will pay for them. We will achieve deficit reduction, not deficit increase. That is our calling, and we must achieve it. Failure to do so will not succeed. We can repeal the expanded Internal Revenue Service funding. I'd rather pay for Border Patrol agents than to pay for Internal Revenue Service agents. Some $50 billion sitting there. Let's use that to secure the border of the United States. Let's repeal the student loan policy of the Biden administration, in which Americans that never went to college or have paid off their student loans or don't qualify are paying off the student loans of other Americans. Why? My wife's student loan hasn't been paid off. She's now working on it for 20 years, the product of a single mom. Worked her butt off to go to school, had debt sitting there. She's been paying it down, working hard to pay it down. There are thousands, millions of those people in this country who have followed the law, done their responsibility, worked hard to pay off the student loans. Joe Biden comes in and says, don't worry about that. I'm going to take from you. I'm going to give it to these other people. End that. That could get us between $100 billion and $270 billion. Take that, fund the things we need to do that the Constitution calls for us to do. Repeal the SNAP Thrifty Food Plan. You know what that was? A massive expansion done by the stroke of the pen, just like the same stroke of the pen that Joe Biden used to expand these student loan bailouts, to expand food stamps effectively and to walk into, let's just continue to fund the worst form. Huge percentages of the food stamps go to sugar drinks and all of the things that are making us unhealthy and making us obese and making us overweight, so that we can then go to pharma and go to big insurance and go to big hospital and say, please save us from ourselves. And the government subsidizes both. The federal government subsidizes the poison. The federal government subsidizes the over-medication. The federal government subsidizes the bureaucracy. And guess what? We're all worse for it. And we're $36 trillion in debt. How about we stop doing that? Every member of Congress is going to have some constituency telling them why they can't do that. You're going to have somebody saying, if you do that, my rural hospital might have a problem. If you do that, my local business, my local sugar growers, my local, manufacturers, who cares? That's not our job. Forgive me to channel Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, but we're not supposed to be here to funnel printed money to our local districts. We're not. That's not why we're elected. Yet, unfortunately, too many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, that's why they're here. Don't do that. We could repeal the EPA EV mandate rule. $113 billion we could save to stop the ridiculous rule to mandate that 2/3 of our fleet turn to electric vehicles by 2032. That is absurd. If you even converted the entire American fleet today to electric vehicles, you would diminish CO2 production by less than, I think, 2%, a fraction. I don't even think it's that high. It would be minimal impact. And you can't even do that. Like, even if we wanted to, we couldn't do that. So why would we drive up the cost of automobiles, make them less reliable, harm the economy, spend money subsidizing something that's not going to produce the result that it said it's going to produce? Also, some people can run around flying to Davos in their private jets, patting themselves on the back, which is precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and gas bags like John Kerry do. I'll probably get admonished for that one. The fact of the matter is, we have an obligation here in Congress to do the job we said we would do. And I give this speech, and I give it pretty regularly, but I'm going to keep giving it. Because I got to be honest with you, this job has its pros and its cons. The cons list tends to stack up. You're away from your family, you're traveling and all of that, but it is a great honor and a great blessing. But one of the great blessings is when you're around the country and you see somebody, or like the woman that I ran into on the street, walking up the street, coming up to the Capitol, who just said thank you. Thank you for fighting for us. Thank you for giving us a voice for sanity. The American people just want their country back. If you want to know what this election was about in November, they just want their country back. They just want common sense back. They just want sanity. And here we are again, sitting here on the eve of passing a National Defense Authorization Act, which my Democrat colleagues, mostly, many of them, are saying they don't want to support because, again, we're limiting the use of taxpayer dollars to go to transgender surgeries for children. So we have a defense authorization bill that's something like, $900 billion to authorize the national defense of the United States. I'm just walking through George Washington and all of those men freezing to death, didn't have socks, didn't have shoes, suffering. The General Washington thought he was going to lose the army. Fast forward to Christmas of 1944. And our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, some of our fathers were sitting in a foxhole in Bastogne, freezing to death. For what? For a country that would take taxpayer dollars to fund through the national defense of the United States the mutilation of children? And my Democrat colleagues want to hold up the National Defense Authorization Act because we dare say that children shouldn't be mutilated? That is the current Democrat Party? You want to know why they were thrown out on their ear in November? That's why. And now we should lead farther. I heard some rumbling on this side of the aisle that the Speaker shouldn't have included that language in the bill. The Speaker was exactly right to include that language in the bill. We have an obligation in the House of Representatives, the people's house, not to punt. I hear my colleagues saying, well, President Trump will come in, he'll take care of it. I understand that we believe that the policies that will be adopted by the president will be much more to our liking. But what about your constitutional obligation? What about our job? What about our use of the power of the purse? The United States House of Representatives is supposed to be the closest to the people. The people didn't sign up for this. The people just want a military that's lethal again. They just want a military that's not woke, that isn't going through all sorts of nonsense trainings at the academies or at the Pentagon itself. And they sure as hell don't want their taxpayer dollars going to the mutilation of children. Let's not forget that this same National Defense Authorization Act will continue to allow and promote the use of taxpayer dollars for adult transgender surgeries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if we pass this bill, this horrible bill, according to our Democratic colleagues, that shouldn't have this provision to protect children, our great win is to pull back the Overton window, pull back the goalpost from full transgender surgeries being funded through your tax dollars through the Pentagon to, well, we'll just do adults but not do children, we think. We'll still fund the Chief Diversity Officer, whatever that is and whatever value that's providing for the Pentagon. We will still continue to authorize all manners of programs. We still have a bill that's larded up with conservation programs and all sorts of things. It's not just a specific defense bill. There are a variety of reasons to oppose this legislation because we can do better. It can be more focused on lethality. It can be with fewer dollars. Our job is to represent the people. It is not to represent the latest focus group at frickin' Yale University that sit around talking about what woke nonsense they want out of our Pentagon. But yet that's what our Democrat colleagues are doing. We'll see what happens tomorrow when we vote on this defense bill. I think it's useful for the American people to see precisely the values of our radical progressive Democrat colleagues on this particular issue. But it is incumbent upon Republicans for us to advance the ball, to shrink the size of government, actually shrink the size of government. Don't hide behind Doge, don't hide behind Elon, don't hide behind Vivek. Don't say, oh, isn't it great? They're going to do all this stuff. They're going to take this stuff in. They're going to use AI. They're going to crowdsource. And then what? What? They're going to present recommendations to secretaries. Secretaries will implement some of that stuff. Meanwhile, Congress will continue to appropriate. Congress will continue to authorize. What will we authorize? What will we appropriate? Will it be responsible? Will we shrink the size of the bureaucracy? Will we make government more efficient and effective and focus on its actual constitutional provisions? Will we address the massive problem with the automatic spending that is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, now increasingly the Veterans Administration, that is on autopilot? 70% of the budget, 70% of what we spend every year is on autopilot. And we don't touch it. And my Democrat colleagues will say, you're going to push Granny off a cliff. And my Republican colleagues will say, we can't cut discretionary spending because we must focus on so-called mandatory, automatic spending. But then we never have proposal. We never come to the floor. Now, one of my Democratic colleagues was walking by me earlier. I won't name this individual, lest I get that individual in trouble. And I was given an interview, and they asked me about whether Obamacare subsidies should be on the chopping block for this round of debates on reconciliation later this year in tax policy. Now, my answer, as someone who opposed the implementation of Obamacare, was to not focus on Obamacare. My answer was simple. The American people deserve robust health savings accounts in which they can choose their health care, where they're empowered, their doctors empowered, and insurance companies, bureaucrats, hospitals, and pharma are not empowered. And this Democrat colleague was walking by and said, hey, I can support that. Those are the kinds of conversations, if we want to be serious about driving down the cost of health care so we can actually balance our budget, that we must have in the context of reconciliation. And my message to my Republican colleagues is, if you think you're going to come in this chamber and waltz in here and say that we're going to pass tax reform, extend the tax cuts without dealing with spending, you're mistaken. You're mistaken. If K Street wants to come down here and make their case for all the tax provisions they want, and look, there's a lot of small businesses and people across America who care strongly about getting the tax policies that I agree with that we ought to put in place. Expensing, research and development, pass-through tax policy. But to be very clear, tax policy is not going to move off of the House floor until we deal with spending. We are going to cut spending. We are going to put us on a path to balance. We're going to reduce deficits, or I will be an opponent of tax policy. And many of my colleagues will, because the time is now. No more games, no more gimmicks, no more short-term extensions to get a political win. Both sides of the aisle, this has to end. We get busy, this Congress, figuring out how to be fiscally responsible, dramatically cutting the bureaucracy, shrinking Washington, empowering Americans. I'm reminded, as I wrap up here, signal to my colleagues who are next. I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's a gentlelady from Tennessee or not, but whoever's next. Valley Forge was not the end of the story for this country when I opened up my remarks about General Washington and the suffering of those soldiers under his care and watch. Because those men, freezing, starving, and uncertain of the future, not knowing what laid in front of them, they didn't give up. General Washington wrote in that pre-Christmas letter, and I quote, "We have not more than 3 months to prepare a great deal of business. If we let these slip or waste, we shall be laboring under the same difficulties all next campaign." Washington knew that every low point was a time to prepare, to keep moving, to get things in place for the next fight, because those low points are where opportunity lives. That's what we can learn from and what we have to imitate here. We have 4 years to make transformative change, or we will squander everything that those men at Valley Forge fought for and gave us. All of those men who fought in the Civil War in the 1860s, all of those men who stormed the beaches of Normandy, ended up at Bastogne. So what are we going to have written on our headstone when this fight is over? Did we keep and preserve this republic for our kids and our grandkids? That should be the question that guides everything we do as Republicans in charge of this House chamber going forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshu, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to give valedictory remarks as my service as a United States representative comes to a close. Nearly 32 years ago, I arrived in this chamber after the people of the most distinguished congressional district in our country gave me the honor of a lifetime to serve as their representative in the Congress. Over those years, I've worked to live up to that sacred trust that they placed in me, and I can say that I've given it my all. In 1993, I was sworn in as a member of the largest freshman class since World War II, with 110 new members, and one of the 47 women elected in the House in that year of the woman. I was the first Democrat and the first woman in the history of my congressional district to represent it. During that time, I had the honor to serve among the giants of the Bay Area delegation: Congressman George Miller, Congressman Norm Mineta, so many from the Bay Area, known as the conscience of the House of Representatives, and my forever Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. They gave me the guidance I needed to accomplish my goals for my first term. And in my second term, I became a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, the committee, one of the oldest House committee, legislative committee, and the committee with the broadest of jurisdictions. From that powerful position of enormous privilege, I was determined to be an ambassador to the future from Silicon Valley, from that district, drafting and passing 68 bills into law signed by 5 presidents. I didn't do this alone. Nearly every single bill was bipartisan, and many had more than 200 co-sponsors. I'm proud of this body of work and what we achieved together. During my tenure, I've witnessed much. We've witnessed much together. The horror of September 11th, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, a painful and deep recession, the loss of over 1 million American souls to the pandemic, and January 6th. But there were so many high points. The passage many years ago in 1995 of the Telecommunications Act, the Affordable Care Act, where finally we had a national health plan, a real health plan for the American people, the Violence Against Women's Act, the end of over 100 years of silence by the United States with the passage of the Armenian Genocide Resolution, and the election of the first woman Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Each weekend, I have flown home to be with my constituents, and I've seen the words of the laws that we have written walk into people's lives. In my community, as in so many others, federal grants paved new bike paths, created ADA accessibility, and unveiled a 21st century transportation system of electric trains. I heard from my neighbors about small improvements, like my law many years ago to lower the volume of loud TV commercials, and big improvements like children whose lives were saved because of new pediatric treatments at Stanford's Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. I'm especially proud to have created 2 new federal agencies to bring life-saving research to the American people: the Biomedical Advanced Research Development Authority, we call it BARDA, and the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, ARPA-H. That agency is at work today to pursue the cures for those diseases that are death sentences today. During my tenure, I had the privilege to serve on the House Intelligence Committee, where I worked to protect and defend during the challenging times of the Iraq War, and to visit our courageous troops in the war zones where they were serving. I still picture them in the places that they were, these young men and women who answered the call of our country. One of the most memorable events for me that took place right here in this chamber was the visit of Pope Francis in 2015. And I recall his words, "A nation can be considered great when it defends liberty, as Lincoln did, when it fosters a culture which enables people to dream of full rights for all their brothers and sisters, as Martin Luther King sought to do, when it strives for justice and the cause of the oppressed, as Dorothy Day did by her tireless work." And my brother-in-law carries forward that work with the Catholic Worker House in Redwood City, California. To my staff, you have been a brilliant team, a team that has crafted and negotiated the legislative legacy that I'm so proud of, and who have successfully helped thousands upon thousands of constituents with their immigration issues, with their housing needs, with their Social Security benefits, and other important federal issues. You heard them, you saw them, you served them, and you gave them hope. I thank you. To all who work in this chamber and throughout the Capitol, cleaning, cooking, repairing, and administering, I thank you for your labors. To my colleagues, all of my colleagues, I'm grateful to you for your friendship and your support over all the years. I'll miss working with you and seeing you every day. To my beloved California delegation, to say that I will miss working with you and being with you doesn't begin to describe it. Thank you for keeping our state the golden one in our country, and I know that you'll continue to. For your precious friendships, I can never thank you enough. And to the Connecticut delegation, thank you for adopting me. I was born in Connecticut. To the people of California's 16th Congressional District, you have my unending gratitude for choosing me to be your voice in Congress. And to my family, thank you for your love, your support, most of all, your patience. You've sustained me every single day of my service. And while it may be customary to end these farewell speeches with advice or warnings about the future, I'm not going to do that. What I've carried with me throughout my public service are the words of my grandmother. When I was a child and I would walk past her bedroom every morning, there wasn't a time that she didn't lean over and kiss the ground. And when I asked her, "Nana, why are you doing that?" this was her answer: to thank God for this country, for what it represents and what it has given to us. So, my colleagues, love our country, defend her, make her stronger and better to serve its good and decent people. I thank God for the blessings that have come to me, and I say farewell to all of you, my colleagues. This has been the joy, the privilege, and the pleasure of my life, and I thank you for it. May God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mrs. Harshbarger, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues here today to honor the life and legacy of my good friend, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, from the great state of Washington. Through her 20 years of service in Congress, she has made an incredible impact in the halls of Congress and touched the lives of so many members who have had the privilege of working alongside of her. So I'll begin by just giving my remarks. Mr. Speaker, it's been an honor to serve in the halls for the past few years, but an even greater one to do so beside my colleague, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers. Kathy has served in Congress for nearly 20 years, and she's made incredible sacrifices, accomplished incredible feats, and dutifully served her constituents every step of the way. As I've gotten to know Kathy, I've learned that she leads with a servant's heart. It is her incredible affinity for helping others that has allowed her to find success and accomplish so much during her time here. She never sought the spotlight or the prestigious positions she held in Congress for her own gain, but did so because of her colleagues who encouraged and trusted her. She's paved the way for countless women in the GOP, inspiring us with her leadership, wisdom, and dedication, and she has achieved some of the highest levels of success, become a beloved friend to countless colleagues, and in my opinion, leaves us 20 years too soon. So thank you, Kathy, for everything you've done for us. And I might add, I'm going to miss our prayer time. And I'm going to miss walking around the Capitol praying for our nation and just the incredible mentor you've been to me. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll begin by yielding to my colleague, Representative Guthrie from the great state of Kentucky. Our new Chairman of Energy and Commerce.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my friend and dear colleague, Kathy McMorris Rogers, for her service to our country and service to the committee. Everything that she did put the committee and the way it affected our conference in this Congress and this country first and foremost. I've been honored to serve with Kathy for our chair for House Energy Commerce Committee for more than 10 years and 4 years as our leader. And what a outstanding job she has done. You think of under her leadership, we've worked on healthcare policy. That's been the area that I said she gave me the faith to put in me to make me the subcommittee chair for the healthcare subcommittee. And by doing that, was able to learn expertise. I'm a manufacturing guy by background and really dug in and learned healthcare and learned other parts of the committee. And so, as I think my good friend from Tennessee just said, was honored by selection to follow her in her wonderful footsteps. She has big shoes to fill, and I look forward to having the opportunity to do so. But just under her leadership, just the difficult things that she took on. TikTok, something that's really hurting all of our youth and a lot of people in our country, and in a way that the courts have said it works. She took a while to do it, but wanted to make sure it was right, that people have access to TikTok. People can use TikTok. She did not ban TikTok. All she said was a foreign adversary cannot own this type of business in our country. So thanks for your leadership. Thanks for what you do, but more importantly, thanks for your friendship. And when my friend from Tennessee talks about prayerful leadership, that is absolutely the case. When the chair says, I'm praying for you, you know that she is, and that's really heartfelt. And not only as I get the opportunity to follow in your great path, but also get to continue to follow you and your young and beautiful family. And I know somebody else has to go, so I'm going to yield, but that's what I always say here. What happens in this house affects people in their homes. And Congress is a snapshot of America, and our chair is a fantastic wife and mother, and the experiences in her home I know she brings here and it affects families across this country because of your leadership. Thank you very much. And I will yield to the young lady from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll yield to my colleague, Mr. Tonko, from your great state of New York.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kathy, it's an honor and a pleasure to say thank you and to wish you well. I know there was much celebrating when you were named chair, breaking that barrier, becoming the first woman to lead energy and commerce. As we know, we just heard from our colleague Anna Eshoo that there's this breadth and depth to the committee that enables us to serve people in so many ways on so many issues. And I, on behalf of the Democrats in the House, want to thank you for the opportunities you presented to work together to do a lot of legislation and certainly to affect policy in the realm of energy and environment, which have been strong points for the committee and certainly a particular interest for me. And I do appreciate all of the work on the challenged, the differently abled, the people in our society that teach us much by their daily walks in life. And I know that your son is an inspiration to you. Thank you for carrying the torch for legislation that enables people to showcase their abilities, to be able to be included in a very powerful way. It's a life-saving, life-changing opportunity that we can present the given community. So I thank you for that forcefulness. Personally speaking, thank you for the assistance on the medication-assisted treatment effort, the MAT Act, which will, in my opinion, save lives as we enable people to prescribe for those that are struggling and living with the illness of addiction. That is going to be a major difference for so many people that we'll never, ever meet. And that's the joy and I think the soulfulness of this job, where we're able to assist those that will be here in this universe well after we've gone, or people that live here and share the moment with us, but that we'll never meet. So those are great opportunities for us to express in compassionate measure, making a difference on behalf of individuals who have deep challenges each and every day in life. And thank you also for the efforts on bringing together with our side of the issue with Ranking Member Pallone to be able to do the Parkinson's bill. 1 million people in this country live with Parkinson's, and the fact that we're able to provide for an effort, an all-out effort, a collaborative effort with agencies and the federal government, working with clinicians and patients and with caregivers to make a difference, to make certain that we focus on a cure, better earlier prognoses, better treatments. These are measures that will really speak to the dignity of the individual and deliver hope to the doorsteps of so many people that struggle with that illness. So there are countless achievements. I know you'll leave here with your heart filled with opportunities that presented themselves where you were able to deliver. So on behalf of this side of the aisle, I say thank you, and I'm sure we haven't heard or seen the last of you. So I wish you well as you go into the next phase of life. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to yield to my colleague, Ms. Kamek from the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my distinguished colleague and friend from the great state of Tennessee. Tonight, we gather to honor and bid farewell to an extraordinary leader and friend, Energy and Commerce Chairwoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers. Tonight, we say goodbye, and she concludes her remarkable tenure in Congress. Serving under her leadership on the Energy and Commerce Committee has truly been a privilege and an honor. You know, I first met Cathy when I was a chief of staff. It was 2013, and I came to meet with her as she was the conference chair at the time. I was shaking. I was so intimidated. And I just remember she exuded a cool calmness, an openness, and most importantly, a warmth that was immediately putting me at ease as someone who was brand new to the Hill, someone who was a very young woman at the time, who didn't know much of anything, and she still made me feel like my opinion mattered. That is one of her many gifts. Fast forward, as a member of Congress with the honor and privilege to serve here, I'll never forget the night that I was in the cloakroom and Kathy comes up to me and says, "Kat, I think you'd be good for energy and commerce." Once again, I'm shaking, trembling, intimidated, like, holy crap, the chairwoman is asking me to serve on the best damn committee in Congress. It was her faith in me that really gave me an insight into how she would be as a leader, as someone who we would look to as we navigated some of the toughest pieces of legislation and controversial issues. And then I later recall, after having joined the committee, attending a speech where she was asked by the moderator to give her life story. And any member of Congress will start spouting off, I was born here and I did this and I'm that. And no, Kathy, she stopped and she said, "I'll give you my life story and who I am in 10 words. She used the following words to describe her commitment to service, who she was, who she is: a pioneer, a trailblazer, a leader, a working mom of 3, a wife, an ability advocate, and a trust builder. In my time serving with her, I have learned that not only does she embrace these words, but she lives them every single day. As a pioneer and trailblazer, she is the first woman to lead the Energy and Commerce Committee, paving the way for many others to follow. She has forged paths in policy areas that were complex, controversial, tough, but most importantly, critical to saving our nation's future. As a leader, she was a unifying force and continues to unify within the Energy and Commerce Committee. She has an exceptional ability to bring together members with diverse viewpoints, which, as we know here in Congress, there are many, ensuring that everyone has that feeling of being valued and also being heard. As a wife and mother, she has balanced the responsibilities of public service and motherhood, which we all know is no easy task, but she has managed it with grace and unwavering dedication. Now, as an ability advocate, she has been an unwavering voice for those with disabilities, advocating for policies that promote inclusion and opportunity, knowing the experience firsthand. And I do say, Kathy, if we don't see Cole on this House floor in many, many more years to come, he's going to be here. And as a trust builder, her honesty, transparency, and commitment to doing what is right has earned her the respect in every single room that she has entered. Chairwoman Rogers, your legacy in Congress will continue to inspire us all. Thank you for your service, your leadership, and your example. We wish you every success and happiness in the future. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Kat. Mr. Speaker, now I will yield to my dear friend Gus Bilirakis from the great state of Florida.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much. She's a great friend from the great state of Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger. But I'm here to talk about another good friend, an outstanding leader, Chairman Rogers. We're going to miss you, Madam Chair. I'm glad we can gather today, actually this evening, to recognize the outstanding leadership of ENC Chair Kathy McMorris Rogers. For the last 4 years, she has been an inspiring partner, leading priorities on our side of the aisle to protect consumers from harm, hold the administration accountable for regulatory overreach, and save children from the mental health crisis of the online generation. This leadership is best exemplified in the work done to ban Chinese access to Americans' personal data and national security information, starting with the divestiture of TikTok from the Chinese Communist Party. Throughout her tenure, Chair Rogers, her tenacity to fight for the people is a trait that should be emulated by us all. It is this determination that has served a great service to our committee and our country. While Chair Rogers returns to Washington State as a constituent to her successor, she does so having improved the lives of Americans, and she should be proud of the work achieved under her leadership. Mr. Speaker, this is an outstanding individual. What a role model. What a role model. And a great statesperson. We're going to miss her. She's helped me in so many different ways over the year. First as conference chair, but as chair of the best committee in the House of Representatives. And I'll always be grateful to her. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Gus. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to my dear friend from West Virginia, Ms. Carol Miller.
Thank you, Diana. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rodgers. During the time that I have known Kathy, I have admired her hard work and the devotion that she has towards her constituents and upholding her conservative values. But mostly, I admire her love of God. She is a light to all who meet her. I have always looked forward to her leadership, along with my other wonderful colleagues, during our weekly morning prayers with Speaker Mike Johnson in his office. Kathy has achieved so much throughout her political career. She served in the Washington House of Representatives before coming to Congress. She has introduced key pieces of legislation, built bipartisan relationships, and ensured that the interests of her constituents and the American people are all looked out for. She will be sorely missed, but I also know that she will continue to go on and do amazing things for others. Good luck, Kathy, and God bless you.
Thank you, Carol. Hang on just a second, Troy. Yep. I'm going to yield to the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, from the great state of New Jersey. We're going to share time.
Thank you so much. And I really, I don't know where to begin. I want to say that I think of Chair Kathy Rogers as a friend, and I truly mean that because, we use that term a lot, but in her case, it's really true. I consider her a real friend. And the other thing I wanted to say, you hear me a lot on the floor, in the committee, talking about how I often blame Republicans for being, in the pocket or, somehow beholden to corporate interests, to big corporations, to the wealthy. And I hope, forgive me for saying that tonight because I do say it a lot, but I have to say it's never the case with her. She has a set of values that I don't know if it's just her, it's from Eastern Washington, I don't know what it is, but she's always looking out for the what I call the little guy, particularly the children. You never get the impression with Kathy that she's here because she wants to cater to some special interest group or somebody who's wealthy. She's always looking out for the average person in a way that, and I'm not saying that there aren't other Republicans that do that. Of course there are, many who are on the floor tonight. But there's something very special about the fact that she always looks out for the little guy. Everything that she does is oriented towards trying to help the average American and not thinking about any trade association or lobbying association, at least from what I've seen. I also wanted to say that I know she was a trailblazer. The very first day you walked in and I said, I guess I had always hoped that somehow the Democrats would have the first chairwoman. Not that I would want anybody to replace me as a chairman or ranking member, but the fact that she was the first woman chair, right, as a Republican, I thought was rather significant. Not only that she was the first chair, but also that she is the Republican and in that capacity is the first chair. Now, our committee has this tradition of being bipartisan. But it's easy to say, but it's not always easy to make sure it happens, because it's very easy, you know, in the way things are today with the media, social media, whatever, for us all to digress into shouting matches and hollering at each other and saying bad things about each other. But Kathy would never let that happen. And oftentimes, if it was going to happen in a hearing or a markup, she would come over to me, or she's sitting next to me, and she'd say, look, what can we do to kind of calm this down so people don't go after each other? So we maintain not only bipartisanship when we can, but also dignity and respect for each other. And there were many occasions when, if it wasn't for the fact that she was willing to step in and do that, you know, with my help, that we would have digressed into kind of the law of the jungle, or whatever you want to call it. You know, I know a lot of has been said about the legislation that she shepherded through tonight. I missed part of it in the beginning, but a lot of it was significant. It's, you know, in all honesty, the nuclear package. We were at the White House, I guess, in the summer when the president signed the nuclear package. That wasn't easy. You know, there are a lot of people who are opposed to nuclear energy. Even the president himself in the past has often been against nuclear energy. And we managed, through her efforts, to get that bill passed on a bipartisan basis. It was a major achievement. Other bills that I think were very significant was the hospital transparency bill. We call it that, but it actually went way beyond hospitals. It dealt with PBMs. It dealt with insurance companies. It dealt with so many other things. And again, this goes back to, I think, her champion the idea that that if we pass legislation where people can sort of be empowered themselves to do things, that works. And that's what that bill was all about. Now, we haven't passed the Senate, but we'll get it passed at some point. But it was the idea that we would empower the consumer, we would empower the individual or the group to actually be able to do comparison shopping, create competition, which is, you know, the American way, right, to create that competition. And I think that was, again, to her credit that she championed this and made it bipartisan, and it passed out of our committee and also passed the floor of the House. I have to say, you know, I would often say, Kathy, that many times you would bring up China, right? Like oftentimes, you know, we would have at a hearing and she would start going after, not China per se, but Beijing, communist China. And I would often laugh. I'd say, well, here we go again. She's going to talk about Beijing and the Communist Party in China. But the fact of the matter is, I agreed with her. I mean, I do think that the biggest threat that we face is from Beijing and from China, militarily, in terms of trade. The competition is there. And so that culminated in the TikTok bill and the data brokers legislation, which I know is still being challenged in the courts, but it seems like we're doing pretty good. And that was a recognition of the fact that the Communist Party in China was, you know, really out to shed, you know, to spread misinformation and lead us down a path that was contrary and dangerous to our national security. So, you know, I never mind. I would laugh when you talked about the Communist Party in China, but I agreed with you. I totally agree with you every time you talked about it, because it's absolutely true. There's no question about it. I know another bill that we didn't have complete success on was data privacy. But again, that goes back to your caring about kids. You know, I remember when you had all your children, and I often wondered, I said, how is she going to do this? How is she going to have these kids, you know, while you're in Congress, right? How is she going to have these children? How is she going to continue to be a leader? You were the head of the conference, I think, at part of the time. And, but she just managed to do it all. She managed to be the mother, to be the example for women as a mother, as a leader in politics, and as a legislator. I don't know how you did it, but you did manage to do it all. And of course, when we talk about data privacy, a lot of that was because of her concern about social media and how it was negatively influencing kids. And I think you felt the same way about fentanyl and the drugs and how young people were being hooked on fentanyl and other drugs, and that we had to do something about it. And we have done some things about it, in my opinion. So I want to thank her. I don't want to keep going. I know there's others who want to speak. But thank you, Kathy, and thank you to your family, your husband, Brian, your 3 kids, Cole, Grace, and Bryn, who basically sacrificed a lot while you were here. And I know you want to get back, to them, get back to Eastern Washington, which you love so dearly. I also want to thank the staff, Nate, Sarah, and the entire team, because they really were not only made it possible for her to accomplish what she did, but they really loved her too, and that showed as well. So with that, we're going to miss you, but I know we're going to see you again and hopefully see you often. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I will yield to my friend Troy Balderson from the great state of Ohio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and congratulate the outgoing Energy and Commerce Chair, Kathy McMorris Rogers, on an extraordinary career in public service. As a leader of the most powerful committee in Congress, Kathy has stood out as a dedicated public servant and a tireless champion for the children. Under her leadership, we have advanced policies that uplift American families and inspire a new era of innovation. Her commitment to service and her vision for a brighter future have left a lasting mark on this institution. Back home in Eastern Washington, she is known simply as a humble public servant and a dedicated voice for her constituents. Kathy has served the people of Washington's 5th District with grace and dedication for 20 years, and she leaves behind a legacy of selflessness and service. As she embarks on her next chapter, I want to extend my best wishes to Kathy, as well as my heartfelt gratitude to her husband, Brian, and her children for their unwavering support of her and her work. Thank you, Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, for your exceptional leadership. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Balderson. With that, I will yield to my colleague from Utah, Blake Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues in celebrating the time we got to spend with our colleague, Chairwoman McMorris Rogers. I can sum this up in one thought, and this is what I will take. The best part of this place is we get to interact with some of our colleagues and learn from others, and what I will take going forward was what she exemplified, and that was being a well-rounded person. Because when you talk to her, you could dive deep on all of the policy matters that go on in the Energy and Commerce Committee. You could also dig in and learn about her experience leading the Republican conference in the efforts that she did on leading out on messaging. But more importantly, what she always loved to talk about was her being a mother to amazing children, some of which I've had a chance to meet and been inspired by as well. And her husband have live and will continue to live a life of service. And she's somebody that doesn't just talk about reading the Bible. She lives it. And this is somebody that isn't narrowly focused on one aspect of life. She embraces a well-rounded way to live and touch as many people as possible. And that's what I'll learn and continue to take from her example. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Blake. With that, I'm going to yield the balance of my time to Representative Tonko, and he will go through the rest of the list, Republicans and Democrats.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield time to the representative from Georgia, Representative Sanford, for as much time as he needs, I believe.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a dedicated public servant, loving wife and mother, and a distinguished member of this body, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, and to share the story of our work together on behalf of America's military families. In 2009, we founded the Congressional Military Family Caucus, and every year since then, we've hosted a summit alternating between Fairchild Air Force Base and Fort Moore, which gives the members of America's armed forces, their spouses, and their children an opportunity to hear from the Department of Defense leaders and subject matter experts, as well as share their families' experiences and challenges. The caucus has brought to the forefront and tackled numerous issues such as food insecurity, medical care, spousal employment, family relocation challenges, child care, and so much more. I've been especially inspired by her advocacy on behalf of individuals with disabilities, her dedication to our veterans and military families, and her commitment to statesmanship and bipartisanship in the United States Congress. So, Mr. Speaker, I join all of my colleagues in commending Congresswoman Kathy McMorris-Rodgers for her dedicated service to the American people. While we will greatly miss her leadership on Capitol Hill, we wish her and her family the best as she embarks upon the next chapter of her life. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's from Tennessee's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I now yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Representative Palmer, for... I stand corrected. We're going to move to the representative from Michigan, Mr. Walber, please, for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate my friend Kathy McMorris-Rodgers. From taking on TikTok, as we've talked about, to boosting America's energy strategy, Chair Rodgers has been our fearless leader for the last 4 years at Energy and Commerce, and as conference chair before that. I'm most thankful for her commitment to taking care of our nation's children, all our children. Through her efforts on kids' online privacy and safety, as well as on improving health outcomes for babies, children, and mothers, her passion and hard work have never wavered. We're sad to see her go, but wish her God's richest blessings in her next stage of life, for it is God who guided her good and principled representation of those she served. The state of Washington and her family are lucky to have her back. Maybe I would change that from lucky to blessed to have her back, full time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your years of service to this country, the committee, the God you serve, and members like me who so appreciated your leadership. God bless you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Speaker, we now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Allen, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time. It is an honor to stand here tonight with my colleagues to recognize Chairwoman Kathy McMorris-Rodgers and her remarkable service to the United States Congress. When I was elected to Congress, Kathy was a member of our leadership team, serving as the House Republican Conference Chair. In the 115th Congress, she led our conference's messaging machine as we delivered historic results for the American people, including the best economy in our lifetime. Additionally, I've learned a great deal from Kathy's leadership on the House Energy and Commerce Committee this Congress, as she helped each member fulfill our promises to reclaim American energy dominance, expand clean power generation, and improve transparency in our nation's healthcare system. But above all else, I have cherished sharing our faith and fellowship during Lead House over these past years. Your love of God and family and devotion to your Christian values is something we will miss in the next Congress. I am proud to call you my sister in the faith. May God bless you and your family as you embark on your next season in life. And sister, I love you dearly. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I now yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Indiana, Representative Houchin, for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and celebrate my friend Kathy McMorris Rogers, a dedicated leader whose 2 decades of service to Washington's 5th District and our nation have been truly exceptional. If I only had one word to describe Kathy, it would be trailblazer, and many people have said that yet tonight. She's been a great example of how it's possible to balance a demanding career in public service while also being committed to her family. She was the 200th woman elected to Congress, the first female chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the first woman to have 3 children while serving in Congress. She embodies grace and resilience. She is kind and caring. She always desires to help others achieve success. And quite frankly, Kathy McMorris Rogers is one of the driving reasons for me standing in this chamber today, so thank you. But those aren't the only qualities that make her stand out. Her leadership as chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee has been transformative. She's led efforts to advance energy security, promote healthcare innovation, and build a stronger, more competitive economy. We could go on and on tonight of her policy success. She's been a champion for rural communities, small businesses, families, advocating for policies that reflect the values of the American people. Her legacy is one of tireless advocacy, principled leadership, and a deep commitment to improving the lives of others. It's been an honor to serve alongside Kathy and witness the incredible impact she's made while serving in Congress. While it's bittersweet and the conference will miss her, we are overjoyed that she will be spending more time with her beloved family, with Brian, Cole, Grace, and Bryn. Kathy, best wishes and congratulations. Thank you for your guidance and friendship. You've shown us all what true servant leadership looks like. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from the state of New York, Representative Tenney, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my great colleague from New York, Mr. Tonko. I really appreciate this honor. You've heard so many wonderful things about our outgoing chairwoman, Kathy McMorris Rogers, as we like to call her, CMR. That's who she was when I first came into Congress. As you know, she served 20 years. She served honorably. She's an incredible mother. She's championed so many great policies. And I'd just like to say that I call Kathy McMorris a friend. And I have to say this from my heart. I have never met another person on earth who represents the godly qualities that are so important to serving in public office. She's honest, she has integrity, she has compassion, and she has charity. And those things are very rare, and she is going to be so missed with those qualities. But she's also a true friend. And true friends are hard to come by in Washington, D.C. And she's one of those people who stands with you honestly, confidentially, throughout the difficult times, throughout your good times. But I really am so grateful to Kathy McMorris Rogers for everything she's done for me as a leader, everything she's done for our nation, for the state of Washington. And I want to just say another really important part of Kathy McMorris Rogers that I'm really going to miss is her son, Cole, who has been a dear friend of mine here when he comes to visit us in Washington. And Cole has been gotten to be a great friend, a wonderful inspiration for me, and I know he inspires so many of us here in Congress, and especially Kathy and her family. But in the words of the last few things I got to talk to Cole about when he was here last, I was a little agitated about a couple things and got a little anxious, and Cole said, chill out. And I think that's what Kathy is going to be doing when she retires next year. She's going to chill out for a little while, but she will never stop serving our country, her state, our nation, our world, her family, and our God. And we are so grateful to you for having you here. It's been a complete blessing to know you. There is never a better friend that I have ever met than Kathy McMorris Rogers, our beloved CMR. I wish you the best, you and your family. You're really one in a billion, one in several billion on the earth. But really, we thank you so much. And with that, Mr. Speaker and my colleague from New York, I yield back. Just congratulations, and thank you so much for your really honorable, wonderful service to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me Cole.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas. Representative Weber, you're recognized for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, from New York. And thank you, Congressman Harshbarger, for doing this for us, for Kathy.
Mr. Speaker, Chairwoman Kathy McMorris Rogers exemplifies principled leadership. As Chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, she has championed, you've heard about them, the policies that protect American families, secure energy independence, and foster innovation. Her deep commitment to her faith, her family, and the cause of freedom has been a guiding light, and her presence will undoubtedly leave a void here in Washington. But I want to give you a personal insight from Randy Weber. She was the conference chair, I don't know, 4 years ago maybe, and she got some opposition. It was going to run for conference chair. It was going to be a little tough, a woman. It was going to be a little tough on the Republican conference, the Republicans, members of Congress there. Kathy very graciously just stepped down and said she would not run, which left the seat open for the lady that did get the Republican conference chair. That just shows that she has grace. She cared more about the conference than she cared about herself. Her deep commitment to her faith, her family, and the cause of freedom has been that kind of guiding light, and it undoubtedly is going to leave that void I talked about. Under Kathy's leadership, I've watched this committee tackle critical issues from affordable energy to healthcare challenges, making our nation stronger. I was involved with about 3 Bible studies, and then I found out that Kathy McMorris Rogers had one on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. And so I said, I'm going to start going to that thing if she'll let me. Well, unfortunately for her, I guess she did. She let me in, and I've watched her grow. I've watched her lead. I've watched her pray for the nation, pray for our friends, both sides of the aisle. And so for unbelievable, Kathy, your dedication to America, your Washington's 5th District and your colleagues, all I can say to them and to us is that we have walking among our midst. If you read the Bible, book of Proverbs 31, we have a virtuous woman. Kathy, we're going to miss you in these halls, but we're grateful that you were here. And in the words of our Lord, well done, thy good and faithful servant.
The gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Lee, for 1 minute, please.
Well, it is indeed an honor to be here to get to recognize such an exemplary member of Congress. Kathy McMorris Rogers does all of the things that you could hope a member of Congress would do, and she does them with integrity and incredible skill. She leads on policy, tackling some of the most challenging issues of our time. She is completely unafraid to confront an issue because it is complicated, because it is a political challenge. If it is the right thing to do, she will stand behind it, and she has. She has been an example to all of us in that way. But equally important, she is an example to us of the type of person and the type of member that we should all aspire to be. She is a spiritual leader to so many in Congress. You've heard mention already tonight, not just of one Bible study, but of numerous, because she ensures that she meets members where they are, and that each of us has an opportunity to have a friend, a partner, somebody to walk with in our own spiritual journey as we're here. And that is so vital to this place and our relationships with one another. Everyone who knows her knows that she cares about her home and her family. And she is also an example to so many of us that we don't have to sacrifice that in order to serve here. When I was thinking about running for Congress and before I had decided whether I could, she was one of the people who stopped what she was doing to talk to me. And she shared with me the story of her family and how she managed to do both this, to be a good, strong member fighting for good policy and for her constituents, but also to remain a wife, a mother, a servant of God, and that all of those things could in fact be done at once. And she made the case that in fact it was necessary to have people in this place who were willing to try to do all of those things well at the same time. There is no other person that I can think of who has done more to reach out, support, mentor, help, particularly new women who are members of Congress. She has shown the way to do this and to do it well. So I am so happy for her family,
for the people back home who get to have her more often. But I will tell you this, for those of us who stay here in Washington, D.C., she will be dearly, dearly missed. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Idaho. Representative Fulcher, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to honor my colleague and good friend, Kathy Morris Rogers. As the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Congresswoman Rogers not only delivered results for the American people, but she helped me secure wins for Idahoans. Among many things, I'm thankful for her commitment to boosting liquefied natural gas capacity in Idaho and the Northwest, for support of my bill to expand broadband solutions in rural Idaho, for her work in cracking down on China's surveillance of Americans' data, and providing me with the opportunity to support building out the nuclear workforce, along with advancing legislation to issue a warning label on mobile apps owned by Communist China. It has been such a privilege to serve alongside such a respected and impactful leader. And I join many in expressing my support and encouragement to you, Kathy, as you move forward to this next chapter of life. Most importantly, and my bottom line message is, Washington State, the United States of America, and the United States Congress is all better because of you. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I believe that leaves the individual of focus this evening, Chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Representative Kathy Rogers.
Okay.
As much time as you choose.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise here tonight, yes, my heart is overflowing with gratitude, and just to all my colleagues, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your friendship, your support. What an amazing institution the United States House of Representatives is. And part of my mission has been to restore trust and confidence in this institution, because I believe it is so important in our nation. So to my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee and beyond, it really is great to be with you tonight. What an amazing journey for me. A farm kid, growing up, working alongside my brother and parents on our orchard and fruit stand in Kettle Falls, Washington, to walk in the halls of Congress, being elected the 200th woman ever to serve in this institution, and ultimately as the chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. I have truly lived the American dream. To the people of Eastern Washington, thank you. Thank you for putting your trust in me to be your voice in Congress for the past 20 years. Each person that I have met along the way influenced and inspired me in ways that I couldn't imagine. And serving you has been the honor of my life. I also want to thank my family. I couldn't have done it without my amazing, loving, and supportive husband, Brian, who has been by my side the last 18 years at least. And he said that carrying the load at home was harder than anything he ever did in the Navy during his 26 years there. So thank you, Brian. You are the love of my life and the man of my dreams. To our beloved, beautiful children, Cole, now 17, Grace, 14, and Bryn, 11, you are the greatest blessing of my life, and we are so proud, and I can't wait to be home with you. I want to thank my mom, Corrine McMorris, for being my fierce defender against all who would dare accuse me of anything wrong. My stepdad, Vern White, for his embracing of this journey. My brother, Jeff, who managed my first campaign for Congress in 2004, and it was there that he renewed his acquaintance with and fell in love with my sister-in-law, Sarah, an amazing woman who also dedicated much of her time and energy to helping me win. My nieces and nephew, Kate, Reagan, Connor, and Hallie, who I adore when you join me on the campaign trail. My dad, Wayne McMorris, who impressed everyone as my sign chairman back in 2004, blanketing the 5th Congressional District with red, white, and blue Kathy for Congress signs. Brian's family also joined in the fun, as well as so many, many friends and supporters. What an honor and privilege it's been for me to represent all of you. To my team, words cannot express my gratitude for the hundreds of brilliant men and women who have served alongside me. Here in my congressional office and on the Energy and Commerce Committee, back home in my district and campaign offices, while it was always my name on the door, it was your dedication that helped me succeed and deliver results. Together, we had fun while we served. It's an acronym that we use in my office, and it stands for Seek Excellence, Everybody Matters, Responsibly Own It, Vigilant Integrity, and Embrace Change. It made all the difference. Although I'd like to give each one of you a shout out by name, I want to thank the leadership of various chiefs of staff and district directors, beginning with Connie Partoyan, Jeremy Deutsch, David Condon, Dave Peluso, Jared Powell, Kyle Von Eed, Carly Plucker, Dick Leland, Chud Wendell, Tracy Couture, Patrick Bell, Christina Sabastinas, Don Sugasa, Nate Hodson, and Sarah Burke, who helped me navigate the mighty waters, the many highs and lows, disappointments, and crowning achievements of my time in Congress. Most of all, I am grateful. I am grateful to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who has lovingly drawn me closer to him over the past 20 years. He has spoken to me about his mercies that are new each morning, and he's poured out his grace on me and my family. As I leave Congress, I urge all of us to look for ways to cultivate more grace, love, and forgiveness in this world and serve others. We hope for a time of healing. Alex de Tofo said it so well. He said, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. I have served with so many good people and had the honor of representing the good people of Eastern Washington. For that, I'm grateful. I say thank you, may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I yield back. There are no other speakers, and thank you, sir.
Yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heart full of gratitude and admiration to honor my dear friend and colleague, Representative K Granger, a true Texas legend whose retirement marks the end of an extraordinary era in this House. K Granger is not just a trailblazer, she is absolutely a Texas institution. From her early days as the first woman to serve as mayor of Fort Worth, to pave the way as the first Republican woman from the state of Texas to serve in Congress, to her historic tenure here in Congress, serving Texas's 12th congressional district, K Granger has embodied the values that Texans hold dear. Mr. Speaker, those values would happen to be faith, fortitude, and an absolute unwavering commitment to doing what's right. As chairwoman of the House Appropriations Committee, where she made history becoming that, Kay demonstrated unparalleled leadership in guiding one of the most critical responsibilities for Congress, and that would be overseeing the power of the purse. Mr. Speaker, K Granger's wisdom and steady hand have ensured that our appropriations process prioritizes the need of American people while safeguarding the principles of limited government. I've had the privilege of serving along Kay in the Texas delegation for the past 11 years, Mr. Speaker, and let me tell you, she has been nothing short of extraordinary. In Texas, we say, "You done good." The Texas row on the House floor will not be the same without her. Kay has been an absolute cornerstone of our Texas delegation, a voice we've relied on, a leader we've admired, and a friend we have cherished. Kay's leadership on the House Appropriations Committee and her ability to get things done have moved the needle in a giant Texas way. And not just for Texas, but for the entire country. Kay, your dedication to service has truly been a blessing to this Congress and to every Texan who has had the honor of calling you their representative. You've made Texas proud, K Granger, and we're all better for having worked alongside you. Kay, please know this. As you head into retirement, you're leaving a legacy that will surely stand the test of time. And we hope you get to enjoy that retirement in the greatest state in the nation, the one and only Lone Star State. And let me reiterate, Kay, thank you for your friendship, for your leadership, and your unwavering commitment to the values we hold dear. God bless you, Kay. May He continue to hold you and continue to guide you in this next chapter. Now, Mr. Speaker, at this time, I am going to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas. One and a half minute, or two.
Thank you to the other gentleman from Texas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the eve of her retirement to honor Chairwoman K Granger for her many years of dedicated work on behalf of Texans everywhere and our entire country. For nearly 3 decades, Chairwoman Granger has tirelessly served the 12th Congressional District of Texas. And for many of us, she has been a valued mentor and, more importantly, a respected friend. As the most senior member of the Texas Republican delegation, her experience, wisdom, and leadership have been a valuable resource. In fact, they have been invaluable. Chairwoman Granger has been a true trailblazer, and her legacy will not be soon forgotten. Her time in public service has been marked by many firsts. She served as the first female mayor of Fort Worth, the first Republican congresswoman from Texas, and the first female Republican to chair the powerful House Appropriations Committee. Over the years, Chairwoman Granger has left a lasting impact on the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the great state of Texas, and our nation as a whole. She has worked tirelessly to advocate for her constituents and to advance policies that improve the lives of both Texans and Americans everywhere. She has successfully secured funding for many worthy local funding projects in Fort Worth, increased local and national defense spending to protect the American people, and kept a close eye on overall federal spending. Her contributions to preserving our national security and supporting economic growth will not soon be forgotten. Chairwoman Granger, thank you for setting the standard in our mission to represent the great people of Texas. Your leadership is a testament to the strength of the Texas spirit, and your work will have a lasting impact for generations to come. We have truly been blessed by your leadership, dedication, and service, but most of all, your friendship. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman yielding back. It's now my great pleasure to yield as much time as he needs to a friend of mine came in together, the chairman from Texas, Mr. Roger Williams.
Thank you, Randy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the career and accomplishments of my lifelong friend, K Granger. We both share Fort Worth as our hometown. Throughout the years, I've watched her lead in the classroom, on the city council, as mayor, as congresswoman, and as chairwoman. She can make a deal and she can close a deal, and she has no problem making a decision and sticking with it. Her word is her bond, and to her, a handshake means something. She has truly lived a life worth being copied. To my friend and colleague, Kay, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your leadership. May God bless you. In God we trust. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I'm now going to yield time to Mr. Jake Elsey, as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Randy. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor someone who's been a mentor, a trailblazer, and a dear friend, Congresswoman K Granger. Kay's story is the kind of Texas story all of us Texans admire. She spent her entire life serving others, and she's done it with the kind of grit and determination that defines what we like to think about Texas. From her days as a school teacher to becoming the mayor of Fort Worth and now serving right here in this chamber, Miss Kay has poured her heart and soul into every role she's taken on. She's led with strength, wisdom, and a deep love for people she represents. As the first Republican woman to chair the Appropriations Committee, Kay broke barriers and made history. You know, there's only been about 11,000 people who have served in this chamber, but Miss Kay is one of one. But if you know Kay, you know she didn't do it for the accolades. She didn't do it to break barriers. She didn't do it to break the glass ceiling. She did it because she believed in getting things done. And boy, did she ever. From standing up for our military and veterans to ensuring that North Texas communities got the resources she needed, she's left a mark that will be felt for generations. On a personal level, Kay has been a guidepost for me. From day one, she's been generous with her time and advice, always ready with a word of encouragement or a little bit of wisdom, delivered with that look that only she could give. You know, that woman would walk into a room very quietly, and no matter how loud the room was, it got quiet because she had that presence about her. She reminded me that public service is staying true to your word and putting people first. That what you do here in Congress only matters if it improves the lives of those back home. Kay, I think I speak for just about everybody in the room, well, everybody in Texas, when I say you cannot be replaced. Your boots are way too big for anybody to fill. We're all going to miss you. But what you've done will echo far beyond these halls and these years. Your leadership and heart have touched so many lives, and your legacy is one of dedication, integrity, and a love for Texas and this great country. Thank you, Miss Kay, for everything, for paving the way, for showing us all how it's done, and for being a good friend. I know you'll keep making a difference wherever life takes you next. With that, I yield back.
I thank Mr. Elsey for yielding back. Mr. Speaker, this time we have some more minutes until we have further speakers, so we're going to continue. Okay, we're waiting on the, don't need the poster, okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 200 years of the city of Dickinson, Texas, which I'm proud to represent in Texas' 14th Congressional District. Dickinson has a storied history, and I want to be the first to say happy bicentennial. The city of Dickinson is named after John Dickinson, a landowner whose name became synonymous with the area. What began as an agricultural settlement in the mid-1800s would eventually grow into a thriving community thanks to the arrival of the railroad and the dreams of those who sought to make Dickinson their home. From its fertile soil to the efforts of early entrepreneurs who formed the Dickinson Land and Improvement Association, this city has long been a beacon of promise on the Gulf Coast. In its early days, Dickinson became known for its productive farming and later for a destination for those who were seeking a peaceful, prosperous life along the bayous and the prairies. Over the years, Dickinson has grown alongside the industrial expansions of nearby Houston and Galveston. The city's strategic location along the major rail lines and highways has allowed it to benefit from the region's booming oil, shipping, as well as industrial sectors. When NASA established the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in 1962, it brought a new era of opportunity and development to our community and to its neighbors. Today, Dickinson is home to over 20,000 hardworking and admirable citizens who exemplify the very best of Southeast Texas values. This is a community built on grit, resilience, and a deep sense of pride. As your representative, I'm grateful every day to stand before you as the voice of the city of Dickinson in these hallowed halls of Congress. It is an honor to represent a city that has made so many contributions to the progress of our region. Here's to many more years of Dickinson pride, progress, and the enduring Southeast Texas spirit that defines us. Happy anniversary, Dickinson, and may your future be as bright as your storied past. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield as much time as the gentlelady on the other side may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, so very much for yielding me time. Tonight, as you well know, we honor a trailblazing woman, Texas Congresswoman K Granger. Without question, history will record Chairwoman Granger shattered many glass ceilings during her service in Congress. She became the first Texas woman to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives. Think about that alone, just coming out of Texas. First woman. Starting in 1997, Kay went on to serve honorably in this chamber for 28 years. She became the first Republican woman to receive appointment to the Committee on Defense Appropriations, and then later became its chair. She rose also as a leader for her party on the committee, including then as chairwoman of the full committee for the first year of the 118th Congress. Kay always found a way to work together in a bipartisan fashion to pass our nation's largest budget to bolster our nation's military. Surely, for the advancement of the F-35, as well as funding in another agency, NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's Artemis program, and other space priorities. She always had a vision beyond the narrow to embrace the globe. I have always appreciated her professionalism, her passion, which she kept under control, but especially for her home state of Texas, and her candor and no-nonsense demeanor. I know that Kay will continue to speak for the people of Parker and Tarrant counties and to work for their betterment, even in retirement, because that is her nature. I sort of virtually and mentally send her a bouquet of roses as we're speaking tonight. I thank her for her remarkable and honorable service to our nation. We wish her Godspeed on a job exceptionally well done, and I have heartfelt wishes that the years ahead will be ones of fulfillment and adventure as well. I want to, in a second, yield back to Congressman Weber, but also to say that attached to a previous special order this evening, I would like to attach the New York Times article about the changes in Syria, written by Peter Baker and Adam Entus, and ask unanimous consent to do that to the record. And yes, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, and I yield back to Congressman Weber. Thank you so much for doing this on Kay's behalf.
Thank the gentlelady from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege today to recognize Ambassadors Preparatory Academy in Galveston, Texas, which I am proud to represent, for being selected as a National Blue Ribbon School for 2024 by the U.S. Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, the National Blue Ribbon Schools program seeks to honor schools from around the country that have a vision of excellence and hold their students and faculty to a high standard. I can't think of a more worthy school than Ambassadors Preparatory Academy. Since 2007, this school has pushed each and every student, giving students from low socioeconomic backgrounds a chance of high-quality education and fostering holistic student development through the collective efforts of dedicated staff, dedicated parents, and dedicated community members. I believe their mission, Mr. Speaker, and their dedication to it have rightfully earned them this great honor. Their commitment to providing high-quality education through student-centered, data-driven instruction in a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Superintendent, Dr. Rochelle Joseph, the wonderful teachers, the educators, and the staff and ambassadors Preparatory Academy, as well as those dedicated students and their families on this great achievement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor a remarkable man, David Andrew Christian, who was called home to be with our Lord on April the 18th at the young age of 52. Andy was a man of many talents, pursuing careers such as underwater welding and transitioning to a pilot then, where he was employed with the Garrett Flying Service for over 3 decades. His attainment of the Pilot of the Year award from the Texas Agricultural Aviation Association was a small recognition for how truly amazing he was. Andy was a guiding light in his community. He dedicated himself to serving God through charitable work and actively participating in his church as a Eucharistic minister and a proud member of the Knights of Columbus. Andy exemplified the values that make this country great: faith, hard work, and service to others. May we all follow in Andy's footsteps and lead with loyalty, kindness, and service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to represent Andy in Congress. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I will yield to my friend from Texas so much time as he may consume.
I thank my friend from Texas. I appreciate his efforts to block this time for the Texas delegation to honor one of our own, K Granger, whom we who we will miss going forward. So many of my colleagues have already touched on her biography and touched on her history, and as a teacher, as a businesswoman, as a mayor, and then obviously as a congresswoman, probably most importantly, wife, mother, and someone who has served Texas so ably and so well. And rising up to chair appropriations and to do so with grace during a fairly tumultuous time in our nation's history, both because of this is not political, this is about honoring Kay, but the nature of our disagreements with the current administration and the current state of things. She managed the appropriations process in committee with grace and with class. She's been a true joy to work with. And I don't always race to the floor to do these. I feel like you have to know someone pretty well or have a certain level of understanding and respect. But Kay was always very gracious and kind to me as a not always soft-spoken member of the conference or the delegation, as my friend from Texas knows. But she was always one that would try to reach out and offer some advice, but not try to tell me what to do or say, but to come in and talk to me about what we need to do as Texas and how we can work together to do it. She always cared about Texas. She always cared about service, and I was proud to serve with her. None of us in this body agree on everything at any given moment, but to work with someone who had such a fervor for public service, as I said, from the time of being a teacher, being a mayor, being a congresswoman, and rising up to run the Appropriations Committee. We'll miss her. We were proud to have her in the Texas delegation as the chair of Appropriations, but she'll be able to be back in Texas, which is a good thing. And with that, I will yield to my friend.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire how much time I have.
The gentleman has 8 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of an exceptional public servant, a man who served our great nation with unwavering integrity and dedication, and a friend I was proud to know, Chief Robert Wieners, who went home to be with the Lord on August 24th, 2024. After graduating from Boston State College in 1978, Bob answered the call to serve our nation in the United States Marine Corps. Over the course of more than 20 years, he rose through the ranks to become a lieutenant colonel, retiring from active duty on September the 1st, 1998. His time in the Marines was marked by superior leadership and operational excellence, a testament to the character of the man we honor today. Friendswood was truly blessed beyond measure when Bob and his bride Susan made it their home. For over 2 decades, Bob led our community as chief of police, leaving an indelible mark on Friendswood through his 24 years of dedicated service. I had the honor of getting to know Bob over the years, and his tireless work to protect our community, along with his deep love of Friendswood, will never be forgotten. Brenda Gale and I are praying for the entire Wieners family, the Friendswood Police Department, and everyone who had the privilege of calling Bob their friend, Mr. Speaker. May we all strive to uphold the values he so proudly embodied. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a great American, Chester A. Pete Shelton, who was called home to be with the Lord on July 25th, 2024. Pete was the kind of man who knew what it meant to serve. Following in his family's footsteps, he became a Beaumont firefighter right after high school and eventually served as the city's fire chief. He didn't stop there. Pete answered the call of duty by joining the United States Army in 1958, proudly serving his country and continuing in the reserves until 1966. Beaumont was blessed to have Pete's dedication. He not only helped develop the fire chief's code of ethics, but also gave over 30 years of service on the Port of Beaumont Board of Commissioners. His impact was deep, and his commitment to service was unwavering. Mr. Speaker, Pete Shelton's legacy of kindness, compassion, and selfless service will live on in the hearts of all who knew him. May we all strive to live by the values he so faithfully upheld. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor a true patriot and a dear friend, the incredible Yvonne Dewey. She was called home to be with the Lord on September the 2nd at age 84. Yvonne was the very definition of honor and loyalty. I knew her personally. When she moved to Lake Jackson, Texas, back in 1971, she didn't just plant roots, she left a legacy. Her impact on our community and the Republican Party is immeasurable. She didn't just participate. She led, serving on countless boards and associations, always working to better the lives of our youth. And let me tell you, when she stepped in to chair the Republican Party of Missouri County for 21 years, oh boy, she did a great job. I watched her up close and personal. I had the privilege of meeting Yvonne when I was just a precinct chair. She was someone I could look up to for wisdom and leadership, and over the years, we developed a lasting friendship. I saw firsthand her gift for leading the Republican Party and helping elect the kind of patriots that represent the best of Missouri County. Yvonne didn't just talk it. She didn't just talk the talk. She lived it. Her spirit and passion for conservative principles were undeniable, and her selfless dedication earned her the respect of so many in our community. This woman of service led by example, and we can all learn from her kindness, her dedication, and her selflessness. Her legacy will live on right here in Missouri County, and I'm honored to have served her in Congress, and most of all, to have called her my friend. Mr. Speaker, let us pray that we continue to see fearless leaders like Yvonne Dewey rise up for our nation. Her love for this country and Southeast Texas is and was unmatched. Brenda Gale and I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to her husband of 50 years, John Dewey. You were her rock, and we know how deeply she loves you and the family. Mr. Speaker, it's now my honor. I rise today to honor an incredible man and true Texas patriot, Ray Holbrook, who was called home to be with the Lord on May 1st of this year at the vibrant age of 97. Ray was a pillar of strength, integrity, and service to Galveston County for many, many years. He served as the longest-standing county judge from 1967 to 1995, dedicating nearly 3 decades of his life to making his community a better place. And boy, did he ever. Ray wasn't just a judge, he was a man of action, Mr. Speaker. A proud Aggie, he's fondly remembered for his tireless work improving roads, upgrading parks, and fighting to improve the lives of county employees by removing them from Social Security and putting them on a better retirement system. But perhaps his greatest legacy, Mr. Speaker, is helping create the Galveston County Water Authority, which over time has grown into the Gulf Coast Water Authority, ensuring that future generations will have access to the water resources they so desperately need. Ray's impact reaches far beyond his accomplishments in office. He was a beloved father and friend, a man whose deep faith and unwavering commitment to his neighbors left an indelible mark on all who knew him. His life of service, devotion to his community, and deep love for the Lord will continue to inspire us all. May God bless Ray Holbrook's family, and may his legacy of leadership, honor, and faith live on in Galveston County and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my good friend and esteemed predecessor from the great legislative district of Texas 29. Actually, he was the esteemed successor, I should say. He took over after I left on the occasion of his retirement as state representative. Since taking office in 2013, he has been a staunch defender of Texas' constitutional right. His leadership has been pivotal in securing funding for Texas roads, supporting our public schools, and fighting to protect our border. His unwavering commitment to our state has been felt across Texas. Ed has stood firm against federal overreach, championed policies that protect the unborn, and defended our religious liberties. Ed's legacy of principled leadership and courage will be deeply missed. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with great admiration and respect that I thank my good friend for his leadership. Southeast Texas and the great state of Texas are better because of him. Brenda Gale and I wish him and his bride, Freddie, all the best in his well-deserved retirement. May God bless him and Freddie in their retirement, and may God continue to bless Texas. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
All right, the question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.